And only on what you need, on the bare necessities. I mean, what does a man need, right? Do you need that fancy watch? Do you need those fancy shoes? You know what I mean? Like women, whatever. Women
So
must be
think
very
about it.
expensive.
Think about it. Like people don't understand that the difference between being made, like in a lot of people's mind, not maybe not being made, but having a very comfortable lifestyle and being very broke is a very small margin. Like you could have a job that pays you like, I don't know, 20 bucks an hour or something like that. You're earning like 40,000 something uh a year. And what's my point? What's my point? Damn, what was I just saying?
But we're talking,
Saving your
we're talking,
money,
we're talking about
basically.
saving, yeah, saving and investing, and then he got into Bones talking about spending on what you need, and then
Oh, the difference. Oh, the margin, right. So it's like
Yeah.
di- like if you're making 1,500 a week and that's what 6,000 a month, like, and you are like struggling. Well, maybe I don't know if you're
oh,
struggling
if you're
there. Like,
struggling with
but if
that,
you
you got problems.
that's what I'm trying to think because I'm in New York and it's like
Too many
but
shoes, bro.
like say you make a all right, you got 4,000 a month and all of your bills cost 4,000. You're locked into a lifestyle. How many people that are locked into a lifestyle like think, damn, if I just had 500 extra dollars a week, it would change the game? Because it literally would. $500 on top of wherever you're at, $500 on top of that would make you breathe a little easier. That ain't shit. That's nothing. But that's the margin between comfortable and uncomfortable. And like, what do you have to do to make an extra 500 bucks? Like, has anyone ever thought about like, damn, I need to make 500 extra bucks? Well, what do you need to change in your life to do that? Do you think it's that hard? It's
Buy less
not.
shoes.
And
Fucking
it's
start
simple,
buying
dude.
and trading on eBay. Well, I
Five
don't know
hundred, you know
how
what $500 a
easy.
month is? It's eating out. Like I eat out a lot, so I know, because
Because the stove is broken.
You cut out, bro.
sometimes I just don't feel like cooking. But like I went to it's ridiculous. $30 for Panera.
Yeah, that's where a lot of my money goes to, eating out.
But when you
You
look
could
at it,
say
dude, you figure 30. Just say you spend $30 a week on eating out, and you probably spend more. That's
yeah, that's
$120, dude.
$30 a day.
That's
Like,
$120. Right, $30 a day. Think about that, bro. That's 500. That's right there. It's 500 a week. There you go.
that's what I'm
More
saying.
than
It's like
500.
you could change your life. Like because that's it. Look, if you could focus on changing your life for 6 months, aka like for me, not eating up $30 to $40 extra a day. If I would discipline for 6 months, I could do that and afford it. Because all I would be doing is increasing the amount of money that I make. But it takes a little bit of discipline to do that. Just a little bit. It's not even a
Yeah,
lot.
but here, it's a lot because here's what happens, right? You don't just have to monetize your pocket. Now you have to discipline your life too. So now that means going to bed at a certain time, getting up at a certain time, prepping, all that, dude. You have to. That's what goes into all of it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of prep, and you have to get sleep, and you have to be prepared to do all that. I mean, dude, it sounds easy, but you just have to be prepared for every aspect of your current life to change. Because the reason most time we eat out is because you don't feel like getting up to cook earlier or to cook ahead of time to last you for a few days, so you don't have to eat out, right? So now you got to make your lunch. You got to make sure you have something for dinner. So I mean, that, and then you want to work. You got to work. So sometimes like you watch TV, or if you watching TV, you got a show. You know, like dude, stuff keeps you up late. You know what I'm saying?
All of that. Yeah, and then if you have a family who's accustomed, like if you're leading, and now because of your leadership, you have a family that's accustomed to all of this, like getting them to change programs with you is yet another hurdle. And this is why a lot of people can't do it. Like you're right, it's a lot easier said than done. But this is how I know God is real, because this is what faith is. Like changing your life literally takes faith. It takes a grand leap of faith. And it, like, the only thing that's really different is how you think. And then people come in here and they're like, well, what would it matter if I thought the earth was flat or round? Your mindset, bro. That's what. Like, because your mindset is literally what takes you through life. Literally.
Because like
I'm gonna give. I just have a small interruption here and a point of business. I have created a new role, and Revchi, you are officially the first person to receive this role, and this role is called the Neutral Zone. We have the On the Fence role, but I feel like Neutral Zone is more applicable for you in particular. maybe not all some On the Fence people are like working really hard. They're studying the evidence on both sides, making up their mind. You're just floating along in the Neutral Zone. I think it's a different form of On the Fence, and you, congratulations, are the first member of the Neutral Zone group.
Hey,
well done. Hey.
That's an achievement, bro. Yeah,
Neutral, not engaged.
that's special.
Congratulations.
Look at the influence
Roger
that
likes
you've
it.
had on the world today. You know? Look at
I
the
just
influence.
forgot
Come in somewhere and all of a sudden there's a whole new role.
New fantastic point of view.
That's right, Elijah. He's made an impact on the world now. Mark that up in the book. Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of going against his life goal of making no impact at all. But I'm sorry, Revchi, I had to do it. You made an impression on us, and so now you actually exist in our consciousness, and you're no longer, you're no longer just floating along, Revchi.
You cause change in the world, in our server. A new role has been added.
And other people will follow in your footsteps, and we'll tell them all about
Blazing
the legend
the
of
path.
Revchi.
Yes, we'll go direct through the cyberspace now. Yeah. Amazing.
No, welcome to the server, man.
thanks.
I'm sorry, Frod. I interrupted you. I just had to do that for our friend Revchi there.
yeah, I just remembered what the hell I was talking about.
Oh well, tell us. We're waiting.
I don't remember now.
Oh no, you don't.
Now it's gone again.
I'm sorry.
No. I was gonna tell.
Did he just?
I think he cut out again.
Yeah.
But no,
I wanted. Go ahead. Did you fake?
I was saying, Elijah, sports is my biggest thing, and I love to go out and watch it. You know, so I've been watching the playoffs. So every year I'm like, bro, I gotta stop doing it, because like that should have drained your pocket, man. Going out and watching sports, it's like, so yeah, I get it, man. It's like, dude, that's a hard one to let go of, man. I ain't gonna front. That is hard.
Like,
dude.
going to a game is one of the most exhilarating things that I've ever done. Like, you know, everybody is hype. You know, it's just it's an event. Like, events are hard to, yeah, man. That's a lot of fucking money. I wanted to drop almost like about $800 to sit at some decent seats to watch a Nets game with my girl.
Hell no, that's not happening. if you did some shit like that, bro, I'd be like, dude, you got a problem. That is no. I wouldn't do that if I had to loot. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. It's not, no. It's, somebody will have to give me this. Somebody will have to give me tickets. I ain't dropping that.
no, they got Kevin Durant on there now, and she's like he's her favorite peasy headed looking dude.
Oh, who won last night? Who won last night?
I don't even know because she watches sports more than me. Like I'm not even the sports guy, but I just know it makes her happy.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I get into it here and there. It depends on the year, like how exciting and everything is. Depends. Last time I was interested was when the Heat was killing it when LeBron was on there.
Oh yeah, that's a long time ago, bro.
Yeah, but then I started getting into politics, and I'm like, all this shit is fake. These playoffs, you know what I mean?
Politics is like in there for like 4 months, like this is crap. It's like all right, about you learn that's crap real fast. All right, I think we killed that conversation. So, who's next up?
Well, I was going to ask Revchi if he said he's been here, but we didn't actually ask him if I don't know if he's really heard the arguments properly. What have you learned so far since you've been here about Flat Earth, Revchi? Maybe some of you guys have talked to him before. I just have not.
No, I have today's the first time I've talked in here.
How old are you anyway?
I'm 22.
Not that young. I think you're like 17, but 22 is almost the same.
So you have not actually seen the arguments of why we are explaining to you that the globe model fails to predict reality and that the Earth measures flat?
I don't know. I guess I'm only in here when I really have time.
Oh, okay. Well, it all has to do with the globe model and the radius they claim of 3,959 miles. So when you learned about the globe model in school, what did you learn about it?
And I do not remember anything from school.
That's understandable. Usually they don't get into the details or the mechanism of how things work or how it was derived or how they came up with all these numbers because it's embarrassing for their side, So usually they won't give you a lot of details. Usually you have to kind of get into this argument here that we have on Discord. I know you don't want to get into arguments, the discussion that we have about, where these things came from. And most of us who, when we started looking into it, didn't know. I didn't know. I just took it for granted. They must have worked really hard to figure this out, right? Nope. We find out they didn't. They didn't measure the radius, which, should be obvious to anyone thinking about it because we can't actually go to the core of the Earth. The furthest they've gone down is 8 miles. So 3,959 miles claim of the radius is not a measurement. It's just a claim. It's a mathematical claim that they say is accurate. And so we take that number and we test it in reality where we actually live. And we find out that we see way too far for that number to be accurate. So, that's the first big puncture in the globe model. You can deflate it just with that one. You can deflate it with one observation, and we have an observation called the black swan, which kills the globe. If that's not enough for you, we got hundreds of other ones that we can show you of observations that are impossible if this claimed shape were true. There's many, and there's also laser tests that have been done on top of the observation. So we just have observation after observation after observation after laser test that this number is wrong. And, and then you can go further in terms of like the shape that is claimed, this globe shape. There's no evidence of that. And you can go further into the place where they claim this globe is, this fantasy realm of a near vacuum or vacuum of outer space, also an impossibility based on the natural laws and scientific laws that we have observed to always hold true on the Earth. So basically, people who want to cling to the globe model, they have to throw out scientific observation because Revchi, have you ever observed the globe?
What do you mean?
Have you ever observed the globe?
I've seen pictures,
anywhere?
yeah.
Okay, so you've seen pictures of the globe, and so, we can show you how even on NASA's website itself, it explains to you that these pictures that you've seen are not photographs. They are artistic renditions or CGI compilations. So, can you see the live stream voice text there?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so do you see where I put up that thing that says Blue Marble? What's the coolest thing you've ever done as part of your job at Goddard?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a whole team there that works on, I think it's called data visualization. I got to see what Robert Simmons' actual job title is. There's this guy who works at NASA, Robert Simmons. He's the best advocate for flat Earth I've ever met. He would not say the Earth is flat, although I'm sure he knows. But he goes out there and right on NASA's website. Here we go. We got his title. Robert Simmons. Title, Lead Data Visualizer and Information Designer. Okay? So he's not an information gatherer, a compiler. He's not a data, recorder or a data, gatherer. He's a data visualizer. If the data's not there, Robert will visualize it for you. If the information can't be found on the real Earth, he'll design it for you. Okay? So the job title itself is outrageous if you just analyze it. But he,
but it's has to be.
There you go. That's from the mouth of Robert Simmons himself. I assume that was Creation Bear. Thank you, Creation Bear. So Rev T, Robert Simmons, NASA employee, says about your globe, it is photoshopped, but it has to be. Okay? So they come right out and tell you they're photoshopping it. They're using flat maps, wrapping them around the ball. This is a quote from Robert Simmons, to match your expectations of what the globe would look like from space if it were there. I added the if it were there part. But come on. It's right there. What is your response, Rev T, to Robert Simmons saying it's Photoshop because it has to be your globe?
Well, I never said I believed that it was a globe.
I just don't get that. Oh, we're going to go back to this again. You don't believe it's a globe.
I don't care if you fucking Photoshop it.
I have a question. What do
Mind your language, boy.
What do you think the sky is?
What?
What do you think the sky is?
The sky?
Like, what do you think the lights in the sky are?
Stars.
Mars, Venus. What are stars?
I guess planets. Stars.
What are planets? What are planets?
They're planets.
What are planets? It's a simple question. You are answering fine up until this point. What are planets?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and say it.
I don't know, like.
You mean like the planet, like the one you live on? You mean?
I guess.
So then, why tell? So then, okay.
I guess.
Define a planet. Go ahead.
That's why I'm so confused, because when I, look up and see the sky.
Just define a planet. Because you said the stars are planets. Define it, please, so that I know what you're talking about, so that I can respond in a way that makes sense.
Yes, explain yourself. Come on.
You're like a ball. What do you mean?
You guys are fishing for me to say that it's a ball, right?
No, I'm not fishing for anything, man.
No, hold on. No.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't believe it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, well, what about the rest of heliocentrism? What about the things in the sky? You said planets. So I'm trying to figure out what that means.
To you.
Is a planet like a light fixture in a basement on the ceiling? Is that like, what is a planet? Because why avoid the question? That's what I don't.
Well, I guess it's a ball in space, a ball of fucking
Mind your language again.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
And get stroppy.
Fine. So if you think it's a ball in space, and you think we're the same thing, a ball in space, why do you have to say you don't think it's a globe? Nobody's gonna kick you out. You know what? would serve people like you better if you come in and say, I believe in the globe. No, I don't have evidence, or no, I don't really want to debate about it, or talk about my position on it, but that is my position.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
fine. Have a listening pass, or even better, just keep your roles, stay here and listen. Have conversation when it's comfortable, but don't lie.
Yeah, don't lie. That's the one thing I don't like. When you're lying, you know, clearly don't want to answer the question because you don't want to put yourself in a bad situation. The very fact you came out of your mother's womb has put you in a situation, boy. Now you're going to have to live. Stop living. Stop running from the truth. You're running from the truth, boy. That's all you're doing. You're not living yet. You're not engaging in your Denmark. Very Japanese-like, that is. That sentiment and that situation is clearly what I'm dealing with here in Japan. They do exactly the same thing. And they try and say it's difficult or it's this or that. They don't want to come out with any kind of comment. Silly. Childish. Ridiculous.
Well, maybe he still doesn't care, you know, or have a reason to care about the shit. Right.
He obviously cares what he cares what clothes he puts on, shoes and whatnots, no doubt.
Right.
There you go. So he's caring somewhere, caring about the wrong things, I think, perhaps.
I think a lot of people, you know, people say that the same thing he says, you say, right? I don't really care. I don't see what difference it makes, right? But what if it did make a difference, a big difference? Would it matter? You know, would it? Yep.
Sorry, mic check. Mic check.
Yeah, can hear you clearly, loud and clear, coming in.
Awesome. Yeah, we have another VC verified. Maybe we can leave Rev Chi alone. He's
okay, Reggie. Give you a break.
So we have Flanny. Welcome, Flanny.
Flanny.
Are you there?
Yo, hello, what's up?
Yo.
What's up? Where are you from, Flanny? Whereabouts are you?
UK, England.
Oh, you're in England? Okay.
Yeah, man.
What, London?
No, East Midlands.
Oh, East Midlands. Okay, wicked. Nice.
Can I
what brings you to the server?
Sorry?
What brings you to the server?
Like just to learn about it and stuff. Like I'm curious. Not like not got my like views set in anything, but I just want to learn about it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the flat Earth in your region? Because you know the Globe Light Tour went up to the East Midlands a couple of years back. Did you hear anything?
No, I've not heard of anything around here.
No, right. Okay, so you really are a new one to this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Not right now. I was just.
Sorry, I have a question.
Listening in.
I have a question for Flanny.
Yeah, Flanny.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm not, you know, it's not a personal question, but people come here and some people say that, you know, I don't really care. It doesn't really make a difference to me whether it's flat or a ball.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like, can you share that with us? Like, do you care and why or why not? Just trying to get some insight.
If it is, yeah. I'm not really for either or. I don't have a preference to either if it's a round or flat, but what I do care about is the truth.
Right. Oh, that's a good
idea. Landed on your feet, man. Landed on your feet.
Yeah.
Why do you care about the truth? Like, why does it matter that you learn the truth?
Because I don't like being lied to.
Yeah, you can make good decisions, right? Yeah, all kinds of things. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, if you could add more, that'd be great.
I don't even know what else to say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Okay, I've got another question for you then, Flanny. Are you there? Can you hear me, Flanny?
Yeah, man.
Right. Do you trust the British government today as it is now?
No.
No. Why not?
Especially with this pandemic. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Okay, thank you very much.
Especially with that thing with the fucking G7 summit. They're all sat there drinking with the masks off, talking of it. It's bullshit, bro.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. That's an excellent answer. You see, your
and then
answer
especially how the Queen was sat by herself with a mask on at the Philip's funeral, but then she's with all the leaders with a mask off and she's fine.
Great example, right? He said.
Thank you very much
for everyone.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. Right. So basically, you know what's going on is a joke. So obviously, then you would want to know either way which one it is, wouldn't you? Whether it's
exactly.
Or... Right. Okay. Good. Do you know anything about the heliocentric model? Can I ask you any questions on that? Do you mind?
Yeah. Isn't that like the what the teachers called in that?
Excellent.
Heliocentric.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if I asked you a question like, I'm going to ask you 3 questions basically. Right. One's going to be dealing with the actual curvature of this globe. Okay. The second one would be about the spin of this supposed globe, and then the third one's going to deal with how this globe can be in the vacuum of space without a barrier or container to contain Earth's air pressure. Okay. It's nothing to do with I've got you or to make you look silly or anything like that, because I'll tell you now, I didn't know the answers. So there you go. All right. So basically, the first question is, do you know anyone in modern times or in ancient times who actually measured the curvature of the Earth? What techniques they used?
No.
No. Fine. Okay, good. The second question is, do you know anyone who actually measured the actual rotation of this Earth on a tilt? It's said to be at the equator 1,038 miles per hour.
No, I don't know.
Thank you very much for that. And then the third question I'll ask you is this. When you look at the solar system, you see the Earth as a naked ball, supposedly on this tilt spinning, right, in the vacuum of space. But as you know, the vacuum would just, steal away all the air that's there, wouldn't it? Because it's a vacuum, right? So that can't be, because we actually have air pressure where we are. We are able to breathe. We have a dynamic system in flux. So there has to be some kind of barrier. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah? Would you agree or disagree with that? Okay, good. Right. Okay, so another question. Have you ever seen the curvature of this Earth in any of your experiences? Whether you've been flying at a seaside, anywhere?
No.
No. Okay. Have you ever experienced the Earth spinning? And don't get me wrong, if you've travelled, so if you're at the equator, let's say it's 1,038. If you're in the UK, it's about 500 to 600 miles per hour. Have you? Did you notice anything?
No.
No. Right. So if we said to you that the Earth is motionless, there is no curvature, it's level because it's measured, how would you feel about that? It measures flat.
Well, I'm not really sure about it. I'd have to see it for myself. Right. Instead of you telling me.
Right. So then you can find that out by actually going to the ocean, if you're by the ocean, and taking and measuring distances, things you can see. Okay. You can do, simple observations that can help you come to that conclusion rather quickly. You understand, yeah? Then you'll know either way. But also, in this server, there are many topics. If you scroll down to the bottom, there's lots of information that you'll find that'll help you along the way. If you're really interested in finding out the truth, okay?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for answering the question, yeah. I mean, you answered it the same way most of us answered it. Most of us, 90% of us answered in the same way, We don't know anyone, basically. And we don't experience what they tell us. Oh, do you believe they went to the moon, for example?
No, I'm a bit skeptical about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's your stance on that one? The moon landings from 1969 to 1972, the Apollo missions, NASA claims to have landed man on the moon, What's your opinion on that?
I think it's bollocks. And especially how they say that we've lost the technology. Right? If anything, we've gained more.
Wow, well done. Yeah, so you know that. Okay, thank you for that one. So, therefore, do you think NASA's on Mars now?
No way.
Okay, what about Saudi Arabia?
Probably.
Do you think Saudi Arabia is on Mars now? Or orbiting Mars, should I say, in an elliptical orbit?
Definitely
no. No? Okay, and what about, who else is out there? China, recently, China.
No,
yeah. And then do you believe that India has got two satellites currently elliptical orbiting the moon, and there's a third one coming?
No, they can't do that.
Right. Do you believe that Israel actually made an attempt and they said it failed? Israel?
No,
right.
Not very successful. No.
Yeah, well then, you're on your way then, mate. You're well on your way to knowing what this Earth is. You're flat Earther gonna be. Ah, nice. Flat Earther in the making. Do you have any questions?
Not really. I just wanted to sit in and listen to the conversations going on.
Well, thanks, Flanny. You appear to be well informed in that, and that's good.
Yeah.
Good,
thanks, Flanny.
Yeah.
No worries.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Because it is a joke. I mean, there's lots of things going on supposedly in space with the cosmic ray particles, supposed radiation. Oh, what about the ISS, or what we call the LIS? Do you believe that's there, orbiting, falling around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour with a $23 million toilet on board?
That I was skeptical about, because when people say like they've seen it go through the sky, like it's like a solid light, and you see it fly by.
Yeah.
What would you say that is?
I would just say it's just some kind of American drone that's just orbiting. Not orbiting, but just flying around. Mm-hmm. And there could be one or two of them, or three or four of them, for all I know. It's just that everyone I've asked said they see a light. That's all they said they've seen is a light. And a light does not an ISS make, that's for sure. And how could they have they haven't got the technology to do that. They never went to the moon, Come on, man.
Yeah, true.
Just can't do that, Just stealing people's money. The taxpayers' money. 23. This year it's
it's all big one fucking
billion this year. This year's budget is $23.5 billion. Yeah.
It's all just big money scheme.
Yeah, that's big scam. And now all the newcomers, all the recent countries that I just mentioned, they all know that it's easy money now. They've read the writing on the wall. Now they can scam their taxpayers for this. Because they've got to keep everyone invested in thinking that the Earth is a spinning ball in space. You see?
Mm-hmm.
As it's refreshing to hear, Flanny, that you can see through this obvious fraud of this alleged space program of bad, low-budget science fiction that doesn't even reach the level of Hollywood in terms of its realistic nature. I mean, the Hollywood guys who do these space programs, they got to be like making fun of NASA. Like, come on, guys, get with the times. You look like a kindergarten Lego project. That's what somebody put a picture of the supposed whatever China says they have on Mars, some kind of rover. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. It literally looks like a spaceship my kids would make out of Legos and then put it in the sandbox and then dye the sand red. Oh my gosh, that is just outrageous. That was you, Roger?
Yeah, and this is also, I'm going to post it now. So NASA posted something about the Mars rover like yesterday. Somebody put it through some Photoshop, just adjusted the colors, and ta-da! It's Earth. Look at it.
Yeah,
this was an original NASA photo. So this is an original from yesterday.
It's like, yeah, you see that star? It looks tinged red, right? Yep, there's you got your red tinge right there. Yep, just all the way across. Yeah, I mean, they're not even working that hard. Yeah, it's just so funny. So, Flanny, have you heard much about Flat Earth before coming here? Like, you're relatively new to the topic, or what?
Yeah, I've watched like a couple YouTube videos, but you can tell I'm pretty new.
Yeah, and I wonder what YouTube videos you watch. I think someone mentioned we have these channels. Jen might have told you we have a bunch of channels down below with like curated information that we feel is accurate, and dependable, and so at least for the most part. Do you remember what kind of videos you were watching?
In 100% transparency, it was debunking flat Earth conspiracies.
Those are the best. Just like Robert Simon is like the best evidence for flat Earth, so are those debunking videos for anyone that has like 2 brain cells to rub together because they got nothing. But I'm sorry, that's my biased opinion, but it's not biased, it's unbiased, I tell you, because I wanted them to convince me. I'm like, oh yes, finally, someone's going to explain how it's possible to see all these things on this alleged globe, which there's no evidence for. And then you find out, oh no, they're just a bunch of propaganda, smoke and mirrors kind of guys that don't actually know anything about science. That's my little estimation. But what did you think when you watched the debunking videos, Flanny?
I was just watching for the flat earthers point of view. I wanted to see what they thought.
Okay,
it was interesting.
Yeah, because for example, if you watch Professor Dave, I can give you 4 videos of people who actually have a scientific mindset, who have logic and reason, such as Nathan Oakley, Austin Whitsitt, a bunch of other guys that have debunked Professor Dave 27 Ways from Sunday. He's a pretender clown, for sure. So he's one of the main debunkers. We probably should.
He doesn't even come here. Whitsitt invited him to debate, but he just went in spiral mode and insulted Whitsitt, and then you have Simon Dan, who doesn't debate the shape of the Earth. Been asked to come to Nathan's multiple times, or here. Yeah, he comes here in the chat. Then he just blatantly says, "I'm just don't debating the shape of the Earth."
Well,
yeah, it's suspicious in and of itself.
Oftentimes they'll say, like, all of these debunked videos, which, like, because, I mean, if you're trying to get flat earthers' perspective, wouldn't it make sense to be able to find flat earthers giving their perspective versus only debunked videos? But anyway, so as far as the debunked videos are concerned, all they do is say, oh, look, this is this. This would never work on a flat earth because, or they'll say flat earthers think this, but there's no way that this could work because, like, this is how they set things up. And I'll tell you now, everything that they say that flat earthers think are just contrived. The flat earth society, like, a lot of times they straw man us for things that none of us actually think. Like, you ever watch the news and like you're picking up on like things that you're interested in, then the news spins it in a way where you're like, nobody was even asking that question that you're answering. What the fuck? That's exactly how we feel.
Yeah. It's come to the situation now where you can't, every week there's some kind of space news. They can't get their missions ready to fire up quick enough. They can't get those rockets up in the sky quick enough now. Even the European Space Agency is now planning to do a mission to Venus because they want to know why Venus isn't like Earth. I mean, who the hell gives a damn about that? Do you know what I mean? Huh? And then the NASA just landed. They only wanted one mission to go to Venus, and they'd been asking for a few years. Now they've landed 2, one for 2028, one for 2030. They're planning to go to Venus. 2 probes to go and have a look. It's a gassy environment, more harsh than Earth, apparently. And how would they know all this?
Well, to the other gentleman that was here before.
The Danish from Denmark.
It's funny. One of the questions that people have because of, the fake debunk videos. Oh, well, all of the other things in the sky are planets, but we're not a planet. Everything else in the sky are spheres, but we're not a sphere. Well, here's the thing. What what does Earth have that other planets have? Like, what are the similarities? What are the properties of Earth that are similar to the properties of anywhere else?
Nothing. There's nothing similar, man. Nothing.
So they tell you it's different right off rip. There's nothing in common whatsoever. But people say, yeah, why aren't we like that thing in the sky? But they automatically tell you that we're not like that thing in the sky.
Yeah. And then they want to steal the taxpayers' money and lie. And now they're going to go to there and say, let's find out why it's not the same. Huh. Honestly.
Yeah, while they're pretending to go there, they're repossessing cars, kicking families out onto the streets because they didn't make a mortgage payment.
Yeah.
Dropping bombs on people and creating refugees and all kinds of strife everywhere. And
there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the world we live in. That's the world we're living in. Yeah, you see? That's what's really going on. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, you know, this idiot's got a cable on doing his little bloody twirl somersault and almost loses balance and then starts laughing. And then someone else is grabbing the cable to get him back balanced again. And then they got their arms folded in that kind of stupid sitting position, bobbing up and down.
My middle nephew, my oldest nephew, he's still quite young, and he thinks he knows the answer to everything. I can't. Oh, sorry. I'm having a brain fart right now. I was going to bring up something he said to me.
Yeah, my nephew's the same. My nephew was the same when he was arguing for the heliocentric model, and he was only 8 years old, and he was arguing like he knew it inside out more than me. I'm telling you, it's not real. You know? Wow, I know what you mean, man. And he was only 8, and this boy is arguing vehemently. You know, like he created this thing. The way his passion was into this, the earth is not flat. No, it isn't, uncle. You are wrong, kind of thing. And then I said to him, just hang on a second. How old are you? 8. How old is your uncle? Okay. So who's going to know more? You? More than me? Yeah, you're little 8 years? Okay, so slow down. Slow down, I said to him. Hang on. Yeah. And then it calmed down a bit. Oh, you know? I said, you learned it all from pictures and your teachers. I'm telling you that's all wrong. And you proved me wrong now and calm down about it. And then it was difficult. He found it hard, my nephew. And my niece was kind of like just listening. She's older, she's 10. And she was just listening in, and yeah, now he realizes that he can't prove it. I said, you see, now if you can't prove it, why are you believing in it? And why would your uncle tell you a lie? That's the other thing. You're not gonna trust your own uncle. Come on.
It came back to me. I sniffed that brain fart. What it was one day, I guess he brought up Shill hates. And I'm like, fuck him, man. He hasn't helped one poor person that I know. So who cares about it? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I know you're feeling. I know you're feeling, man. Let's not forget what we got next month. The event of the year. We've got Jeff Bezos and his brother and this mystery guest in the other seat. $28 million he paid. They're going to the Kármán line in the New Shepard spacecraft or probe. Sorry. Yeah, they're going up to the Kármán line, 62 miles up. You know, fire the rocket, go up there, experience a bit of the old supposed 0G, and then come back down. All going to happen within 10 to 11 minutes, they said. Pretty quick, if you ask me. Okay? Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, Amazon. He's not getting any of my money, that's for sure.
And the names for these ships that they come up with, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What ships? Sorry?
Blue Orion, that's the company name. And the ship is known as New Shepard after Alan Shepard, the astronaut, first American astronaut in space.
Isn't it after the shepherd from the Bible?
No.
Wasn't Jesus a shepherd?
No. I heard him say that he named
they say a lot, Jane. They say a lot.
Yeah, they say a lot. Yeah, but you know what I mean.
They like to mock, right? They like to mock. Yeah. That's why it's a new shepherd.
Yeah.
I think it's. Yeah, I think it is mockery of the Bible.
Yeah. I can see what you mean. I can see where you're going with that. Such is their tomfoolery. We don't know, and you know what I mean. We don't know who the person is, but they paid 28 million. Why the mystery? Anything to just, anything to bring this, keep people invested.
And for all I care, they could say he paid 3 million or 80 million. How would we know if he paid 10 cents?
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Why? How do we know? Yeah. But they're not going anyway. Come on. You're going to go 60 miles up into the sky? Yeah? And then come back down on a parachute? You're going to do that? 60 miles?
Yeah, have you seen that thing land? Right? Have you seen that thing land on the chutes? You break your back, man.
Yeah.
It hits the ground. Bang!
Yeah. It comes down hard if it's landing on land. Wow. Come on. You're going to go up 60 miles? Shot up in a rocket? Yeah? At what speeds are we talking about? Because it's all going to happen in like 11 minutes, they said. 10 to 11 minutes. So that thing's got to reach at least, 17,000 miles an hour. They're not on that. They're not on that, man. They're not going to be on that. No.
How far up is this Kármán line?
62 miles. The edge of. That's the beginning of space.
There's dispute about it, right? Not every country is acknowledging it at that line.
Yeah, but
it's arbitrary.
Yeah, that's what they've said. It's going to be 62 miles up. Is what they've said. 100 kilometers. And can you imagine that? The highest you've ever been is like 5 miles if you're in a domestic airline, passenger jet airline, and you're going to go 60 straight up, hopefully. I
think that's good to get across to people who, are new to this information about, because you really have to rethink all you've been told about distances and how far away that stuff that you're looking at up there is. I mean, now to me, it seems obvious that it is just the way you would think it was if no one told you any different. It's just right up there. There it is, But it takes a while, I think, for people to get back into that mindset of reality when they've been fed these space dreams,
Yeah. 60 miles. And you'd have to do a lot of training and get ready for this stuff. I mean, what training are they doing? Not hearing about their preparation. It's happening next month, July 20th. Okay? So you've got a month to go, and this is what's happening. Oof, I really do not believe they're doing that, for sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who don't pay attention, because, most people, I would think, don't pay intricate attention to what NASA's doing. Or, I mean, they might have heard, oh yeah, they're launching this thing, they're going to Mars, in the background. But mostly it's hardcore nerds that would actually listen to these so-called astronauts on YouTube and so on. Because I don't think people realize, what these people are like. They are still stuck in this 50s, idea of it, this fit, military type astronaut who's all business, who's really in shape, seems they're training for an important mission. These people are just a bunch of clowns, someone you just see walking around Walmart. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's where they found these people, just Walmart parking lot. Just go find some, interview some people till you find the most gullible, naive, and malleable minds that can't really reason their way outside of a paper box, and slap an astronaut tag on them and throw them out there on YouTube and, put them in the tank over there in the swimming pool, and let them go. Because they do not seem to be, not only aren't they the best of the best, they're almost the worst of the worst. Like, look at Don Pettit. Like, he can't even put a sentence together to save his life. Or this Michelle lady. I mean, I've barely even watched them even now, but I never heard of any of those people before, coming to Discord.
Yeah. Yeah. Where did they come from? Where do they find these people? Exactly.
What do they even say? Do they say they're military people now? What do they say is the background of these people?
Who knows?
I don't know either. I don't even want to know.
Jeff Bezos reckons he went to where the Saturn V rockets landed and recovered. He was part of the recovery team, and his brother. There you go. Really? So he's always been into space, been a space buff, apparently. So he was part of a recovery team that went out and recovered the stages to the Saturn V.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah. Elijah's talking to this guy in Cogdis. He's going to report us to the NSA. Right. Yeah, like they haven't heard of us before. Proofy. You're so important. If the Earth is flat, might the flat Earth be moving like a coin spinning at a low angle on a table with the entire starry heavens, a celestial sphere all around us, sun, moon, and planets crawl around that sphere at different speeds? What flat surface would the Earth be spinning on? Perhaps a table on another. Well, the problem with that, Proofy, there's a little bit more to this, is there's no evidence of spinning, and it has been tested and it hasn't been found. So I don't know if you're listening there, Proofy, but when you get out of Cactus, come over to the live stream and ask some of your questions, but cool it on the threats, even though they're ridiculous, because otherwise we'll have to get rid of you. Oh, he says, why aren't you answering? Oh, I am answering you. Okay, I'll put the YouTube link on there for him so he can at least
keep him company.
Hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, you Wally.
He's in jail currently right now, the Cogdis place. I don't know who put him there.
I hope you enjoy your water soup. Some flat Earth truth.
Who is in Cogdis?
Palatable for you.
Proofy?
Proofy.
Yeah, should we give him a get out of jail and bring him in here? I don't know.
Wow.
He has questions, but they're bad ones. I don't know. We're supposed to say there's no bad questions, but this one's pretty bad.
He's very toxic, this Proofy.
Oh, you know him? Did you talk to him?
No. He sounds it. He sounds it.
Yeah. He might need more detox.
Yeah, give him some detox in the Cogdis. And then you can come and get your flat Earth psychiatric therapy when you're ready. Psychiatric therapy treatment for that Cogdis brought on by your pseudoscience dogma. But yeah, I just can't get over how every week or every other day you're getting some kind of space news. It was a time when you wouldn't get any news for like 6 months to a year, and then suddenly, similar planet to Earth has been discovered. Oh, all right. And that's that. But now it's every other day. Something's being discovered or someone's going to do something. Or a new country's making a satellite to put up there.
I'm sorry, I just had to ban this other guy in Cogdis with reason degenerate. Deus Vald is the one who really got me using that term degenerate. I think it's a good one. Yeah, it's kind of like...
it's a great term, degenerate.
It is, yeah. I never really used that very much before coming to Discord, but it does, it's a good... it's a good just catch-all description of, like, a lot of people running around this world.
Yeah, a lot of degenerates wandering around aimlessly, no direction. And the ultimate insult is they don't even know their own model. They don't know the speed, they don't know the circumference, don't know the radius, don't know who measured it, don't know anything. Zilch. Nada. Zip. Nothing they know.
Yes, by design. They don't get taught that in school, and they should. I would think that in itself, even if you don't understand the whole, all the facts and the logical arguments that demonstrate the complete failure of the globe model, you think you might get a little suspicious, like, oh, this is everywhere now in the news. It's like supposedly the very important thing we're doing, all this space stuff and this globe stuff. Like, why didn't they actually ever teach me the mechanisms of any of this stuff? You know, they don't.
No, they don't, no. No, because they don't want you to know that. Just listen to what we tell you, regurgitate and move on. Go out there and consume.
There are so many degenerates in the CogGIS. It's like horrible. Gosh, they're just all coming out of the woodwork. I guess they want to be banned.
Yes. Consume, and never look back.
Do you guys know of any? So I put earlier for our friend that was here, Flanny, I put in some answers to so-called Professor Dave videos from Witsit and Nathan Oakley and another guy. Yeah, and then I found this other one. I got to watch the whole thing because India's told me about this guy, and he's in my list. He's a scientist, Professor Dave. But he's also against flat Earth, so I got to watch the whole thing before
Which one is it?
It's Pierre-Marie Robitaille.
Oh, yeah. Robitaille, yeah. That one is amazing. So,
okay, is it? Oh, I'm going to put the link to it. You can tell me more about it, because I actually haven't watched the whole thing, so I didn't know if I should share it or not. Tell me more about it.
It's 45 minutes, I guess, and he starts with showing what Dave does, right? He throws out insults. He says, like, Marie is the most whack PhD ever, la 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 la, and he doesn't even know this or doesn't even know that. So Pierre-Marie Robitaille is a PhD in spectroscopy, right? Has tons of papers, books, but he denies the sun model. So he still says we are in a heliocentric model, but he adheres to the second law of thermodynamics. Gas will always fill the void. Right. So he says that the sun is made of metal hydrogen, something, metal liquid helium hydrogen. Don't point me on that one, but it has a solid surface. So it's not a ball of gas, but it is a. This is what he claims. It's a ball with a solid surface, because gas will fill the void. So
that's good. That's a good hypothesis. I like it.
Yeah, but Dave is triggered by this, because this is what flat earthers always say, right? And he's like, "You almost sound like a flat earther with your dumb this and that." But he just dissects Dave very thoroughly, calmly. Showing him his papers, people that point to his papers, his recognitions, because Dave just blatantly claims that Robitaille doesn't know anything, right? So it's a bunch of circle jerking, right? Because Dave claims he doesn't know anything. Then Pierre-Marie says, "Well, look at these people; they agree with me." So it is a bunch of circle jerking, and but it's fun to see how Dave's getting wrecked.
Good, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There are, scientists. There's a number of scientists who reject this whole, most of what's in this field of astrophysics as being entirely theoretical, and recognizing that it's not real science, and so it's interesting that, Professor Dave would just kind of like reflexively go against this guy. But I love it that he took the time to even, care to respond to a clown like Professor Dave. I got to watch it. Yeah. We do have Sashimi who DM'd me and said that he has questions. So I will. Go ahead.
So is he saying that gas dispersing in all directions is a flat Earth? Is that what he's saying?
No.
Is that a flat Earth thing?
No. Yeah. So he just adheres to the second law of thermodynamics. Gas always fills the void, always fills the available volume. And this is something that flat earthers say. So he uses flat earthers to discredit him.
Right, but I'm asking, does Professor Dave think that that's a flat earth thing and not an actual thing?
I don't know.
Gas filling the void. I mean, that's what gas does. Is he saying that doesn't happen on a globe?
I think Professor Dave thinks he's raking in the cash because YouTube's promoting him because he supports the status quo with his fallacious, non-scientific nonsense and lives off the truth by fallaciously and deceptively opposing it. So Professor Dave doesn't care what's actually happening, right? He just wants more paychecks from YouTube, and he's getting them.
So we should stop calling him professor because he isn't. He's just a teacher, right? And the second, maybe we should call him Chubby Dave because YouTube money is paying good. If you look at all his videos, he's growing. He's growing in his neck.
Or we can call him Gassy Dave. Because
Gassy Dave?
Because he doesn't know about gas. Like Gassy Dave.
Plus, he'd have a lot of gas from all that overeating. He'd have a lot of gas from all that overeating too. You're right, absolutely.
I think we should call him Misdirection Dave because he's not teaching anybody anything.
Right.
I like all those names.
He's teaching something that's not even science. Because he's teaching something that's not even science.
Yeah, but the thing is, Pierre-Marie is going against consensus. So Dave is not the only one that is calling him a quack, right? Because of course the sun is a ball of plasma gas, of course. So the thing is, Pierre-Marie says, and I don't recall it, something about black body, yada yada yada, but. He says the sun has a solid surface or else the gas will fill the void. That's basically the main argument.
Oh.
What was that?
That was the disappointment that is Sashimi Cash. I actually thought he had a question. But at least he doesn't have the VC verified role. I just unmuted him. He said, "Hello, I want to talk in the live stream. VC, I have some opinions to share." So apparently those are the only opinions that he has, and now he has disappeared. So he has shared his opinions with the world and disclosed that he has not one rational thought in his head. Thank you, Sashimi.
Sashimi.
Yeah, that's a ban.
You want some soy sauce with that, do you? Sashimi.
I also wanted to say, even though I've been getting comfortable with being alone, Mary Mom's voice gives me hope to meet someone nice one day.
It was sashimi with a dot at the end, right?
Yes, that's the one with a cat, a white cat. Thank you, Flatman Can. Yes, there are good women out there, but I doubt if they're coming on Discord. I would recommend do not come on Discord. I used to be part of this campaign when we started Ladies Night that was like, get more women in Flat Earth and on Discord. That's the guys were saying that. It's men on this server, I won't even name them, who of course came up with this idea. And now I'm like, no. I mean, if you really want to, it's fine. But if you're a nice lady, you're better off not being here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I had to tell it to him like it is. But if you are up for an adventure, by all means, But I think if you're going to try to find a nice lady, you might have to look elsewhere. Maybe a hiking club or a gardening club. I don't know, like where they are exactly. I know where they are. Like I told you, in my homeschool group, most of those ladies are married, so you have to catch them young. I think because the nice ones probably, do get married young because they're nice. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that's definitely true. If you're older and not married yet, that's perfectly fine. I know actually many women who are older and not married, so I shouldn't say that. But the women, maybe it's only because the homeschool group consists of a lot of people who are married with children that it's like that. I am sure there are nice ladies out there. I think they're probably ladies, like we were talking about earlier, who are more in touch with the earth. That's why I'm suggesting the hiking club, the gardening club, ladies, maybe a boating club. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. It's not a guarantee. So don't come back to me if you don't find a nice lady in those places. Those are just ideas. Where do you think they should go to find a nice woman, Bong Sao? Church?
Join a photography club.
Oh, I like that. That's a good one.
I don't know. Yeah, gardening works, but you like
the garden clubs are all ladies, so like you might be kind of suspicious, like coming up there. Yeah, I'm really into gardening, ladies.
Yeah. Find a hobby. Like if you have a hobby, I think if you have a hobby, it's something you're passionate about. Eventually, kind of find a community or a club to go. Events. And you'll probably meet someone, someone nice. I don't know. That's what I do.
The flat earth meetup. What about a flat earth meetup?
One of those. I don't know what those are like.
Some other hobby. I wouldn't limit myself to flat earth women. I think there are a lot of globe women who might eventually become flat earth, maybe not. But they're, just as good as long as flat earth is not a hang up or something that bothers her. But I'm not saying flat earth women aren't good. I'm just saying, women are women. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think
I don't know the answer.
my theory is that it would be easier, for a flat earth man to, explain and help a glober woman along to choose view of reality than it is the other way around. Because, it depends on the guy, I guess. But, a lot of men are very attached to their globe, but and to like being right and so on. But I don't know. I could be wrong. What were you going to say, Flat Man Can?
I was just going to say, I wasn't necessarily planning to meet a lady in here on Discord. I was saying your voice encourages me to meet someone someday because I've been discouraged for a long time. I've had couple long-term relationships, one with a woman I was apart from for 7 years and got back together with. I've been getting comfortable with being alone, but your voice encourages me to meet somebody and not be alone. That's all.
Good. Yes, you should get out there. I think people just don't get out there enough, right? Because especially if you've been hurt a few times and you're just kind of like, yeah, fine, I'll just, hang out by myself, whatever. But yeah, I think there can be many great things that can come from a good relationship. And, I'm a fan of that. So I'm glad to hear that. Because I do think that's one thing that is also being discouraged in the mainstream society. Is kind of just like, stay at home, watch TV, have your virtual relationships by Zoom, but don't actually get together. I mean, obviously there's a depopulation agenda is obviously in place. And, everything that's going on in the last year obviously just kind of goes along with that, if you never actually see the person in real life, then you're not going to repopulate the earth with people. So that's obviously birth rates are plummeting. My mom's Newsmax magazine that I saw on her coffee table yesterday was all about that. Yeah, birth rates plummeting and how people are not having children I think this one was maybe specifically about the USA, but it's probably true in other countries too. I don't know.
I just heard China's going to allow them to have 3 children now because their population is not good. The elderly
they're allowing them to have 3. Oh, so generous of them to only control reproduction a little bit, not as much as they used to in the past. Only force abortions sometimes, only force people to kill their own flesh and blood occasionally, not as much as they used to in the past. Great job, China. Woohoo!
I know, I couldn't believe it. I'm limiting how many kids, crazy. Not everybody wants to have 5 kids,
Yeah, we have also
if they want to have 5, they should be able to. Sorry.
Yeah, we have. I just dropped the VC link in the lobby, so there's a new member here called Martin. He's deafened. Martin, are you there? You have control of your mic, Martin? Martin. What's up, Martin? Want to talk to us?
Welcome to the server, Martin. Yeah, this is a great time to talk. It's quieter time in the day. So speak now and maybe not forever hold your peace, but might as well speak now. No time like the present. All those things. We want to hear from you, Martin.
Or we can move to Cursed. Have you talked to Cursed?
I've been here for a while.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if you talked to Dandelion before.
I don't think so. I want to know why he's cursed. Are you really cursed?
No, I'm not. It's just a nickname. How you doing, Dandelion?
I'm doing pretty well. What's your view on the Earth where we live? Do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, that's why he's cursed.
Yeah, living on a globe is, thinking you live on a globe is basically a curse. Yeah, basically you're cursing yourself to this delusional belief that has no actual basis in reality. You're cursing your mind to be continually in cognitive dissonance where the actual world where you experience is nothing like the world in your head that they've convinced you that you actually are part of, and so on. So yeah, I would say globe thinking is definitely a curse, but it's a curse that you can choose to free yourself from. Cursed, come on, just tell me. I'll be nice to you. Just tell me if you think you live on a globe.
I just did.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I was talking too much. Can you tell me again?
Yeah, no, globe.
Okay, he lives on a globe in his mind. All right. So what leads you to that conclusion?
Do we have to have this conversation again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just give me a summary of when you had the conversation the last time. Just who'd you talk to?
Oh, that would be the last 3 times.
Oh, 3 times. We got to give you a role so that people stop picking on you. Would you prefer to be in the neutral zone, a globe earther, or on the fence? Which of those 3 appeal to you the most?
Globe on there.
Globe. All right, I'm going to do that. Don't you guys think he deserves to be a globe earther with that? Because a lot of people will not say. We've had at least 2 this morning who refuse to say they live on a globe. Isn't that funny? Because other places in the world, like people are pretty they'll probably walk up to most people and say, "Do you think you live on a globe?" They just say, "Yeah," right? But here in the Discord, people are afraid to say that. So, Cursed, you have earned the globe earther role, even though we usually ask people to give their 3 best proof of the globe to get that role. But since you've already had the conversation 3 times before, and you don't want to be nagged anymore, I'm just going to let you go ahead and advocate for the globe. If the other globe earthers want to get together and say Cursed has not given a good enough defense, so take that tag off of him, I will listen to their protests. But for now, you are officially a globe earther. Congratulations.
I'm honored.
Yeah, you should be. It's used to be much harder to earn that role. Just tell me, did you give those guys proof or evidence before?
No, he didn't. My view was, but nobody really seemed too satisfied with my responses.
Yes, that's because we look for scientific evidence here. We look for things that can be verified, tested, and repeated. We adhere to the old school scientific method, like scientists used to do. Things that they put out there in the world now, scientists of old would be rolling over in their grave if they heard the kind of people that are calling themselves scientists today, or the kind of people who don't even claim to be scientists, but people think they are just because they're kind of sciencey and use some sciencey words like, Bill Nye, the lying guy, and Neil deGrasse Clown Tyson. I mean, people actually think they're scientists. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine some of the people who actually were scientists in the past seeing these guys today? If you could somehow transport them to today, they'd just be like, oh my gosh, what an embarrassment.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those guys.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Cursed. What don't you like about Bill Nye?
They're just phonies. I mean, Bill Nye more than Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil deGrasse Tyson actually went to school for what he's talking about. But they're both just really cornball Hollywood, figureheads to me. That's just what it looks like. That's how they present themselves. And that rubs me the wrong way.
Good. We have something in common. I'm happy to hear that. Yes, that you have rational thought to the point where you would recognize the frauds that are these pseudoscientific entertainers.
Which is weird, right? Because these are the biggest globe priests, right?
Absolutely.
Actors.
I really don't think
why
it's.
they,
I don't think.
Why
it's
do they need? Why do they need actors, Kirst? Actors.
No. I mean, I'm not saying that they need them or whatever.
Apparently
it's just, I don't know what it is, man. That rubs me the wrong way. The fact that you can buy a NASA T-shirt at Target rubs me the wrong way. I don't know why you need that. So I mean, there's a bunch of stuff culturally and socially that we'll agree on, but the shape of the Earth just isn't one of them.
It's interesting because people who I don't know how long you've been here on the flat Earth, but there's been a huge change just in the last 10 years. So even people who are not flat earthers, I hope, would see kind of the obsession and like mob mentality and, religious fervor. That's why, Roger used that word of them being the priests, because they basically just have belief in NASA. They're fans, right? They got the t-shirt, they got the hat. We love science. It's cool. We'll even put a sign in our yard about how much we love science. And 10 years ago, and these are like the people the pseudo-intellectuals, who think they're so cool and hip because they posted on Twitter about how they care about global warming, so they earned like 20 virtual signaling points or however it works in their little system there. But these people, 10 years ago, their progenitors were saying, how dare the Republicans keep funding NASA and the space program? It must be defunded so we can feed the poor. They used to advocate being down to earth and dealing with the real world the way it was. They got all these guys. Now the liberals and the leftists are all like, yeah, we went to Mars. Neil deGrasse is brilliant. I love science. I'm going to put a rainbow poster in my yard to say how much I love science. And they just don't even see how ridiculous it is, how they're just on this bandwagon, fallacious reasoning religion that has absolutely zero basis in reality. But real scientists like this Pierre guy that Roger was telling us about, Pierre-Marie Robitaille, laugh at. And I don't know what your background is, Kirst, but you are also laughing at Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson all along with us, so that's cool. Do you have a science background, Kirst?
No, I don't.
Okay. But I'm happy that you see that the cultural phenomenon of all this fanboy NASAism is completely ridiculous.
It's definitely silly.
So yeah, I mean, and you get people in here advocating, and I don't know, it's hard for me to see where these NASA advocates come from. It's, they'll try to say billions of dollars of taxpayer waste. That's no big a deal because we're wasting way more in this area, as if that's an argument. It's okay for them to lie, 7,000 times a day because these other guys are lying 10,000 times a day, and so we'll just give the 7,000 lies a day guys a pass. It's just where these people learned how to think. I have no idea. They're just reflexive defenders of the status quo, I guess, because they're horribly afraid of. I don't know what they're afraid of. What do you think they're afraid of, Kirst? Why do people defend NASA to the death and I think a lot of them don't actually get, material benefit for them. I don't think they're employees of NASA or, their parents are employees of NASA. I think a lot of them are just ordinary people who just cannot stand to hear NASA criticized. Why do you think they're like that?
Well, personally, I try to be very careful with what I spend my time on because it's a very finite amount of time each one of us gets. And I wouldn't want to waste any breath defending anything that wouldn't do the same for me. So if anybody were to argue that they're a fan of NASA for no reason, they might be just a cashier at Panera Bread or something, then I just find that strange. Say, look, man, get your priorities in order. Why don't you focus on your family? This is a little weird. It's not your favorite. It's not your favorite rock band that you're wearing on your T-shirt. It's this organization that really. They might claim that they have everybody in mind, but they don't have you in mind. Go out and ride a bike or something.
Gosh, Kirst, we're agreeing again. Put that up the column of two things I agree with Kirst about. Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. People should focus more on the individuals actually around them. I was actually just talking about with someone about this the other day, that, you know, they've got these people in this like celebrity culture where they think, and with all the reality shows and the music competitions and the American Idol and The Voice and all these things, like they all want to be stars, right? Even if they're just a star on Instagram, like I've got followers on Facebook and Instagram, I take my shirt off and people really like it, you know, like, because people have these, like, I think it's a childlike viewpoint where you think the world revolves around you, right? And you're supposed to mature and get to the point where you realize, nope, it actually doesn't. You know, I have to go out in the world and like make something of myself, or, you know, like maybe start a family and focus my resources on them. And then you will really mean something to that person. You know, if you decide to get married and start a family, like you will be a star, you know, to your children. Mom and dad are the stars of the show. And I'm not saying that like in a, I don't know. I mean, you don't want to do that for the glorification of yourself, because then you realize, gosh, that's a lot of pressure. I got to like be something for these people. They actually think I'm something. Maybe I should actually become a good person and model good behavior for them and build something wonderful for them. But you got people still as adults thinking, no, it's better for me to go on YouTube, you know, and do something to get a lot of attention, you know, on YouTube, as if that means anything to anyone at all, except for like, yeah, you can get attention. You can become a YouTube star easily. If anybody wants to know how, like, I can tell you, like, it's no big deal. You got these people like thinking that's an accomplishment to get the lowest of the low degenerates to pay attention to you, you know, because if you're a woman, wore a low cut blouse on one of these social platforms, it's like, yeah, that's not easy. I mean, that is easy. What's not easy is to actually make something of yourself in the real world, you know, with people around you that actually do care about you, and that, you know, that you actually can have an influence on.
I agree.
Cool. Third thing we agree on. Roger, what do you think about that? I agree on 3 things with Kirst.
Nice.
Not the shape of the earth,
yeah,
though.
but
I do not live on a globe.
We got another, but yeah, Kirst is another, I think, I don't care.
Is he in the neutral zone? Should I put him in the neutral zone? Are you in the neutral zone, Kirst? Oh, no, I already made him a globe earther. No, because he said he was on a globe.
He says he's on the globe, but he doesn't care, I think. Because we asked him, and and of course that's his right, because he thinks what's most important is his family, which I agree. Right?
Yeah.
I agree. But if your family is the most... If your family is the most important, then you wouldn't want them to live a lie.
That's right. And fall foul of any kind of a medical disaster that could be happening out there. Yeah.
And everybody has his own priorities. It's just makes me wonder why people come here to state that they don't have really an opinion, or they don't care. They think it's a globe, but they don't mind if it's a flat earth, or they can't prove it, but they still think it's a globe and still be here. And, you know, I don't know.
I got to put it. You convinced me, Roger. You sold me. I got to put him in the neutral zone. But yeah, what were you going to say there?
No, please keep globe on there. That's
oh, yeah, no, you are a globe earther in the neutral zone. I think
why is the globe cursed?
Your globe is floating through the neutral zone. Mm-hmm.
Why is the globe cursed?
Give me enough time around here, then maybe I'll present some arguments for you. But right now, I'm not confident enough.
You ain't going to present any. You ain't going to present any. It hasn't been presented in 6 years.
Okay, fine. Jin knows me more than I know myself. That's fine.
He's been here for 6 years. Do I know him, Jin? Did he used to have a different name? Do I know Kirst? Do I know you, Kirst?
No. I'm just saying by the experience that we've had. We've got 6 years on him. 6 years and no one's...
Oh, we have 6 years. Okay. I thought you said he had 6 years. Okay, I understand.
No. We've got 6 years on him. I mean, what's he going to bring up that they haven't brought up yet? Huh? I wonder.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, you've got to be able to measure that curvature. That's just the thing. It's a shape, yeah? We've been given a shape. It's a ball. You've got to measure that. You know, you can't get away from that back. That ball has to be measured. And then once we've measured it, then we have to experience it as well. That means I want to be flying upside down on this board. It hasn't happened yet. So you've got a long way to go, pal.
I certainly do.
In fact, what I should say is you're flogging a dead horse. Sorry, that's what I should have said. That horse is not going to run. It's well dead.
Yeah, and then what bugs me a bit, right, Kirst, is when people rather your cage then you go in and you don't know what I think. You don't know what I'm. So
it gets fired up.
Explain to us what you think, right? Give us the arguments why you think you're on a glow, but you won't. So then don't.
The reason I say that is because when somebody tries to represent me in a way that is not accurate, then I'm going to say something. So when he says no, he won't, then it's like, oh, fine. I guess you know me better than I know me.
Yeah.
You understand?
I think Cursed. I'm going to take the other position, Jen. I'm going to say Cursed will come up with something and get in the game here at some point. I don't know exactly when. Yeah.
Right. Well, I've said it before. If I think I have something valuable to contribute, I'm going to open my mouth. But until then, I'm listening.
Okay.
Should we put a $5 on it, Jen?
Yeah, let's put a $5 on it. He's not going to contribute niche.
Did you like my UK lingo there? Did I use that properly?
Yeah.
I'll let you know that.
If you pay me a $5, it's going to be worth more than when I pay you the $5. So I got the good end of the deal here.
I'll bet against myself every day.
If you bring something amazing and prove your side there, Cursed, you got 20,000 plus people here that'll be going, oh my God, why didn't we see that?
That sounds really amazing, exciting. Can't wait.
Yeah, but I'm skeptical, Cursed.
Yeah, we can't wait. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I'm being sarcastic. I know I'm not going to be able to convince you of anything, but that's not why I'm here.
No, if you can genuinely bring something that's going to rock my world, what according to my world is going to be rocked.
No, that's not my intention. My intention is not to rock your world. It's just to ask questions and get responses, basically. So once I have one that I'm curious about to see your perspective, then I'll ask you.
Okay. Well, we've covered all the posts here. I'll tell you.
I got something to rock your world,
I haven't heard everything, so you know.
Oh, he hasn't heard everything. Cool.
So maybe I haven't heard your opinion on something I want to know about it. Then I'll talk. You know, I'm not here to try and be better than anybody.
No, that's not right. I know you're not doing that. That's for sure. I got that part. Got that from the very beginning.
Yeah, Meme says he recognized your voice because he sounds like the 50 guy, kind of. So I don't know if he just has the same mindset of the 50 guy. Or like some of those guys like do end up sounding the same. So I don't know. Was your name ever 50, Cursed?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Thank you. Yes. That's what I was thinking, Mary Mum. I was saying it the other day. He sounds familiar.
It's all right if you have been here before. We don't mind. We won't hold it against you.
I've only been here as Cursed. That's
okay.
I'm getting that funny feeling. As a man said in a movie once. What was it? With Steven Seagal. Are you a cup? Because I'm getting that funny feeling. And then Steven Seagal ends up battering his ass.
Okay, we got you.
Did this other guy get kicked or something?
Yeah.
What other guy?
We never remember.
The other guy that you're confusing me with.
People disappear. We don't know. We don't always know why. But
right. Well, no, I've never been here before as anybody else. It's just me.
Okay.
Yeah, your account is pretty old. So sorry. Yeah, your account is pretty old. So I'll give you the benefit of a doubt.
I think sometimes they just end up kind of sounding the same because it's just the mindset, you know, I don't know. But who knows? Yeah, I was going to tell you, Jen, I got to tell you, just it's real quick. I watched that whole video of the Dutch pilot the other day. And she was talking to, what is the guy's name? Mark Sargent. It was educational. I'm glad I watched it because I've actually not really ever heard Mark Sargent speak before. I've just heard like things about him. And he one time commented on one of my videos when I used to do them on YouTube. So I have like interacted with him in text, but it's the first time I've heard him like do a whole thing. So that was helpful to me because I've heard people's opinions of him. So I was able to form my own opinion. But the lady, I do got to say when I listened to the whole thing, like, because the way people were portraying it was that she was grounded because of her flat earth beliefs, but that's not, flat earth ideas, I should say. They would say beliefs. But anyway, that is not, how, I'm sure you know, Jen, because you watched the video, that like she's a typical woman, like looking for trouble when everything's going fine. She could have kept flying for years if she hadn't gone to them and made them take notice and made it an issue because she chose, which is perfectly fine. I'm not saying she shouldn't have, but she chose to talk. She was the co-pilot. She chose to bring up what she had come to understand about the flat earth, about the gyroscopes weren't really necessary, about how the horizon's always flat, about how we always treat it like pilots treat the earth as a flat, motionless plane, and all the things she'd learned about flight paths, how they make more sense in a flat earth, and so on. So she wanted to share that with her pilot, who was there. And then I think another guy was there, who was a navigator, another person in the cockpit there. They started making fun of her. Yeah. She then didn't go to dinner with them because they were being mean to her, and then she went back and she complained about how they treated her. Yeah. And so then they pulled her medical card, wanted her to go see a psychiatrist. But it's clear through this whole story, they didn't want to reprimand her. They didn't want to fire her. They probably didn't even want to ground her. But she raised a stink with the psychiatrist, was insisting that the psychiatrist look at the facts about the flat earth, which of course he didn't want to do. He only wanted to look at the behavior, but she was not cooperating with the process, which is perfectly fine. Again, her right to do so. And it almost sounded like she preferred, it sounds like she's getting a desk job, getting paid probably the same for less hazardous work. And she says that she's, spreading flat earth among people she's talking to on her desk job, and she's continuing. And Mark Sargent encouraged her to continue to, be part of the community, which is perfectly fine. But in no way, shape, or form was this woman grounded because of flat earth. She brought on trouble, accepted it, continued to make a fuss, would not just go along with it and do what they wanted her to do, which is, a psychiatrist is analyzing your state of mind, your behavior. They don't care about your thoughts on scientific issues. That's, and so, but she asked him, they were going to let her review the report because that's how it worked. And she could either accept it or not. And she called him up and said, don't even bother writing the report. I'm not going to accept it. So since she would not go through that process, she then did not get her medical card back. And now she's working for that company, not fired. And it's apparently like a big company that gives great benefits, and she's happy to be working for. So that's the story as I heard it. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add about it.
No, but I'm glad that's cleared up. So they pulled her medical card because she was... I know why they do this, because you're flying people, right? So you need to be sound.
That's but right.
Why did they pull her medical card?
Yeah, she wasn't unstable. She wasn't unstable.
No, it was just to investigate. It was she said. Now this, I'd have to go back and listen to that part of the interview, in more detail to be sure that I'm saying it right. But the way I recall. We can put the link up there if anybody wants to go and listen to the whole thing. She said something like, the way I understood it is she was upset that she was basically saying like she couldn't work with these guys because, of their harassment. Their harassment over flat earth. And I'm not saying that's a problem. I think that's an honest person who's saying and I don't know if those guys would have let it go. If she'd gone through the process, maybe they could have had some kind of resolution where they would have agreed, we're just not going to discuss this topic, or whatever. I don't know how it would have gone, but she basically shut down the process and, but she's the one who went and asked for it to be investigated and so on, and was then, reprimanded and punished. I'm not saying the way the company acted was right. I'm just saying, that they did not it's not like those guys reported her and then they went and said, you're a nut, we're going to pull you. No, she is the one who instigated the incident. So that's the main point I wanted to bring up, is that she went to them and asked, I guess for help about these guys harassing her over flat earth. I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. I'd have to listen to the whole thing again. I'll find the link and put it in the voice text there.
Yeah, she got harassed. They were making fun of her. And then they invited her to go for a meal after work, which she usually would have done, but she decided not to this time because she didn't like the way that they behaved regarding what she thought and what she knew. Okay, and then she was going to make a report of that, and one of the two guys were asking her not to talk about this particular situation. But obviously she was not going to listen to that, was she? She wanted to make sure that everybody knew what was going on. So there you go.
And that's perfectly fine. And it's actually cool that they let her keep working there, and that she apparently does keep talking to people about it. So I'm going to put the link in there, but I can see I can see Mark Sargent gave it a misleading title, which may have been, just to increase views and whatever. I'm not judging him. I don't know Mark Sargent, but This is a misleading title. Veteran 737 pilot grounded for flat Earth comments. That is not what happened. So if you would like to know what happened, I encourage you to watch the whole thing, to find out what actually did happen. I do not like this title. So there you go. And if Mark Sargent were here, I would tell him that.
No, I think that she wasn't allowed to fly because she didn't do the report. So she couldn't be allowed to go on the plane.
Because she said to the psychiatrist, don't finish the report, don't bother. And I understand her. I do. I understand. It's like, here, I have the facts here. This is objective reality. I mean, if they tried to actually fire her, she could take them to court and say but.
So what would be in that report, right? We wouldn't know. So it could be a damning report, and then you would have a damning report. So the only choice you could have is don't write it, right? I'm just gonna stay on the ground. Give me another job. It's fine, right? But if this psychiatrist makes a report and it comes at your employer, then they know, or they have this to fire you or to do something with you. So maybe it was just precaution, right? Just don't write that report. Maybe she could fly at another company. Maybe, I don't know. But I could imagine not wanting to have a report written on my site.
Yes. I agree. And because they said, which Mark Sargent was very surprised that they were even going to let her have veto power on the report. She was going to be able to read it before it was given to the employer. And so and I don't want to sound in any way that I'm being critical, because I actually really liked this lady. I'm critical of Mark Sargent's title. That's who I'm critical of, is Mark Sargent, but I'm not critical of this lady.
But that's so that's not uncommon in Dutch medical, because it's you, right? They're going to make a report about you, so you can read it, but I don't think you can have any input on it. But you can read it. That's not a problem.
They were saying that she was going to have veto power on it, and Mark Sargent expressed a lot of surprise and said, oh, gosh, I can't imagine the United States of America that you have any kind of veto power whatsoever. But I don't know, that that was.
Mark Sargent is heavily involved with media, isn't he?
I think he goes on talk shows and stuff. I don't really know that much about him. I don't know. Mark Sargent is the people they think. I mean, there's people who think that flat Earth is an authoritarian structure, that has leaders and spokespeople, as if the people who have YouTube channels, we all got together and said, oh, these are the guys that we're going to let have a YouTube channel because they're the best. No, those are just people who have time and inclination to be on YouTube and like you said, go and talk to the media, knowing that it's going to be slanted, knowing that it's going to be used against you and us and so on. These are people who have chosen that. In no way does that mean that they are representing us or even that they're the cream of the crop. They're just the people who don't mind putting themselves out there for, which is perfectly fine for those people. But it doesn't mean that they are flat Earth, or they're the best flat Earthers or the spokespeople for flat Earth. They're just the people who are into that kind of thing and who got into it earlier, probably, and for whatever reason. Yeah, I think you're right, Jay Doherty, that he does a lot of media stuff. I haven't really seen, this is the first time, like I said, that I've ever seen anything by Mark Sargent, so I found it interesting.
I'd like to say, as far as Mark Sargent goes, I heard him once label himself, and he didn't have to, but he did because of all the different things people have said about him being this or that or that or this. So I understand where he stands as far as how he wants to label himself, if you want it religiously. I love the openings to his Strange World. I like that he will dox himself. I do that to myself as well. I don't mind if you know my phone or want to call me, ask questions, whatever. And I don't know if I'm correct in saying this or not, but he's kind of an FE hooker, because you just pay his flights wherever he'll go, wherever, and talk about FE.
Yeah, and I would like to say that is the other part. Like, and I don't know if Mark, I don't know if he's ever been on this Discord before, but like I said, I would say any of this in front of his face, and obviously I'm saying it on the YouTube; it's recorded. But I do not agree with what he said at the end, where he gave this woman advice to use her real name and all this stuff. He's chosen to do that, but I don't like these guys, and it actually makes me suspicious of them. They go out there like, yeah, use your real name and picture, put yourself out there. It's like, hey, that's fine for you to say. That's your choice. That is not a superior choice. That's not a preferable choice. That's not a necessary choice. Because I will say that if you, especially people who are new to this flat Earth, there are people like I had one, on one of these guys who's, I don't think this person's still on this server, but that wanted to interview me back at the beginning and was like, oh, to do the interview, I need to talk to you on Messenger. So, friend me on Facebook, which was a huge mistake. I ended up having to delete my whole Facebook account. Do not, especially if you're new, don't be like, oh yeah, all flat earthers are wonderful and we're all part of the same cause, so I'll just trust this person. That's how I was like, oh yeah, I even was thinking like, oh yeah, I'll just show them, that I am, not afraid by doing this. And this person, is associated with people who attacked me, tried to dox me, threatened me, and so on. So I am giving you a warning. Do not, unless you want to, have these people come after your career, your family, death threats, threaten your children explicitly and by implication. Don't do it. Don't do it. Especially if you're someone who knows how to speak, because you will get attacked. Maybe not now. They'll keep it all in their background. Please stop interrupting me. I'm choosing to speak out. Who's talking over me? Who's talking over me?
Sasha, you're
shut up. I'm choosing to be quiet. I'm choosing to make this statement, putting myself at risk even to make the statement, because I put that video up there. Somebody might watch it and get to the end where Mark Sargent says use your real name, and I'm saying don't. All right, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go make some food. I'll see you later.
Okay, Dandelion. Bye. And go.
I don't recommend you do what I do. I don't, whatever I am, who I am. So.
Yeah, you have this Brian Mullins, right? Brian Mullins.
Yeah, him. I don't know what to think. Oh yeah, no, Brian Mullins, Balls Out Fiction. Yeah, physics. Yeah, no, he's awesome. I thought
he stepped out because he was doxxed, right? Or his employee got, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. I was thinking Brian Stavely. It's not that.
Stavely, no.
It's not that I have any serious issues with him or anything, but I was following his channel. I was in there and I was putting some things into the comments on the YouTube and they weren't sharing them, and I was just thinking, this is fucked, like, because it wasn't rude stuff, anyways, whatever, teach their own, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks very much for your input. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Yeah, you took time to watch the video, which is good.
Like, he was blocking comments like, there's good people everywhere. If you can't find one, be one. I'm like, I don't get why you're blocking this comment. Like, just weird things, And every other word out of his mouth was F this or F that.
Who are you talking about? Brian Mullins?
Stavely.
Oh, Stavely, yeah. Who is that doing that? Who's making that crackling noise? You're hot micing.
That was me. Sorry.
And I definitely don't blame any lady that wants to protect her and have her anonymity. I mean, things they've said about Patricia Steer and like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, unnecessary harassment. That was totally unnecessary.
You can take the flat Earth out of the deception, but you can't take the deception out of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ops, for that. XO.
Amen, sir. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Yeah, I was disappointed that Mark Sargent didn't really come to Patricia Steers' aid when it was all going wrong for her at the time. I thought he was a bit of a sleazeball there. And now he's shackled up with his, what's her name? Sharon B. Really? Oh, Stacey B. Sorry, is it Stacey B? No. What's her name? Yeah.
Karen B.
Karen?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the one.
Well, when in this topic, the issue is that exactly like Dandelion was explaining, is that I'll have to elaborate. This isn't her words, but she's talking about these flat earthers that are kind of representing a bunch of people as if they're leaders, and they're not. They're just people, and she even mentioned that it doesn't mean they're cream of the crop just because they got the best channel or the biggest channel, and they're making these claims, and people are accepting these claims as if there's this giant group of flat earthers that all believe this same thing. Remember a couple of weeks ago, Jen, when David Weiss was talking to our brothers, with the dreads, right? Now, David Weiss made some big errors because, and I'm not mad at him. I'm not saying, how dare you, don't do that, or whatever. I'm just saying that if you answer questions that don't deserve answers, that are not answerable because only God can know, you're making the problem bigger and you're adding fuel to the fire. If somebody asks you, well, how does the sun work? Well, automatically they're implying that I have the powers that God has.
Yeah.
They already have a mental issue. You think I'm God, sir. Listen, no, I'm not God. I can't tell you how the sun works. And the fact is they already told you how it works because they're liars. I'm not going to replace your fairy tale with another fairy tale, sir. The problem is you have a fairy tale. Thanks.
Which was this? I saw one where there were two guys. Were they Rastas or what? Was that the one?
Yeah, Killer Priest.
With the two guys, it was one guy. Who was
Killer Priest. Yes.
Yeah, Killer Priest. What a stupid name, anyway. What a stupid
5 hour hangout. 5 hour hangout.
The first thing I would have said was, look, Killer Priest. Look, you're not doing yourselves any favour here. Okay, don't expect me to call you Killer because I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call you that name. So get your name sorted out or I'm out of here, man. You know what I mean? Killer Priest. Grow up. Start thinking more logically with your names, yeah? Killer Priest. Honestly.
Yeah, but I would have... I skipped through it because I was like, oh man, this guy would have rounded me up big time.
No worries. And Pillbox, you're absolutely right in what you said. You can't go around saying you know things when you're not God.
I'd be like, my name is Murder One, and I'm a Glober.
Yeah.
But what did he say that was so wrong, Pillbox? What did he say? Surely wasn't that bad.
No, he was talking about the sun, and Dave Weiss likes to give things that are just too way out there for my liking. He should just say, how can I know I didn't create this thing? So this is just purely my opinion, and and that's it. But it doesn't come out that way though sometimes.
He does that, right? He says such things, speculations and stuff. But okay.
Not that I like to be ignorant or not understand something, but I don't mind and have no trouble at all, and it's kind of freeing saying I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what's so difficult about that? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the first thing I said to people was that The first thing I say to people is, how can I know? How can we know that? How? You tell me how we can know that. Because you're asking a question that you can answer yourself. You can answer your question yourself. How can we know this? The core of the earth, for example. How can we know that? What technology can we bring to bear? We don't have it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. When we can only say we've only been so far, that's all we can talk on.
That's it. And they were wrong all the way. Every step of the way they were wrong.
Go ahead, Roger. I'll wait.
Yeah, I don't see what's really the problem. He can speculate, right? Did he say, I know the sun is this?
No, don't say I know the sun is this. Don't do that.
No, but did he do that? Did he do that?
Oh, there's a few problems, Roger. Yes, a few problems. Yes, many times. Listen, I'm not mad at David Weiss. It's okay. No. But yes, he said many things that were wrong trying to answer questions. He said that the Antarctica was moving, Jen. That was my biggest problem. What do you mean Antarctica is moving? What does that mean? What do you say? Why would he say that? That's a big problem. That's a problem. How did we get from we can test the Earth, it's flat, and now we know that Antarctica is moving? I mean, that's an issue.
Yeah, that's completely way out there. Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
I need to see it, but what is moving? I don't know the context. I mean, the ice is
Roger.
Yeah, moving in and out.
Right, Roger. It's 3 hours, and yes, trust me. You get a pen and paper, and get ready to write down about 5 times. There was a big fight.
Yeah, we may end up because if you wash it out, then it'll be an issue. But it only wash out in a little bit. I don't think it'll be an issue. It'll bridge over.
Yeah, but
it'll wash out where the sticks are, probably about a foot or two, but this will bridge right over it.
If he means Antarctica's moving in regards to like ice shelves falling away and the shoreline changing its shape, maybe, but not. Did he mean moving?
Yeah,
it's a problem.
Still goes up. Yeah.
I mean, listen, guys. As soon as we start saying that there's this, that we know the height and that here's the distance of the sun.
Right here, right? It's 2 foot drop down.
Somebody's hot micing there. Who is that?
No. Mac is talking. Mac, what would you say? What are you saying?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Mac, what did you want to say?
I didn't realize I was talking. I'm hot micing.
Oh.
Let me shut this off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse. Okay. So sorry. Yeah. That's weird that he said that. I've watched a lot of interviews, right? Because it's entertaining when he explains the normies, and he does it in a normie way. He talks about the Antarctic shelves and extra terra and stuff like that, because I do get it. Normies need an answer, right? They need this answer, because if you constantly saying, I don't know, they're like, what do you do know? What do you do know, right?
You know what though? You know what? The thing is, between me and Dave now, I'm going to be saying, I don't know. And then I'll ask them, how can you know? Do you know the answer? You don't even know the answer. How can we know the answer?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's what you got to say. How can we know the answer? Did we make the earth? You don't even know what the earth is. You're asking, you're saying, I don't know. At least I'm being intellectually honest. I'm not lying to the people. I'm not lying to the public. I'm not going to make any statements that I can't back up. That's for sure. And I'm not going to start saying things that I don't know and I didn't make this up. What I do know is this. The meaning of life is you protect this earth for the people who are not yet born. So your actions today could have negative reverberations if you don't check what you're buying and using on this earth that's made by man and not by God. So don't even go down that road, because you are lost if you go down there.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think we're talking about what the sun is, where it is, but what does it do? What is its function? I mean, these are some of the things we do know, and we can kind of work our way backwards, because the sun gives us a cycle that's so perfect. We use it to do our time in science. the seasons, the stars. It's so clockwork. Like so perfect. So by backtracking from there, we can say, is it possible in a Big Bang heliocentric model for these things to be where they are? Right. The answer is no. So I mean, we can know some things. We can know that's not what they're telling us it is.
Yes, that's right.
But that's So we know that.
Right there, that's correct, and that's intellectual honesty at its best. At its best, that is still adhering to the scientific method. So yes, of course.
If NASA and the governments have gone up there, right, and they've figured out what it is and are hiding it, that means we can know what the sun if they know. But if they don't know what it is, if they couldn't figure out what the sun, the moon, and the stars are, then we're all in the same boat. That means the creator created it so that we can't know.
Yeah.
I shouldn't know.
That's correct.
The issue is going beyond your boundaries. So when we can test and observe things, that's what we can prove.
Right.
When someone immediately hides from the topic and says, well, what's this? How does the sun work? I'm going to ask them a question. Why are you now asking me about things we can't prove when I'm trying to show you what we can prove? That's the point.
Yeah.
I can prove this, we can measure this, we can observe this, but you're not interested in what I'm trying to tell you we can understand. You're asking me about something that is immeasurable, undescribable, unknowable, that is a heavenly body. The heavens are not the earth. It doesn't matter what the heavens do anyway. You can't understand it. They gave you a story. That's the problem. You think you can understand it in the first place. That's the problem. The problem is you're not listening to what we can prove. And that's where I will never let them move off that, period.
Yeah.
Right, because the other people are straight up lying to them and tell them they know and they have a story for them. Yeah, they expect the same thing from us. They come over here and say, well, what's your explanation? Well, there's some things we can't know. Well, that's not good enough. At least these guys know. Like, they don't know. They told you a lie and you don't know if what they told you is true or not.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to tell them it's not true. So it's like...
That's why the Flat Earth Discord 24/7 University has the highest integrity in the cyberspace, at least.
In the universe, in the multiverse, in the whole.
I may as well name all the verses. Whatever that is.
That's what I love about the opening to the Strange Worlds. In a time, no, in a time. In a place, no, in a place.
Yeah.
Get out of the booth, Jack. I like it in here.
In a space-time.
Where everything is wrong. That is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Strange World. I do watch the Strange World every Thursday. I like it. Don't worry. Mark Sargent makes one or two mistakes along the way. I don't see him as the leader of the Flat Earth, of course not. But he's doing some good work out there. It's another angle.
Yeah, no, I've heard himself say, no, please don't call me the leader. We don't have I've heard him say that, so.
He said that many times, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think any of us want. I don't know if any of us want to claim leader. Of what? It's not a cult.
That's right. And as for Dave's wife, Weiss, he's done a lot of good work, and he's still doing good work. He makes a few mistakes. And he needs to reel that in. When he's asked an impossible question, just say, I don't know, that's it. I can't know that. I'm not the creator of this earth. But what I do know is that the earth isn't a spinning ball in outer space, and we need to stop that and get everyone educated to the truth. That's what you should be saying.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't talk out of hand. He had that all prepared. Like it was, something that he could substantiate. I saw that video probably a week ago. So if to me as well, it was really weird, the stuff that he was saying. He was with a like a drawing and.
Well, the reason why he's doing that is because he's given up his main job. He has given up his main job, right, with his partners, something to do with dealing with solar panels and whatever. He's moved away from them. He's now going 24/7 flat Earth. So he's going to have some things in a certain format. So I can forgive him for that. Because you've got to have some formats. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. How are you going to deliver? How are you going to be able to deliver some of this flat Earth truth? But I just don't like it when he's going into these realms where he cannot know something and he's offering. No, don't even offer. Stop that.
Yeah, I get that he's listenable. He's got a certain kind of presence that works well in front of a camera, and men seem to relate to him really well. You know, it's he's not a guy who gets pedantic or preachy or anything.
That's right. Yeah.
But the moment he introduces something like that, you know, he's just opening himself and all flat earthers to like ridicule.
Can you believe that noise? Who's making that noise?
Flurfeeder, Flurfeter, Flurf. Thank you.
I've muted him. Flurfeteer, can you mute yourself? Flurfeteer. Flurfeteer?
Yeah, he's done it, Raj.
Okay, thanks.
What are you doing, man?
Yeah, okay. Gonna keep an eye on it.
It's nothing. It's for the record, real quick, to Roger and Jen. It's nothing new. It's been going on for half a decade.
Yeah.
What's been going on?
People in the flat earth saying stupid things about flat earth so that we all have to wear the same tags of stupidity. It's very common.
Yeah.
Which is normal. It doesn't give anybody excuse to hide from the truth. It's certainly, I'm not even saying that, oh, he's going to scare people away from the truth. No, I don't believe in such a thing. Anybody who wants the truth is going to get the truth. It's that simple. However, there is some humility when it comes to this, and it's obvious that the big flat earth channels want to act like they have the answers when they don't. One of the worst ones is Globebusters. I mean, talk about a disaster. Every day I can put my hyperactive cats to sleep watching Globebusters and learn about special magical words that nobody should be using or pretending that they know, and just ridiculousness for like 5-hour hangouts of talking to some guru that, you know, is teaching some mystical, you know, toroidal religion about, you know, energies and, you know, you got to do this also in your sacred energy in your third eye. Well, that's all trash. But whatever. People aren't searching for truth. They're searching for a high. They love the high of the internet. Ooh, I just watched this new video and I feel so good and high. And it was a great conspiracy video and it showed that mountains are actually cat teeth. And I feel so smart now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pillbox. That's correct. That's what makes the Discord number one. The Discord is number one because we, as I've said to people, we adhere to the scientific method and that's it. And if we're going to go into the realm of speculation, we state that from the offset. From the offset, this is speculation. So it's not, this is what it might be, but again, it's speculation only. And that's very real. We don't really speculate that much. To be quite honest, when I've been looking, we don't do too much of that. We do it privately, yeah. But we're not offering it to the world. Yeah, this is what it is. No. So, you know, and that's what I like about the Discord. Clean. Integrity, which it has to be clean. Not even the government's clean, you know what I mean? We're better than the government.
Well, he does, so Dave Wise does this, he does this with Alex Stein, right? Every Wednesday. You can call in. Maybe somebody should call in and ask him what this Antarctica is all about. And
and stop.
A shout out to Discord 24/7.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
I think a good answer. I think a good answer is, when they say, "Well, what is the sun then?" Well, that's what we're trying to find out. It would be good if you would pitch in and the world would pitch in so we can find out because we're being lied to. You know what I mean? I think that's a decent answer. Kind of satisfies everyone. Right.
Yeah. I mean, don't worry. I've already informed Mark Sargent and Dave Wise that on the 24-hour Flat Earth Discord, we use some of your material. I'm responsible for that. I do use some of your material for the beginners. So be careful of what you say. I've already said that to them already. I've already said that because I don't, agree with the way they go on. If you're going to speculate, please specify that you are speculating. Come on. It's very important, but I do use your material and keep up the good work, but let's be careful, blimey. I've done that because I do use their stuff. I put it on a Discord and Generism stuff as well. I said that to Jaren of Generism as well, because they need to know that people are out there. I mean, they've got their system and they're going on with we're going on. But the Flat Earth Discord is number one, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's the university that everyone has to come to. You want to learn about the Earth, the heliocentric model, and the Flat Earth truth. You come
sounds
to the
like
Flat Earth Discord. Go on.
Sounds like New Age Flat Earth. It sounds like Flat Earth New Age. That all that talk about, but it's all going to end up in the globe anyways, because I'm talking to aliens.
I do believe the third eye stuff, though.
You do believe
pineal
what?
gland, the third eye stuff. The pineal gland.
Yeah, that's true. That's real. That is real. That is tangible. That is us. I'm
not going to talk on here and mix that up with the Earth is flat in any way or shape or form.
Yeah, but you can actually use that to determine and discern where you are. You know what I mean? So there you go.
Well, yeah. I think it's similar because I believe in Yeshua, the God of the Hebrews. Yeah, and I believe that he has opened my third eye, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
To open my eyes, spiritual eyes. I would call that the true third eye, but everybody's got their just.
Oh, that's fine, because at the end of the day, like I said to everyone, there are many people in the Flat Earth movement, and they're coming from all walks of life. So there you go. You can't knock anyone, and they're coming in with their knowledge. That's what they're not coming in with their what's the word I'm looking for here now? Not coming in with their beliefs as such, but their knowledge is what they're bringing in first and foremost regarding the Flat Earth, and that's pretty good. Then when it comes to the belief, they say that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be another divide maybe in the future when it gets to the religion. To the God stuff. The creator talk. Yeah, and I'm just trying to prepare for all the craziness.
Because I came into this Flat Earth at the beginning, like 2015, and I was saying Flat Earth is not a religious movement. So don't even go down that road yet. We need to establish that the Earth is indeed not a spinning ball. It is flat, level. We cannot know the shape because we can't get out to look at it. So the point is, what is the meaning of your life? And that is to look after this Earth for those who are not yet born. But then in the end now, when the religion comes into it, that's up to each individual's choice. And as long as he's pushing the positive side of what the Creator wants, that's all very good. End of story. That's it. No need to panic, as it were. Because you're right. What you said, because that's coming next. because it's there, isn't it? It's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, it's in the Hebrew Bible. So yeah, you know.
Well, it's not. Yeah, well, I'm just speaking like logically. On the globe Earth, everybody believed the Earth was a globe, right? But there was this big divide in who God is. So, you know, when I first came to flat Earth, I was like, what's the difference then if everybody becomes a flat earther, right? There's still going to be lies about the creator. Like, I'm not saying that what I know is true, right? But I'm saying that it's also going to be manipulated.
You know what? There can't be lies about the creator. What will happen is this. I think that at the end of the day, logically, we all know that there's a creator. So there you have it. So if you want to think your way of meeting the creator is your way, good luck. Go ahead. You're the Islamic man. You want to go that way? Okay, go that way. You're a Christian. Yeah, fine.
Right.
But we all
that's what I mean.
There's a creator.
That's what I mean. Like, you know, this new world order that they talk about, right? It's a new world order where there are no religions to separate and divide people, right? So that's why I'm like, if the Earth becomes a flat Earth, you know, and this is if the new world order is a flat Earth, you know, then what will be the religion, the one religion, you know, the one God that everybody worships? So that's what I mean. Like, especially if it will be a flat Earth, then controlled opposition might grab that one, right?
I don't think they would even get a chance because by that time, humanity would be in so much unison by then that those sort of things would be sorted out quickly.
But see, that's what I mean. What the New World Order wants is unity. This is one of their words. This is a word you'll see everywhere. United we stand, divided we fall. Unity, unite. The United States. Yeah, it's one of their themes, right?
Yeah.
I wonder how quickly. I wonder if there was an outside threat to our planet. How quickly we'll put aside our differences and unite as one people. Ronald Reagan.
Yeah,
I'm not saying unity is a bad thing.
Sorry to interrupt you, but whilst you're talking, we're getting this crackling noise. A crackling noise. Someone's making a bit of a racket and hasn't muted himself. There's a crackling noise coming through whilst you're speaking.
Is it coming through now still?
Okay, it's rather annoying, you know.
Is that me, Jen?
No, it's not coming through now, but as you were speaking, it was this crackling.
Is it mine?
Yeah, but it was coming through. I guarantee you, whoever it is, if you're not picking up now, but it was happening whilst you were speaking, you see, all the way through your could have been yourself then. You might have been
Is it crackling now?
Yeah, it might have been you yourself then. It's not happening now, no.
Oh yeah. I think it was the wire. Unplugged it and plugged it back in.
It's happening again. It's happening again.
Yeah, I'll just mute.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, because I mean, what is it? You got a cable scraping the mic, or what?
What about now? Is it better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Yeah.
Well done, Mr. John Kimball. Excellent.
Let me know when it happens.
So you raise a good point. You do raise a good point. But I do believe that when, if it ever happens, if humanity, takes its head out of his ass, starts working towards the truth here, things like the religion things, that's going to be taken care of. I can already vision this already, that you're going to have Islamic people doing their own thing, Christians doing their own thing, because that's what they're used to. The thing is, they have to remember that they were sleepwalking, and now you have to wake up to the truth that they've lied to you. And the point of your existence is to preserve this thing, Earth, this beautiful thing, this wonderful thing that you never made, that was given to you for those who are yet to receive it. Born yet, but they're coming. So your actions today are going to be important. Those who are yet to come. It's the meaning of your life. If you cannot connect with that alone, you are lost and you're a problem. You're an obstacle. What you become. Simple as that. And that, because that's what it is. It's as basic as that. That's what the Creator is looking for. He's looking at he's not going to come in and intervene because he already made it perfect. Now he's watching us. What can we do with the gift he gave us? Or he gave us, should I say. What can he do? What can we do? What are we doing with it? We're blowing it up. Word, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're poisoning. We're creating toxins. We're pretending we can repair things with with the liquid injectables and stuff. We're doing some really bad things out there. So yeah, man. Lots going on. People are not aware of. And it's time to wake those people up. And that's what we're here for. This flat earth discourse, so much potential. Yeah. I love it. I'm meeting all you people. But it's important to realize that the religion thing is going to take care of itself at the end of the day. For me, it's a man-made construct anyway. I mean,
Right.
God created this earth for us to live on. So there you have it. How you connect with God is up to you.
Well, man's religions are imperfect attempts to get to God. Our God does appear to have ways that he prefers to be worshipped, though. So that would be the beginning of right religion versus wrong religion.
Okay, that's an interesting point. So do you say then? I mean, how would you determine what is good and wrong?
We'd have to hear from him. It looks like he sent.
Not necessarily. But not necessarily, because he's not going to come down and make any noise for you. God hasn't done that in itself. He's already left his lasting legacy. The sun and the moon, the perfection of this earth is his legacy. Is his speaking every day. So
let me. I know this isn't religion, but I just want to clear that out real quick, Jen. I like in the religion of the Abrahamic religion. Jesus is that. Jesus is God. Yeshua is God intervening, coming down and showing us the way. He even said, "I am the way, and the life." So he did. He did come down and show us, and I just wanted to correct that in case you were thinking that. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Come on, Lemon, you were saying something. I was asking you, what would you consider the right way? Because as far as I see it, the earth has been created for us, and there's his everlasting message. It's there clearly,
Anything with Jesus in it is pretty good, since he came and died for us. We all have deal makers and deal breakers. For me, Jesus is it.
Okay.
I mean, the Bible says that this religion, that the law of God is written on our hearts, right? This is how we get that feeling that this could be wrong. When somebody's trying to do us wrong, right? And when you're trying to steal something, you get that feeling, like this. I know this is wrong. What I'm doing is wrong. I think that's the law in your heart.
We can all talk about what's the deal maker, the deal breaker for us with this or that belief system. A God who came and died for us on the cross is not found in many faiths. A God who came and died for us and rose on the third day.
Yeah, let's look at it. Let's look at it from the ancient tribes, people who are still alive today. They don't know about Jesus and dying on the cross. They don't know about that. they fit in? And yet they're living harmoniously with nature, and they're not polluting, and they're not poisoning, and they're not destroying.
Right. That's why I explained
about a religion that emphasizes harmony and peace with nature. That appears to be your deal maker or your deal breaker.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
Well, that's what I meant too when God said what He said, that those people, right, when they do what's right, they're doing what's the law requires, that which is written in their hearts. So those people are also God's people if they're doing what God wants them to do. Now that's for God to judge, but it's there too. Like, because I asked the question, that question, because it came to us recently. Like, why should I give up my religion, my culture, and the gods that my people believe in? Why should I give that up to believe in some God from all the way around the world that I have no idea about? About the people, about their culture in the Middle East. You know what I mean? But throughout my research,
they're not even going to do that. They're going to carry on living their way because they know that their way is the only way that they know.
Well, we did it because the king, our king, recognized that there's a power here. Yeah, they've got guns. Yeah, these guys have cannons, right? But the religion that was brought to us. He agreed that was the real God. He even became a pastor and told everybody to worship Jesus as the king. Then I had to do that research. I had to look into why should I, right? After being told by your king to do that. But of all the religions, this is the one that I had to come back to because I agreed with the most. Especially this man, named Jesus, who claims to be the Son of God. It was like, that's crazy. Is this guy crazy? Like, no, it's not crazy.
Well, you realize that the Zionist Pope there in the Vatican has been going around the Middle East talking to the Ayatollahs and the Imams. They want one religion, and people have been speculating what they would call it. Chrislam.
Christland. No, I don't. The Pope is the Antichrist. Like that's another big clue, big red flag for me was like, why are these people totally misrepresenting, even lying about everything in the Bible and call themselves Christians? And I find out these are the same people that tell us lies about the shape of the earth. So yeah, a lot of people have been brainwashed, especially normal churches. These churches that you think are normal churches, those are all controlled by the Catholic Church. But the message of this book, the message, it seems like if there's a real God and if He has all the power, then it seems He has preserved His word so that it reaches me, and you, and that's why because Jesus also seems to be the enemy of these people, the Pope and the Masons and all these bankers. They like to mock him and straw man him in all kinds of ways. So 100%, you can. No one in their right mind would think the Pope is a follower of the Abrahamic faith.
They have replaced him with Santa Claus. Think about it. All the children know about Santa, but they don't know about Jesus. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's the other thing I talk about. My dad even I've had a talk with him about Christmas and how he shouldn't celebrate it anymore or even recognize it. Talk to him about the Sabbath, that it's not on the first day of the week, it's on the seventh day of the week. And they just they're like, you know what? They like the convenience. They like that they don't have, they don't care about. They want to go along with what's easy, what everyone agrees to. And now I have to tell them they're just flat.
It's funny that you say that people have this need to belong to the herd. So that probably explains why I'm here today.
Birds of a feather, right?
I've always been on the outside of that.
Yeah, same. Yeah, this is the first group I've really stuck with ever.
Yeah, this is what I want people to be like, to question things, to examine what's put in front of them, not to just blindly accept the word of another man just because he's in a position that they perceive to be a position of authority. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we learned that from our families. You know, dad's in charge, the authority figure, and then they send us to school.
Yeah, and the education system has been set up to supplant the authority of that family. You know.
Yep. The teacher. Yep. And then when you graduate high school, you're like, you know what? I know more than my parents. I don't think they can help me. I shouldn't ask them any questions. You know what I mean? You think you know more, or you think that your parents are now obsolete or something, like they might not. Then your authority, now you trust now you trust your professor. Now he's your dad, your authority, right? And on and on.
I made that point clear to my children that they can't know more than me. I already learned. I'm older than you. You don't have the experience. You're coming after me. So whatever you're learning now, I'm learning as well. Okay, in the time. So you can't learn more than me. You can't. You can't even repair. Yeah, I said to them, you're still wasting electricity. You're still wasting water. I'm teaching you to be economical when you get older, but you're not picking it up. You are costing me money necessarily. So start learning, yeah? You're still wasting money. Thank you. How can you know more than me? No. You go. No. My kids know.
That's such a good point, Jin.
Yeah, that's true. Because
I'm very strict on that.
Yeah, for me, after 40 years, I've kind of learned a little bit, you know. So I've learned that, you know, what your parents tell you. You know how they say when I was growing up, you know, you've seen enough change, you know, to
yes.
Yeah, to kind of pick up how things work and how people work and behave and how, you know, lies work and who's full of it. And yeah, they haven't even been through that. So
no, but I haven't been through any of that. That's right. They can't. I asked them, "Well, you know more than me, so you know more than me. Can you repair your own bike yet? No, you can't. Yeah. Can you sew up a sock when there's a hole in it? No, you know more than me. Sit down. Just take a seat, yeah? Don't even go down that road. I don't even hear you think that. You can't even. My children know. The eldest son is giving me the top respect. He's bowing and everything else because he knows. Yeah. And the second one and the third one. The youngest one is still cheeky, but that's fine. I like that. The youngest one makes everyone laugh because he says "fuck you" sometimes.
Oh God! Oh my gosh!
The youngest one, you know. Fuck you.
Oh man, she's been watching too many movies.
Yeah, you know, because I'm riveting. He's 12 years old, okay? And I'm reminding him, I said, when you come back from school, can you park your bike properly so that the rain doesn't hit it and it starts to rust? It costs money. Grandma bought it for you. Do you want to waste grandma's money? No, right. So park your bike properly then. You know, and I'm picking him up every day. He goes, yeah, you fuck you. I goes, what do you mean fuck you? And I'm laughing at him because he says it in a cheeky way because he's just learned the expression "fuck you," you know.
Oh my gosh!
But yeah, you know,
unlucky.
He's still picking up. Though. He knows his place. I let him off on that one. I let him go, and he's the youngest one. Boy, if they understand, they can't know more than me. So pay attention. This is what's going on.
Do you know how to make fire with your hands?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they know now because we've been camping numerous times. So they know. They know how to do the camp. They set the camp up with me and that. So yeah, they know all that canoeing and.
Do you know how to make water with your hands?
They've climbed Mount Fuji twice. That's cool, and various other mountains. You know, and you know they've done the outdoor thing, which means they need to connect with that. That's important.
You know what? Next time, yeah, just be like, do you know what gravity is? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, but now they know that gravity doesn't exist. That gravity is not a thing now. They know that. Yeah, they know that. They know that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another reason why.
Mountain bike trekking, mountain climbing without rope. That tells you. Climbing without the rope. They've done it with rope and without rope. And yeah, they understand that, you know, life is not as easy as you think it is going to be for you in the future, because look at the world now. And if you're relying on electricity too much, because it's not even that they want the aircon on. I said, you know what? Go out and do some exercise. Because you don't understand what hot means yet. If you're complaining it's hot now in the rainy season, that's mad. You know, go out and do your regular exercise on top of what you're doing at school. So you get your body accustomed to being hot. And then once your body is accustomed to being hot, when it's a hot day, you're not bothered. That's ridiculous. Silly. That's what they're doing. That's what they do here in Japan. They love the air conditioner. I don't use it. It could be 40 degrees Celsius. I don't like to feel cold, chilled air on my skin. No, doesn't work. I like the heat. Let my pores open and let the toxins come out. Has to come out. So yeah, I don't use the air conditioner. I hate the thing. But my students suffer, so I put it on for like 15 minutes. Okay, and then it goes off. And then they're calmed down by then. And before you know it, the lesson's over and they're out. But yeah, man, I don't like that. I don't even use the air conditioner in my car. Yeah, my wife and the kids. It's hot. Well, let me open the sunroof, open the windows, will you? Thank you. There you go. They hate me because I don't use the aircon.
Feel the breeze.
Yeah, feel the breeze, exactly. They hate me. They don't like me because I don't use the aircon. I said, if you grew up in London, we don't have air conditioner in London. It's not something we have. Only in the supermarkets, certain modern offices, you would know about the heat in the summer, an air conditioner. And then if you're in Africa, you would probably die. You don't know what hot means yet, boys. I'm going on about the air conditioner. So yeah, I like to put them through their paces. Again, mountain bike trekking. Shut up. Put your bike in the car. Hurry up. And then, vroom, vroom, vroom. Yeah. Then they're angry at first, but then when they see that, you know, we get there and we start, yeah, they start laughing and that. Yeah, there you go. You see? Fun, isn't it? Right. There you are. You can't just be playing games all the time. This is nature. This is more important than your game. This is the real life. The game is fantasy. This is real. Okay? I don't like fantasy that much. And then I shout out in the middle of the forest, right? In the middle of the mountains. The ball, is it flat? And they say it's flat. I go, yeah. Are you glad Daddy told you that? Because if Daddy didn't told you that, anybody else, they didn't know. Yeah? Yeah, okay, let's go then. Flat Earth. I'm drilling it in the head. I am drilling it in the head. Drilling it. They got to know that for sure.
This is the real life. This is not fantasy. Caught in a landslide.
Boring a limelight.
Flat
No
Earth
escape.
Viking. Is my mic crackling?
They know that song. My children know that track. And they know the other one. Doo-doon, doon, doon, gudoo, gudoo, doon, gudoo. Yeah. Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
We are the champions. Another one bites the dust. We are the champions. Yeah. They know the tracks, man. Remember, they're in Japan here. You don't get to hear those tracks, but they hear it from my collection. When we're driving camping or going mountain bike trekking or we're going snowboarding or we're going canoeing. You know what I mean? These are the things that you need to do if you want to connect with nature and have a good time. And then there's the barbecue and the kicking and the cooking. Yeah, man. Sashimi on the river. Sashimi on the river event that we have, the family has, where everything's in the ice box. We get to the river, we set up the canoes and everything. We have a canoeing event and then start to prepare the sashimi. And then you see the Japanese come round my table and think, what's he doing, man? Away. And then they taste it and they say, well, umai. Yeah, they say it's good. I said, yeah, that's right. You know it. You know it's good. Yeah, exactly. I take your stuff and I make it better. Make it better. That's right.
Yeah, they'll remember those. Yeah, memories. Yeah, you're making memories. That's good, man.
Oh yeah. You better believe it, man. I've got them all on picture, and I remind them. One of them, my second son is in Honda Technical College, so he's living on their campus. Okay, so now what I do is I cycle around the neighborhood where we used to play, and I put my bike and trailer in an obscure angle, take pictures, and say, where was this picture taken? Do you remember? And I want to know what direction am I facing? East, south, northwest? I want to know exactly. That's what I'm giving him. Little tests every week. He gets a picture that he's got to decipher where it was taken and in what direction. He's out of the let's have a look. I think I've done about 8. It's 50-50. 4 right, 4 wrong. So there you go. But he's enjoying it. Because he's not at home now. So, but I do that to keep in contact. Keep the connection going.
That's nice, man.
Yeah. So I cycle around to all the adventure places that we played at, and because I usually do it when I go to the laundrette. So on the way back, I think, where can I go now? Okay, yeah, I'm going to go over there. Okay, but I can't give him too many clues. So I'm going to give, otherwise he's going to get it like that. But even when I'm trying hard, he gets it still, which is good. It's testing his memory, keeping the memory alive, and then keeping the communication alive between me and my son, because he's not at home. Yeah, he didn't get the last one. I said he didn't get it though. He didn't get the last one. But I reminded him, I said, we used to go through here and then go to the park behind that and have a nice time. We had a great time. He goes, yeah, I kind of like remember, but I don't remember. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry. No big deal. You're learning a lot as it is. Don't worry. There'll be another challenge next week. Yeah. Because here in Japan, they don't seem to hold on to those sort of things. They're really moving with the system, and they don't hold on to the past enough for my liking. They want everything new. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. That's what I said to my children and especially this boy. I said, look, the reason I'm doing this is so that you understand the value of the time that we had together. That time, that time. Remember the times. I don't forget it. I remember all of your life from the day you were born.
Do you remember?
Do you remember?
Used to play.
Yeah. That's it. That's what I said to him. So I remember your life. I'm never going to forget it. I remember when I first met your mum and the clothes she had on. She doesn't even remember the clothes she had on, but I remember it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, my wife doesn't remember what she wore the day she met me. She doesn't remember it at all, but I remember. I remember it very well. Yeah. Remember the day, the time, the place, and the moment. Yeah. Not going to forget that. Remember what I said. I can remember the conversation. Huh. Such is my memory. Yeah. I know. Look at where I am. I was in London at the time. I'm now in Japan. 4 boys. And I'm still teaching them time. Remember that, boys. That's what's important. The time and how you use it. Yeah. Don't live to forget. Do not live to forget. No, I'm not living to forget. Do you want to erase the memory on your smartphone, on your computer? No. So don't erase the #1 computer, your brain. Don't erase it. Hang on to all your memories. Evidence and proof that you have lived.
There's this guy who had Alzheimer's. He was a painter, and they experimented like over the years, like I think 10 years it took. He would paint his own portrait, right, and it looked decent. And then in 5 years, he painted his portrait again, and it started to look, kind of weird. Then after 10 years, it was just like a circle. It's like as soon as he looks away from the mirror, he can't remember his face. It was scary, man. It was almost like watching somebody's decay on the outside, but it's happening in your mind.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
My grandfather had it.
There's a guy, Lewis Wayne. He drew cats, and he had dementia. And the further along he got, the crazier his cats looked.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah. You see, that's why I do what I do. I do all the repairs, the toilet, the electrics, the mechanics, because these things keep the brain going, keeps those skills going. So it requires memory, of course.
But the other thing also happens, right? I heard stories about immigrants from, example, the Netherlands that immigrated to Australia, and they went old and got dementia, and they forgot English. They only could talk Dutch.
Wow. Wow. Oh, that's amazing in itself as well. No, I can't do that. That's not going to happen to me. Sorry. And in the flat earth has given me more lease of more energy and the importance of getting that around. No, dementia. I ain't got time for it. I ain't got time for that, man. And I'm 59. I'm approaching 60. So let's say get another 20 years and then I'm gone. Now I'm not going to be going mad in that time. I'm not going to lose any memory in that time. No chance. I'm sorry. I want to live. I want to be alive. That's why. So that's not happening to me. And I'm looking after my own health. I will fight and smash people up just not to wear a mask in a shop, yet alone a doctor putting an injection in. You don't know me, man. I'm going to be putting on my motorcycle armor and I'm dressed to fight just to go and do some shopping. That's what I'm going to be like. That shows you that's a person that's not dying today or tomorrow. They don't know me, man. They don't know.
It seems our memories, we are our memories.
Yes.
So,
That's right. We are our memories. That's why I didn't change my hairstyle or my clothes style. So if somebody sees me, they haven't seen me in 30 years, that looks like Gin. That's Gin. That's right. Why did you recognize me? Because I never changed anything. Yes, I'm older, but I held on to what was good. Thank you. That's it. That's the key.
Yeah.
That's the key, man. Yeah. That's someone who's thinking logically. Not wasting my time. New hairstyle every other day. No.
Yeah.
Not doing that.
New hair color.
Not into that at all. Jim, you still got the clothes from 30 years ago. Yeah, well, they work, don't they? What's the problem? Exactly. That's it. You know, I can say that. I can say I'm wearing a 35-year-old jacket.
Some things will change, right? I'm in my mid-30s and my hair is like almost gray.
Well, yeah.
So when I encounter people like from 10 years ago, what's up with your hair, man? Whoa.
Yeah. No, I don't care about that. You got to get older.
I don't care.
Great.
I don't care.
Great.
Yeah.
Gray hair is the splendor of old age. That's what the Bible says anyway. So.
It's distinguishing, as they
Gray
say.
hair means you made it. Good
Yes. That's right. It's your distinguishing marks. I wear it with pride. Yeah, I don't care. My wife says you should shave that. No, I'm not hiding my age for anyone. No. I don't
I'm Gandalf the White, so I don't mind.
I'm not hiding my age for anybody. I'm not pretending to be young. No, I am my age, and I can do what the young people do, and they're surprised. Wow, they think that's right. You better believe it. You can't even dance as good as me. Sit down. At 60. Was it last year? Last year when the schools were closed, which meant the kids were at home, I was running and skipping. To the music that I was listening to as I was on my jog, because I was so happy that the kids weren't going to school. Other parents are like, what am I going to do with the kids? What am I going to do with the kids? I was very happy that they were going to be at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so glad.
You don't get enough time with your kids or your family.
That's right. That's what it's like, when they go to school and everything else, and they're being indoctrinated and that. Yeah, of course. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's nice to have the kids at home and they're doing what they want to do. And, you hear their laughter and they're happy, I'm happy. Yeah, great. Yeah. I said to them, if I was a millionaire, you wouldn't even be at school. We'd be on a boat traveling. We'd be traveling the 7 seas, man. Going around the world looking at the place. Wouldn't even be at school. Don't need that nonsense.
We'd be traveling the flat earth.
Yes, we would be. We would be. Yeah. We would be traveling the flat earth. That flat earth map would be right there in front of their eyeballs. This is where we're going next.
Oh, Jen, wait 1 second. I found an internet hero in the YouTube chat right now, and I'll name the name, which I normally don't. The person's name is We Are Going, and they are a self-proclaimed atheist that lives in a cartoon. And I asked them for evidence of anything they believe in, and for some reason, they got scared and they refused to show any evidence for what they believe in, which is typical of most atheists these days, because they got sick of getting their asses kicked by 12-year-old creationist kids. So now they come to flat earth channels because they can't make themselves feel better when they go to the Christian hangouts, because they absolutely get slaughtered there by children. So they come to flat earther channels to make themselves feel better here. But now they're just hiding from their own claims, Jen. I don't know what to do. Is there any way that we could find an atheist that's not scared to death of their own claims? Because they claim evolution. He said evolution textbook, and that's funny because I have one. I have an evolution textbook right here by Douglas J. Futuyama, who replaced Stephen Jay Gould, who came up with punctuated equilibrium. Of course, we don't want to talk about that. And it says right here, right, watch this. Yeah. No, it says right here in the evolution book that it must have happened. So is that the evidence that he believes in too? Because I can't find an evolution book with evidence. Every evolution book that I find shows that normal reproduction is now their claim for evolution. So they don't even believe in evolution anymore. Hopefully I can find some atheists, though, to come in here and set the record straight. You can continue, Jen. Thanks.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Even Mr. Fujiyama can't even get it right. There you go. It must have happened.
That's page 102.
Why must it? Where is the evidence for the must have? It can't just be must have. Let's have the evidence, or button your lip and burn the book. Just think people have bought the book. What idiots?
Yeah, we're gonna burn them.
Burn the bloody book. You know what I mean? What's going on, man? You see, they don't even know how to be real. They're not being real when they're talking like that. It must have happened. Oh, please.
It says right here, I have the page, I saved the page. It's 102, chapter 5. Again, remember, this is second edition, Futuyama. It says the simplest things that might have been described as living must have developed as complex aggregations of molecules. There it is, must have developed. That's the evidence.
Yeah. If I met this Mr. Fujiyama, I'm going to say, you know what you're doing? Anata wa manesuru. That means, anata wa manesuru means you're just copying what the West said. That's all you're doing. Parroting. That's all you're doing. You went to university, you learned how to parrot. Thank you. Sit down. Please park your ass in the corner. Thanks. Copy. That's all they're doing is copying. No evidence. No evidence. You got the tree, you got the leaves, there's your evidence. You got the animals, there they are. Evidence. No evidence for evolution. Zero.
But he believes in incest, and he thinks incest is okay. And when it happens in nature, incest causes mutations, therefore evolution. I'm not kidding. That's what they believe.
See how sick this person is. See how sick the mind is. You see? Sick mind. And yet he's earning a massive salary. Honestly.
I think that most of them do it for free because it is their religious zealotry. It's just like any, person that's like the Jim Jones cultist or a Scientologist, right? Like a Scientologist isn't paid, but they were raised to believe that magical volcano crystals made people from the god of Shativa on the planet Zorgon, and they believe it and they don't get paid for it. It's just like the atheists, magical gravity created these magical balls and a vastness of a vacuum, which of course don't abide by the laws of physics and completely are now removed of entropy. And that pseudoscience religion is literally the foundation of their belief system. And the reason is, Jen, is when they have this evolution pseudoscience that literally doesn't even have a claim, and it just literally is unfalsifiable, and it says everything is evolution because magic and stuff. There's nothing falsifiable, so no matter what, there is no absolute. So they'll even admit to you, I don't believe in absolutes. That's why that way they do not have to answer for anything, because the whole point of these atheists, the whole point is to hide from morality. So if they believe in a magical pseudoscience religion that has no answers, doesn't even have a claim, and I don't know because there's no absolutes, that's how they hide from morality, and that's why they're good at making my body, my choice signs. And pride parades and things like that. And, it's not really a baby. It's actually a fish, amphibian, and reptile. So we can kill unborn babies because we come from monkeys because gravity made everything. That's the religion.
Look at that. That is a chaotic world, isn't it? That just what you just said there was just chaos.
Right. And I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up, Jim. This is what they've admitted to me.
No, that's what that's reality. That's their reality.
Literally, yes. Wow. Literally. Yeah, not even joke. I don't have to make anything up. I don't have to add anything. Literally, I don't have to do a single thing right here. And they believe it because it must have happened, because how could you think of anything else? Because we can't think of a creator. So we have to think of magical laws of physics violations and these fairy tales and cartoons. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just glad that I connected with the creator at the age of 6. I knew fully well I didn't make this leap, and yet I know it's going to die. I'm never going to do this again. Never going to do this again. Never. And then I never did. Didn't pull a leap off a tree. Nope. Never did. I touch leaves all through my life. I touch leaves and I can feel the oil in the leaf. I can feel that oil, that natural oil that's there. And I said, yeah, look at that. That's natural. Look at that. Even the sap, when it's tacky, that's natural. I can describe a leaf when I touch it. Just love it. I even attacked Nissan in the Tokyo Motor Show when they were introducing their latest creation called the Leaf.
The Leaf.
About 8 years ago. And the first thing I said to the guy who's the representative on this side, what does the leaf mean to you? What does leaf mean? And he couldn't answer the question. I said, you know what leaf means to me? Food, spinach, lettuce, cabbage. It gives me life. That's what leaf means to me. What does that car do? That car doesn't give life. You made this car from recycled parts of other cars. It is not the leaf. And then I asked him, did you know about the Henry Ford car? The Henry car? That's a leaf. This car has nothing to do with the leaf. It's an insult to nature. That's what I said to him. Inside the Tokyo Motor Show. My children were listening whilst I was talking to him. Okay? It's nothing to be proud of. I will never buy this car, I said. Never. Don't be proud of this. It's a Frankenstein monster. Thank you. And I moved on. Fucking leaf.
Maybe it means leave me alone.
Yeah,
that's evolution. That's evolution right there.
Yeah. Leave me alone.
Because why don't you make like a tree and leaf? Evolution proven.
Yeah. Leave me alone. Exactly. Yeah. You know, they were in trouble when I went in there, man, because I just told them off. I said it's an insult. I said Henry Ford made the hemp car out of hemp cellulose fiber and hemp fuel. That's the leaf. Now that car can be called a leaf nearly 80 years ago. You're talking what? This thing? Don't be proud of it. 1 year later, owners are complaining that the batteries can't hold 100% charge. Only 1 year later. There you go. The leaf.
Well, listen, actually, I just want to point out that the trees are more important than people. You see, the atheists will say you got to save the trees, but the unborn baby, no, that's just a salamander. That's not really a baby. Well, here's a bald eagle with an egg, and these are protected eggs. Oh, yeah, well, the bald eagle eggs are important, but it's not a sustainable life form yet. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. But what about this unborn baby? Oh, no, that's just a reptile. That's not really a baby. Okay, thanks, atheist.
Yeah.
Or what about bacteria? What about bacteria on Mars? It's called life. We found life on Mars.
Life. That is the most important life in existence. Yes, life on Mars. Yeah.
Right. That's considered life. Yeah.
Germs on Mars matter. Babies in the womb don't. Thanks, atheist.
Yeah.
Martian lives matter.
Mars ladder.
Mars lives matter.
But by the way, watch this. He said this psychopath said that there are 9 different species of humans found in the ground, right? Fossils. So I point out that there's actually about 9,000 different shaped skulls in New York right now walking around, living. That was easy.
Yeah,
so listen, here's the point, guys. Watch this, Jen. If they're living today, I can point out 10 different tribes of humans with very different skulls. I can point out dogs with completely different skulls.
So can I.
But here's the thing. But watch this. Watch this. They're all the same kind, let alone species. The encyclopedia has a synonym for species. It's still kind. They're all the same. So even if they look very different, they're still the same family. They're still the same phylum.
Yes.
That's the point. Even if they look drastically different, they are the same gene pool. And that's why the atheist is scared to death of reality, and they have to hide behind a cartoon and say, well, if we find fossils, it means this. It's like, wait a minute. Why do I need to find fossils when the organisms are alive now? I can prove that they lived at the same time if they are alive now. The atheist evolutionist is so stupid and so possessed and so psychotic. They need to find dead things in the ground together to think that they live together. Not when we find them living together now. You can't get any dumber. Thanks.
Yeah, you can't get... Yeah, exactly. You can't, can you? You know. And then on top of that, they're filling their cars with fossil fuel just to make sure. You know, just to keep them invested. It's fossil fuel we use, folks. Fossil fuel. Fossil. Got nothing to do with fossils. We're not using dinosaurs, fossils as fuel, please. Do you remember that? Did you ever learn that? That fossil fuel was decaying dinosaur? Do you remember that story?
Yeah, what a load of rubbish.
Yeah.
And the crackheads still believe it. They still believe it. And by the way, the oil fields are refilling. Did a bunch of dinosaurs die again and refill the oil fields? Boy, that's convenient. I mean, talk about brain dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I like how the EXO signs off. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was fossil fuel, but as soon as I heard about hemp and everything else, I thought, hang on a second. So we've had hemp all the time. Why are we drilling holes? And then you're learning about dinosaurs never existing, and you think, oh, what? So obviously then that's not fossil fuel. What is that they're using there? And why are we using it when we could be using hemp, which is cleaner? And then by this point, I was totally frustrated, just angered and frustration. Yeah.
Yeah, the entire prohibition.
I did think it was fossil fuel at one point. Because that's right. Yeah, I remember that one. I remember the alcohol one, of course. And which is the same thing.
It's all for fuel. They banned cannabis and alcohol because you can use the hemp plant and alcohol for not only everything involving oil and fuel, but it's 100% clean, no emissions.
Yeah. Speak easy. Not even the internet is speak easy these days. You know what I mean? Speak easy.
I just really hope we can find an atheist in the YouTube chat that's not scared to death of their atheism. It would just be convenient, I think.
Yeah, come on, stand up and be counted at least.
Yeah, they don't have to talk about the flat earth. They can come in here and talk about the magical monkeys and the apes and the pond scum and whatever they want to believe. I just want to know their claim. Jen, I just want to let them give us their story, and I can't get them to come in.
Yeah. Yeah. We're giving you the red carpet treatment. Come in and sit down and discuss it.
And in fact, if I'm too brass, if I'm too antagonistic, I'll get out of the hangout and I'll be quiet, Jen, and you guys can talk to him. I don't have to talk to him.
Yeah.
I don't want there to be an excuse of I'm too mean. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'll go on mute. Come on in here and share your belief system that you learned about on television. I just want to know what you believe. That's all.
Exactly. You learned it on television. Did you prove it to yourself? That's the key here. That's it. That's all it is. It's always the case. You've got to prove it to yourself. If you haven't done that, then it's a belief. And a belief is the enemy of knowing.
Well, the problem is, Jen, is that when you ask these people to just give us your story, tell me why you believe what you believe, their answer is, your God's not real. Like, that's not an answer. I didn't ask about my God. I don't know why you got to tell me. I'm just asking it. Right. I'm not asking you to tell me about my beliefs.
Is that how they say it?
Your God's not
or is it like, your God's not real?
My favorite, Jesus isn't coming, and their head spins. My point is, listen, I'm trying to be serious that I'm cool with that you have an opinion about my belief. I just want to know why you believe what you believe about your belief, and I can't get an answer.
Yeah, true.
I mean, just saying the word fossils is not an answer. Fossils doesn't answer anything because you'd have to presuppose using a magical dating method that, by the way, they have no idea where these ideas of the old ages of Earth came from, like the Precambrian, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Cretaceous or Crete is a material. Crete is chalk, so it is not a layer of time, it is a layer of chalk. It's not, Cretaceous is not a time, Crete is chalk. So do they know that?
Yes.
Now watch this. Now watch this. It gets worse. The guys that come up with the dating methods, these methods were invented almost 200 years ago. So you're telling me there was wizards that existed 200 years ago that magically knew the dating methods that were proven 175 years later with chemicals and mass spectrometers that weren't invented until over a century later. If that was true, Jin and the rest of the crew here, they would be known as literally the prophets of science. They would be known as prophets if they made that prediction 200 years ago. Of course, the problem is that atheists are scared to death where they get their information from in the first place, so they can't tell you where these dating method ages came from, and they won't because they're scared to death.
Yeah, they got no confidence in their own story.
Yeah, atheists are worse than Globers, man. I don't even bother with them. It's like, graduate to Glover, man, and then we can talk. Like, get a life, get a job, do something.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be an atheist, but when I say I used to be, I mean I knew there was a creator, so I couldn't have been an atheist. I knew there was a creator without a doubt. How can we have all this going on? When I say all this, I don't mean the man-made stuff. I'm talking about the natural stuff. You know? How we get our food, the trees, the sea, the wind, the sun, the moon, the stuff. How did all this come to be? I'm sorry. That was created without a doubt. So there has to be a creator. So that's without a doubt true. No doubt about it. And I never divorced myself from that idea. And then nature was always something that I knew had to be preserved. So I was always careful, making sure that I used unleaded fuel so that I wasn't polluting and making things worse for anybody else. So I used unleaded fuel. And where I didn't need to use my motorcycle, I would use my push bike. Because I don't want to start it works two ways. You can destroy your bike just by you can destroy an engine if you're only using it for 5 minutes just to go around the corner. You're not doing the engine any good. So there's no point in starting up. Get the push bike. That's why I had a push bike for those round the corner trips and 15 minutes down the road. But if I'm going long distance, then I'd use the motorbike. You know. So I was always trying to be careful for the environment because I held that in high regard. The earth. The atmosphere, I held it in high regard. You know, I didn't use high octane fuels. I used unleaded fuel because lead is bad for the human body. You know, it wasn't until later on in life that I discovered that there was hemp fuel, bioethanol, and biodiesel. And when I discovered that, my heart broke. I thought, why are we not using these fuels? What's going on? You know. Yeah, it pains me.
Well, that's okay. That's okay that we use everything the wrong way because we landed on the moon, so it was worth it.
Now, I believed in the moon landings when I was a child, and then it wasn't until 2002 that I discovered that they didn't go. And then I said, right, that's it. I just checked it out. I was told in the 90s, 95, someone was trying to tell me, but I didn't pay him any attention. Cognitive dissonance. I said, look, I watched it on TV. Get out of here. You and your mum, you're fucking mad. Get out of here, you fucking asshole. Fuck off, man. They went to the moon. You know what I mean? That's how I dealt with this guy. Because he didn't give me any information for me to get my teeth into. He said his mum said to him that they didn't go, they couldn't have gone. Why? How? He didn't tell me. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's what I said. Get the fuck out of here. You're doing my fucking head in. I'm trying to work and you're fucking up my head. Now fuck off. And then I discovered that they didn't go. And as soon as I discovered I didn't go, what I said to that guy was the next thing that was in my head. So I knew I had to go and make some phone calls. You understand? Because somebody was trying to tell me the truth. But I didn't, and I fucked him up. So I found him. His name was Dave. I phoned him. I said, I've just discovered that the moon landings were a hoax. Thanks for trying to tell me back in the day, back in 1995. But the problem was you didn't give me any information. You didn't tell me why. So sorry for my abuse and my reaction.
He didn't tell you why what? Why he believed? He didn't tell you why
No, he didn't tell me. No, he didn't tell me why. No.
How did you discover it, though? How did you stumble upon the information?
No, because you know what? My wife got a computer. Okay, and I thought, right? And then 9/11 happened. So I researched 9/11. And then the next thing, that was after watching Loose Change and other documentaries. I said, okay, let me check the moon landings. Because what he said was still in my mind, what he said in 1995, and we're talking 2002, was still in my mind 7 years later. So I said, let me check the moon landings. And that's what happened. I checked it and discovered it. That was my interest after that input. It was still there, bugging me.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah.
5 years later. Wow.
Yeah, was it 1995? 7 years later. 7 years later. Yeah, 7 years later, my wife got a computer from her dad, right? So my father-in-law, Fujitsu, because he worked for the company. So I thought, I'm going to use it. I did the 9/11 thing. Yeah, that was fucking, obviously, definitely inside job. And then I spent like 2001, all of 2001, well, no, let's say 2002, all of 2002, looking at the 9/11. So 2003 was when I did the moon landings, 2003. And I said, wow, they didn't go. So I phoned him up.
And when did you...
Go on.
Yeah. Right. No, from the moon landing until Flat Earth, how long did that take?
Well, Flat Earth was 2016. 2015.
14 year gap. 14 years.
Yeah. But in that time, I was doing pure moon landings and 9/11 non-stop, checking every little angle.
Right. But Flat Earth. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, why is it that in 2012, when I redid the moon landing, because in 1999, probably a similar, well, you said 2002, Jen, but that was around the time that I had heard about it too. And I was a teenager at the time. And I went to Dad's work, and everybody knew me. There's only 150 employees there at Bill Chrysler in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a small car dealership, and there was a bunch of, really good technicians and smart dudes that Dad used to work with. But for some reason, I didn't really talk to Dad about it, and I ran back and told his friends, we didn't land on the moon. It was a hoax. And they said, oh, shut up. They had a temper tantrum. They yelled at me, Jen. They were so mad. They said, that's not true. The Chinese was tracking the rockets, and the Russians would have never allowed us to fake. So listen, so the point is they lied to me. I was like 18 years old. They put me back in the assembly line, took my brain out, replaced it with a cartoon, and said, no, that's the truth. And I believed them and continued to believe that lie for another 12 years. And then, whatever the time was, 2013 or whatever, when everything restarted, I just left the military knowing they lied to me about everything. And I thought, wait a minute. Let me look at this moon landing thing again, because wait a minute, when I was a kid and then they lied to me. So I looked at the moon landing again, and then right away, like within 5 minutes, whatever, I probably, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or Bart Sibrel. And then 5 minutes in, I'm laughing hysterically, dancing, literally just so happy. I was so freaking happy. It was the greatest thing ever. And to the fact that God had already showed me almost over a decade earlier, and I let people lie to me. I was so happy. It was like a party for like weeks. I was partying.
There you go. Yeah, my reaction was just a little bit heartbroken, because it was a lie in the end. Remember, I'm carrying the truth from my childhood days, because I was alive when it happened. Yeah, I was 7, about to be 8, so I carried that belief all the way through to 2003, and that's when the truth hit me that they didn't go. Even though someone was trying to tell me in 95, dismissed it because there was no information there. You know what I mean? He didn't give me any information. Just that his mum knew. And what did she know? That I don't know. Get out of here. But I rang him up and apologized and said, you and your mum were right. You didn't give me any information, though. I can tell you how they didn't go. I can tell you exactly how they didn't go. You didn't tell me that. You didn't give me that information. So there you go. But yeah, I know what you mean, man. I was studying
yeah.
Go on.
I'm just wondering why do I love being lied to? Why is it when I find out that I'm lied to, it's like an endless party? I don't know what it is. It's like it's to me, I think spiritually it's like, oh wow, a whole new understanding of a problem that I now get to expose now because the majority doesn't know that. So that's why I think I love it so much. I love it, the fact that I'm the minority, because I know no matter where I go, I'm gonna find someone right, go ahead.
You're empowered, aren't you? You're empowered now. You're empowered.
Correct. The
now.
truth. Yes. The truth. Yes.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power. Absolutely.
Yeah. You're empowered now. That's the thing, you see. So that was right with me as well. You know, I during that 12 years, I was looking at the fluoride deception, the Iraq wars. That was this, 9/11, all that stuff. I searched Iraq for sale. I mean, I'm a walking internet. So in between that time, before becoming a flat earther, I studied a lot of stuff, a lot of material, and I know truly that the earth is indeed there isn't a professor on this earth that can sit in the same room as me and tell me the earth is a spinning ball. My words, he will dissolve. I'll dissolve him with my words.
Well, this would be a good time to jump in and maybe welcome RO/Ro.
Hello.
Welcome, do you think we live on a spinning ball?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome to the server.
Star Wars, huh?
Yeah.
How can we help you today?
Not a problem.
Star Wars. Wow. Made up.
I've seen there's a lot of people on this topic now, so I was curious about it. That's why I joined.
Me too.
If anyone can teach me a little bit about flat Earth.
I mean, we can.
Yeah, let's hear some facts, guys.
But what I'd like to do first is, can I ask you a few questions? Yeah, can I ask you a few questions on the heliocentric model? I've got 3 questions for you first. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can I ask you 3 questions?
Yeah. Jin's going to ask you real quick, Jin. Let me help him out. I'm just going to try to moderate this for you. So I'm not going to talk. Jin's going to help you out with some basic questions, and then we'll help you go and understand what everybody experiences and what everybody admits. But first, he's just going to ask you a couple questions, and if you don't know, it's okay. If you don't know, it's okay. Best to say I don't know, and we'll move right along. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'll begin by saying when I was asked these questions myself, I didn't know the answers. Okay, so that's where I stand on this position. I'll ask you about the curvature of the Earth. The second question will be about the spin of the Earth. Okay, on its axial rotation, and the third question will be about the Earth being in the vacuum of space and how is it can be there, and yet we have air pressure here. Okay, so the first question is this: do you know of anyone who measured in ancient times or modern times who measured the curvature of the Earth and what techniques they used?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't either. Right. Second question. The Earth is said to be tilt at 24.4 degrees tilt and spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. That would be at the equator. Okay, spinning. If you move to the north of the equator or the south of the equator, the speeds begin to reduce. Okay, but that's the point there. Do you know anyone in modern times or ancient times who measured the speed of the Earth and how what techniques they used?
No, but I've heard of it. The tilt and the spinning motion.
Yeah, just like me. Yeah, I heard about the tilt. I heard about the spinning motion, but I took it to be because it's coming from the scientists and my teachers, the professors. I'm not going to argue with them. They know more than me as far as I'm concerned. So I took it as gospel. But yeah, I didn't know either. Okay. Now the third question: at the solar system, we have our Earth, supposedly this ball, a vacuum of space. When something's in a vacuum, usually it sucks away the air. For example, Earth is supposed to have air pressure. Vacuum is 10 to the minus 17 torr. 17 to the minus 10. Yeah, 17 to the minus 10 torr, sorry. 10 to the minus 17 torr. Okay, that's the actual pressure, the vacuum of space. How is it that Earth's air is not being sucked away? Because the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure will go to low pressure. So Earth's air should be sucked away, but it's not. We have air pressure, and you cannot have air pressure without containment.
I believe it's gravity.
Round 3. Okay. I'm glad you said that. Hang on a second. I'm glad you said that. Now let's clarify this. First of all, in order to have gravity, you would first have to establish the Earth to be a spinning ball. So you believe the Earth is a spinning ball, but you can't prove that, yeah? Yes?
Wait. If the flat Earth model does it have gravity?
We're not talking about the flat Earth model. You're making a mistake. One, the flat Earth is not a model. And secondly, we're not making any claims to gravity. What I'm asking you is this. Earth is, when you spin a ball, look, listen clearly. When you spin a ball, when it's spinning and you throw water onto the ball, what happens to the water? A ball is spinning, throw water on a ball. What happens to the water?
It gets like thrown out.
It flies off. Okay. And then when the ball is stationary and you throw water on the ball, what happens to the water?
It stays on the ball.
I throw water.
It falls.
It rolls off. It rolls off, doesn't it? It rolls off the ball, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can understand that in order for the water to stay on the Earth's spinning ball, they had to create this force called gravity. But gravity is an unproven theory. It is not a fact. It is an unproven theory. Sir Isaac Newton couldn't prove it. And he said that the idea of mass attracting mass was absurd, and he did not agree or subscribe to that idea. Then the other problem you have, Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian gravity. New gravity is the bending and warping of space-time fabric by Albert Einstein 106 years ago. That is also a theory that hasn't been proven. So you can't bring gravity. It's not a proven theory. It's a theory. It's unproven. And that now.
Oh, it's just a theory. Okay. I thought they were facts.
Theory, yeah. Oh, they're not facts. They're just theories at this point. Okay? So back to the Earth being in the vacuum of space, the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure goes to low pressure. But yet on Earth, here we are now, we have our air, it's being contained. You cannot have air pressure without a container, okay, without containment. Air pressure. Do you understand what that means, yeah?
So you think there's a container?
Yes, yes.
Right, by necessary antecedent.
Yes, I know there's a container.
It's by necessary antecedent, yeah. Right,
what do you think a container is made of? Like, how do you... What?
That's something I don't know yet because I haven't put my hand on it to touch it. I haven't done that yet. So I don't know what the material is. Can I imagine? I can imagine it could be made, for example, it could be made of the material that my thumbnail is made of. It could be made of that for all I know. I don't know because I actually touched it yet. Do you understand that? But I know it's there.
Right.
I know it's there. It has to be there. Yeah, because if it's not there, it would go into the vacuum of space, and that would be known as entropy, and we would be dead.
Real quick, Jen, I'm just gonna elaborate for them, just to give them some information from the military industrial
Please go
complex.
ahead, please.
I'm gonna give them just a quick background. 50 years ago, the military made rocket planes to fly up into the Atmos to see how far they could go, and the highest they could go was around 380,000 feet. The aircraft that was flown is called the X-15. It was one time the pilot was Chuck Yeager. I'm not sure of all the pilots, but they were actually considered astronauts because they have to use pressurized. That's a lot of lag right there. Someone's echoing, but they have to use these pressurized suits. So astronauts are real, but they don't go to space. They admit they can't go up there. That's why there's not a single video ever put, or there's never been a time where they have videotaped going from flat to curve. If you notice, all the rockets just go right into the ocean. There is no space travel. There is no satellites. That's why we don't need satellites. We use cell towers and we use aircraft in the military. The point is they admit they couldn't go higher than 350 to 380,000 feet. And it was a rocket plane, right? Which should have no problem going outside of the air if we lived in a non-contained system to fly into space. Well, there is no space. That's why they also don't use gravity for anything. There is no such thing. This is a construct they put on television to convince you it's real via their media. It has nothing to do with reality. It's a belief system that they gave us on TV. And that's why they don't have a video, again, showing when the Earth curvature starts, because there's no such thing. Thanks.
Okay, so that takes care of the gravity thing. Do you understand? We can't have gravity unless we establish that Earth is indeed a spherical ball that is spinning. Everything you have at the moment is a belief, okay? You're carrying a belief because you haven't verified this as truth for yourself.
I'm cringing right now. I have to jump in here right now. I was in here yesterday, and I just have to jump in really quickly. I just have to ask this question because this is making me cringe so hard right now, dude. Okay, so like, if gravity doesn't exist, hold on. If gravity doesn't exist, then what? If the flat, even though there's no flat Earth model, which I find to be crazy, even though there's no flat Earth model,
you don't have a model either.
Either way, dude. What do you call what do you call the force that helps you stand up? Like, what would you call that?
Right.
Excuse me. Right. There is no force.
Right, it's called down.
It's called down.
Yeah. Down.
Yeah. Down what?
It's called down. That's the point. Down to Earth. That's the point. Earth is down below. The sky is above. That's how everybody functions in reality.
Yeah, but how does stuff fall to the ground?
It's down. That's the point. Yeah. Isaac Newton didn't know. So do you think you can know? The scientists admit they don't know. That's why they say we don't know what gravity is. So why would we be able to tell you?
Because it's a force of nature that's not tangible. So you technically you can't see it with your visible eye. So it's like
they don't know. That's the point. They admit they don't know. That's the point. They admit
how
they
are you
don't
explaining
know.
this?
I don't have to explain anything. You're hiding from what I can prove. Hold on, Jen. Hold on, Jen. Hold on 1 second. But hold on 1 second. That's the thing. They admit it's not a force. They admit they don't understand what gravity is. Why do I have to give you an explanation when they can't give you an explanation?
No, look, that's the same thing as you not being able to explain what God is. I can't explain to you what God is. I don't know. I'm not like what?
He has a definition.
Irrelevant.
Though.
We're not talking about God. We're talking about.
We're talking about an unseeable force of nature that you can't explain. That's what we're talking about.
Explain it. Everybody's dependent on it. That's the point. Everybody's dependent. No one has an explanation. Why? If a billion-dollar military-industrial complex can't give you an explanation, why do you think the flat earthers can give you one?
So you're telling me I just throw something up and it just goes down and it's called nothing?
Well, can you give me an explanation otherwise? Can you show me where the scientists have explained gravity for you?
I believe.
Can you show me the explanation?
I believe the scientists classify gravity as a force.
Give me a citation. Give me a citation, please.
Yeah. Yesterday I was in here and we were talking about gravity for a second before I left, and then somebody said does not call it gravity when I was explaining something. They saed call it levitation. So we'll go there. We'll start from there. How would you explain levitation?
No, that's not my claim. I'm telling you to stop hiding from what we can prove. They admit it. I'm asking you to stop hiding from what we can prove. If you guys just want to obfuscate, that's fine.
We're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. Excuse me.
Yeah, need a moderator.
We're not going to go there. Listen clearly. Let me just handle this, please. 1, gravity doesn't exist because it's only. Can I get in here, please? Can I just get in here, please? Please, Pillbox. Number 1, gravity is a theory that is unproven. Listen to the English and listen to the language. It is an unproven theory. That's what gravity is. It doesn't exist. Okay? So Isaac Newton couldn't prove it. 106 years ago, the Albert Einstein's special relativity replan warping of space-time fabric, which is a theory that is unproven. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Okay, so that means that it's an idea that somebody had that they couldn't prove, which means you could still try to prove it by other means of like what? I just don't understand how you guys can just say that something just falls to the ground and it's just called down when you should try and be looking for more answers than that. That doesn't make any sense.
You're hiding. No, that doesn't work. By the way, Jen,
how am I hiding? How am I hiding?
Because you don't even understand your own claim. Yes, you don't have an answer. Why do I have to give you something nobody else can give you?
Can you guys hear me?
Because you're claiming something.
No, you're claiming something. I'm saying things go down. Everybody relies on the fact that things go down. You need a special magical word so that you can believe in cartoons.
A problem that I am looking for more than just the fact that it goes down. Why is that a problem?
Because you're hiding from what I can prove. I can prove to you the earth is flat. I can't tell you why everything goes down, just like the military can't tell you everything that goes down. Why? There is no answer why.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
So when a balloon is...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I can just about hear you. Just about. Yeah.
Is it low? Is my mic low?
No, you're good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we know why things go down. And we know why things go up. We know this. Yeah. We've known this since our committees figured it out with the bathtub. This is how we know how to build boats, right? We know why things go down and go up. Do you know why things go down and go up? What I'm talking about?
Oh.
You don't. You don't know? Hello? Yes?
I'm just appalled at the fact that you're just saying that it's called down. Even though I'm going based off
the fact that you should be appalled at the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. You should be appalled at that fact that you don't know the most basic physics ever, right? You know who Archimedes is? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Exactly. You don't know the basics. So you're over here running your mouth about something, right? But you don't even know the basics.
Running my mouth about something? Right? What are you talking about? I'm literally
right. So here, let me explain it. This is
looking for answers.
The answer to your question. This is the answer to your question. Do you want to hear it or not?
Yeah, I want to hear your answer.
You want to hear it or not? Okay. In water, the medium of water. Okay. When you put a ball on it, a basketball, it floats on the water. Why? Why does it float?
We're gonna go down the buoyancy and density rabbit hole, or density.
Can you answer the question, or can you not answer the question?
Yes, because there's air in the ball. Okay, the water is more heavy. It's in the mass. Okay, it's denser than the ball, meaning the ball is gonna go up. Okay.
Now when I put right. Now when I get a rock and I drop it in that same water, it goes down. Why does it go down?
Because it's heavier than the water.
You just answered your own fucking question. Congratulations, you're a genius.
Okay, but any other questions? Are we saturated in water?
Listen to me. You just answered why things go down and why things go up.
We're not saturated in water, though.
Listen to me. Okay, listen to me. Stop. Let me finish. Now we're gonna go into the air. Okay, we're gonna go into the air, right? And I'm gonna grab an apple, right? And I'm gonna drop it. Why did the apple go down?
Because it's more dense than the air.
Exactly. Now I'm gonna grab a helium balloon, right? And I'm gonna fill it up, and now I'm gonna release the helium balloon. Why does it go up?
Because the helium is lighter than the air.
There you go. Congratulations. You level 2, right? Level 2, right? Now, right. Now the question is,
hold on,
what is gravity?
There's a mic issue. Just hold your mic still.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, because you know why things go up and down, right? So the question is, what is gravity?
No, actually, look. Imagine this.
Wait, let me mute myself.
Imagination.
John, look. Imagine this.
I'm gonna have to take control.
Imagine this, John. Imagine this. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you imagining this? Come on.
Yeah,
what am I supposed to be imagining here?
Let's all imagine, guys.
This dick in your ass, fucking.
Yeah, okay. Nice answer.
What?
So are you done? Are you done? You can go now.
I can go now? Oh, what? Because I
said
thought
that?
it was... Oh,
Who said that?
I don't know who said dick in the ass. That wasn't me.
Yeah, well, yeah. That guy can go. He's done. You got any questions?
I believe it was Curly or something like that.
So do you guys know why things go up and go down, right? You understand that, right? He just explained it to all of us.
I think it
Patrol
was
day.
Curly who said it.
Yeah, but listen,
you
this is what I'm
explained
asking everybody
how
here.
Things are lighter than other things.
Right. So you explained. Your question was, why do things go down? Right. That was your question. And then you said things like, I can't understand why you people think like that. But we asked you the same question and you answered it. What's the problem?
The problem is there's other forces of nature that exist. Even people that believe in spirituality or people that want to believe in God or Buddhism or whatever the fuck, people that believe in spirituality, but will tell you that they believe in other forces of nature. So what you're doing in pretty much saying that I'm wrong is discrediting them. Right. There's other unknown forces of nature that we can't see.
We're talking about
we're talking about gravity.
Science, right? We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about some supernatural magical power or force that comes out of someone's ass. We're talking about science. Things you can measure, right, and prove. Do you know what science is?
Yeah, I know what science is. I know there's scientifically trying to prove God too, as well. Science is about magical
forces. Are you? So listen to me. You are saying that gravity is a magical force, some kind of spiritual, mystical force. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying gravity is
I agree 100%.
That we
That's
don't
the God
know
of your world
yet.
You worship gravity. Okay, so that's it.
How do I
know how
worship
things fall
gravity?
down, and you know why things fall down. You know why things go up, but you still want some kind of explanation for this mystical, magical force that no one can touch, see, or feel. They're magical, invisible gnomes pulling things down. I mean, you may as well say that.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Look. We're not trying to argue with you, right? You know, we're being patient with you. We're trying not to be offended with the attitude.
Sometimes we don't understand the actual cause. Take entropy, for example. We know this is exactly what happens just because this is it's a observable fact. Yet we don't know the cause of it, and you will probably never know the cause of it.
Bro, look, I'm just a regular bystander, just like any of the rest of you guys. Okay,
Exactly. So like, we were all there where you were at, man. We were all there thinking the same thing. That
I mean,
they give us an explanation. Hold on.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. I'm not done. We were all there where you were at, man. They give us an explanation, and we believed it. Like if it was, because it gave us a nice story, a nice explanation. But when you actually go try to verify and validate that so-called gravity, you find that they haven't even done an experiment on it. So,
look, dude, I don't think that when you say that you've all been where I'm at, that's a very, very hard claim to make. I mean, honestly,
we were all Globers, dude. What are you talking about?
dude, but that's not even the thing, though, dude. I once was a flat earther, bro, like a long time ago, and I believed in it so hard and everything, dude, and I wanted to look up facts.
Oh boy,
and everything like that.
Chill out, man. Calm the fuck down, dude.
Can I just talk, please, without being badgered? Jesus, can I please talk? Can I please continue? I'm saying.
You're a terrible troll.
We need some
Jeez, oh my god, man, dude. This is a freaking problem, man. Jesus.
Let him finish.
This is why I can't come and fucking talk.
Tell me, why did you believe? Go ahead. Please,
it's not. I'm just gonna continue what I was saying. Anyway, dude, I believed in it, and then I started asking more questions and stuff like that. And now it's not a matter of whether I believe if it's flat or round. Now I'm honestly kind of past it. I honestly could care less. Either way, though, I still like to come and talk to people and be in the discussion to know, just because it's better to find out. And if people don't have these kind of conversations, the real truth will never be found out, you know? And I came in here the other day and I asked a question, which I would have to apologize for because I asked it in the wrong manner. And I asked, what would the flat earth people do if they found out they were wrong? What I should have asked what would we do if we all found out we were wrong? Because it's like, what if this whole thing is just like a whole mind fuck,
Then we were wrong.
Jen, hold on.
Hold on, wait.
Jen, hold on, Jen. This is the thing, though. None of us believe. Hold on, damn it. This is the thing, Jen.
I fucking hate Dave Badger, man.
This is the thing, bro. None of us believe the earth is flat. We know it is flat. That's the difference. You believed in a story. We don't believe in a story. We actually have measurements that the earth measures flat. It's used as flat. It is stationary.
But give me that equation. Give me the equation that they use to measure.
Hold on, man. Let him finish what he's saying. Damn, bro.
Right? So you can't get mad at
Go ahead.
get mad at getting interrupted, and now he's interrupted me. So what made you believe that it was flat? I mean, this is the thing, because we don't have beliefs here.
Yes,
beliefs are from, just what the Glovers do. We don't do that here. So what made you believe that it was flat? A story?
I mean, not really a story. First, it started off with just diving into conspiracies. I mean, like, I'm not gonna go and tell my whole experience here. It's a long story.
So this is the thing. We don't believe what you know what the radius of the earth is? Let me ask you that.
No,
at least what they claim it is. So see, how could you be a flat earther? You don't even know that.
Isn't it like 3,000 miles or some shit like that?
It's 3,959. Every flat earther will to tell you this, and they have a measurement to the drop of the earth. See, if you were a flat earther, you would know all this information. You weren't a flat earther. You don't have to troll us.
But the reason why I stopped thinking that way is because I've never done the measurements myself. That's the thing. NASA can claim the earth is so odd big, and then flat earthers can say the earth measures that long or whatever like that. But the truth is, I want to know. I've never technically measured the earth myself, so I can't tell you. That's the thing. And I can say that for a bunch of other people probably in here too that have never actually measured the earth. They're just going off what people are saying.
No.
That's all that I'm saying. I'm a regular bystander, just like a lot of you guys.
No,
that's the thing.
That's the thing. You're not. Everybody can measure the shape of the earth. They gave you a radius. They gave you.
Who is they?
The people that say that the earth is a globe.
Who is
who is they? My friend?
Wow, that's amazing.
The people that
you're giving me something that somebody else told you, not something that you've done yourself.
Okay, this is the model they tell you, that the earth is a globe. This is the model they teach you in school. They tell you the radius is 3959. They tell you there is a drop by 8 inches per mile squared. So you can measure at least, let's say, 10 miles.
Inches per mile squared? Do you even realize that if you know math, that's the equation for a parabola? You know what a parabola is? It's curves.
So you're hiding from their own claim. You're hiding. So you're saying that they are wrong about the earth measurements. You're saying they are wrong, right?
Yes, but it's accurate. It's accurate at least to 1,000 miles.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so do you know?
Sorry, what? Who is they? I'm still stuck on that part.
Who teaches you?
Who is they?
Who teaches you that the earth? Who teaches you the globe model?
The Illuminati?
No. Well, who cares? So the NASA teaches you the earth is a globe? Does the school tell you the earth is a globe?
They don't know
when
about
you
NASA.
go to school, they tell you it's a globe.
Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
The people that are teaching you this, the people that gave you the curriculum, all teach you that the earth is a globe. So the people that taught you this, told you that.
Okay, thank
when
you.
they show it on TV, they told you that. So that's what I mean by they. Okay, we can move on by they out of they.
Sure.
Okay, so they teach you this, and at least for 1,000 miles, 8 inches per square, 8 inches a mile squared is definitely accurate. So we don't have to measure 1,000. We could measure, let's say 10 miles, 20 miles. We could see probably 30 miles. But we have at least measurements. What 24 miles is the longest, y'all?
Wait.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
a
a
laser
question.
test.
I have a question.
But we have more. So the
Hold
Guinness
on.
Book of World Record long distance photograph is 271 miles. We have infrared observations showing 1,200 miles. JT Tolan's, the Kanahu observations, which is 600-700 miles. Take your pick, man. But go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so my question is the
Yeah, don't
horizon
laugh.
problem.
Don't laugh, right? I don't know what's funny.
Horizon problem.
Horizon problem for the globe. Yeah, that's a serious
Yeah.
one. Go ahead, Meme.
Only the globe has a horizon problem because they require a geometric placement of it every single time at 1.22 times the height of the observer. Like, there's no choice. The globe always has a horizon problem. We don't have a horizon problem.
Yeah, where
No. My question is when.
Let's
see what he has to say, Roger.
Okay, let's go ahead.
My question is, when a ship is getting close to the horizon, why do you see first like the veil?
You don't.
The sail,
You don't always. You don't
and
always.
then you see the.
You don't always. Sometimes you can zoom in on ships that are 24 miles away and see the whole thing.
No, but what do you see first?
No, but what do you see
No.
first?
Shut up. What did I just say?
You can zoom in and see the whole
I said
thing.
if you
but
can
what
zoom
do
in
you
on
see
something that's
first?
24 miles away, that's only 66 foot tall or 65 foot tall, a boat. Let's say a nice tall boat, 65 foot.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see that 24 miles away?
Good camera.
Yeah, why don't you see?
At 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of water in front of you. Between you and the boat. What are you talking about? You're on a ball, right? You
On the
actually believe
horizon.
that you see the curve standing on the beach, right? Yeah. You shouldn't see anything past a few miles. You shouldn't be able to see past 3 miles. Your horizon should end completely, absolutely terminate in under 3 miles. So what are you talking about? Why do we see anything that's 10, 20 miles away?
It's very easy to replicate, right? If you're in a long hallway or a warehouse, very big warehouse, and you lay down a brick on the floor, and you lay down on your belly, right? And you have a friend that moves this brick away from you, and the further away it goes, the acute the angle gets between your eyes and the brick. And at one point, you wouldn't be able to see the brick anymore. So is your hallway or big warehouse curving? No, it's just how your vision works, right? So stuff...
Yeah, you see the GIF that Roger R. did up there at 17 past?
I don't understand something.
You see the GIF that Roger R.
Yes.
posted at 17 past? You see it, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't the boat disappear from the bottom up? You can zoom right back in on the whole thing. See the second one he posted, 18 after? Straight back in on the boat. It's not disappearing from the bottom up.
Can I ask you something?
EXO posted a beautiful one. Boat's not disappearing from the bottom up. Roger posted another one. Boat's not disappearing from the bottom up. What are you talking about?
No, I said appear first, like the sail, and then the boat
That's
itself.
what you just said is they appear disappearing from the bottom up. as if they're going over a curve. That's
no,
what I
it's
just
not disappearing. It's appearing from the
That's the
up
same thing.
to bottom.
That's the inverse of what I said. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, so it's the inverse, not the same thing.
Yeah, it's actually the exact same thing. If I say they're disappearing from the bottom up and you say they're appearing from the top down, that is the exact same statement. How do you not understand that? How do you not understand that that's the same statement?
Yeah, it's not excluded for a globe, right? This phenomena, what you call stuff disappearing from the bottom up, can be replicated time and time again on a flat, level surface, right? Which you can validate for yourself. So we're back to the basic geometry of the Earth. If it was a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So when you're laying on your belly on the beach, this horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. And it is always way beyond that point. It cannot be a ball. Did you guys see the Black Swan?
The ballet? Black Swan?
No, it's called the Black Swan argument. So the argument is that every swan is white, right? So you need to find, so they thought that every swan was white at one point. So eventually they found one black swan. So the statement that every swan is white is falsified, right? Because they found a black swan. So this is the same, right? They claim that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by. Here we have this observation with the two oil rigs, right? This is only one of it, one observation. We have hundreds, many of hundreds of, maybe thousands of observations showing you too far. This is one of them, which shows us really clear. I want to point your attention to the live stream where you see the two oil rigs. Do you see the two oil rigs, guys and girl?
Where? What live stream? I'm confused.
Miriam, was it?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, let me tag you in it.
Okay.
Miriam?
Can I ask a question?
One second, I'm almost done, right? So we have these two oil rigs.
And now can I ask you a question?
One second, guys. I'm almost done. So if the Earth was a sphere with the radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. The geometric horizon. So the geometric horizon would be the same thing as if you were to imagine you are an ant and you're standing on a basketball and you have a friend and this ant is walking away from you. And at one point you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the physical ball is getting in between you and your friend. The same as if your friend was walking over a hill. At one point, this hill would get in between you and your friend. The same must happen on a ball with the radius of 3959 miles. So this observation was taken from 1 foot observer height. The guy was on the beach. He went down on his belly. He zoomed in on these two oil rigs. And we can clearly see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. Thus, we can safely say the horizon is 9.4 miles away. It's way beyond that point, but we know the distance to the oil rig, so we can safely say it's 9.4 miles away. This cannot happen on a ball with the radius of 3959. It has to be at 1.225 miles, or it is not the ball that they tell us it is? Did you understand this?
No, not really, to be honest. I kind of zoned out in the middle of it, sorry. But,
And I tried to make it as simple as possible.
yeah, I guess I kind of get what you mean.
So the whole point is nobody ever alive has ever seen curvature. Nobody ever alive has felt the earth moving or saw the earth moving, right? So the base axiom that everybody has, right? Everybody witnesses and experiences the same thing is that the earth is a flat, level, non-rotating plane. This is what everybody alive experiences, right? So for them to claim it is a ball, they need to provide measurements, and there are none. The earth is not curving.
Maybe the reason why we can't feel it is because the earth is like moving really slowly. I don't know.
So 1,000 miles per hour around the equator is slow to you?
Oh, wait, what? That's 1,000 miles. Wait, what?
Yeah, it's faster than the
No,
speed of sound.
I meant the Earth's rotation around its axis.
Yeah, that's
Go
1,000 miles.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
No, that's just one movement, Roger. Let's make sure that they don't
I know.
get confused. Yeah.
So the Earth is turning, as they say, right? The Earth is allegedly turning at 1,000 miles per hour. Then we are orbiting. This is the heliocentric model, right? I don't believe anything they say, but I'm explaining it to you. So the heliocentric model says the Earth is turning around it on its axis with 1,000 miles per hour. Then we are orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. Then the sun is flying through our galaxy at 500,000
And we
miles
feel
per
nothing.
hour. And then our galaxy is orbiting the Great Attractor with a 1.2 million miles per hour. And yet, everybody ever alive has only experienced a flat level, non-rotating Earth. So let that sink in.
If the Earth doesn't rotate, then how does the sun? Like, how do we get times of day, and how do we get times of year, like seasons? If
Yeah,
the Earth
that's a good
doesn't
question,
rotate?
right? That's a
You
good
know,
question.
it's
So
because, you know,
I know, yeah, that's questions we get all the time. So what do you see when you look at the sun? What does the sun do?
Don't be nervous, dude.
it gives light, heat, and it's a power
1 second.
source.
1
Solar
second.
energy.
Ro, do you want to do this?
I wanted
Ro.
to ask something, but it was not me who spoke. I think it was
No,
Carly.
I
don't know.
saw who it was. He was
Okay.
claiming I was nervous, but I'm not. No, Mariam, what I was alluding to is that what we all experience and what we all see is that we see the sun move, right? We don't see the earth move. We only see the sun move. So the sun is moving away from you. And when it moves far enough from you, then the sunlight can't reach you anymore. And then it will be dark where you are. What?
I disagree.
Don't let him talk.
Yeah,
I was first.
I think Roger.
Yeah.
I think Roger is doing a stand-up job. A one-on-one is appropriate in this instance. I'd have to say.
Exactly.
So
Go ahead, Roger.
yeah, the sun moves away from you. Light attenuates. Light cannot travel infinite through a medium, right? The same as if you have a flashlight and you shine it, you wouldn't see it after a couple of miles, right? Because the light would be too weak for you to see. That's the same with. So who's shouting what?
Who is it that you were talking to, Roger?
Mariam, because she was
Okay.
asking how about time zones. So
Yeah.
the sun moves away from you. They claim it's 93 million miles away. That's not what we experience, right? We experience a close local sun with divergent sun rays. When we see it move away, the sun eventually moves so far away from you, the sunlight doesn't reach you anymore, and it becomes dark. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if that the one you've been sending is the model for a flat Earth?
No.
This is
the thing with the ice.
It's just a concept, bro. It's just maps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, because if we had ice in a circumference, then I would believe that people would already have seen it, no? And explore beyond the...
You talk about Antarctica?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's an Antarctic treaty, which is one of the longest standing treaties ever. It's been signed by all major superpowers, all major countries, which prohibits free travel beyond the 60th parallel. So you need permissions to go there. And basically there are 3 points.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, there are 3 points where you could go, where you could depart from. That would be Africa, South America, and Australia, right? So the question is, the point is that you need your permissions to go there. Free travel is prohibited. You can book a tourist ticket. Will cost you about $15,000 for a week, I guess. You can go to Deception Island, which is a funny name, right? Deception Island. You can go to a ceremonial South Pole, which is just a stick in the ice, which they claim is the South Pole, but it isn't. And then you go back home.
Okay. But aren't there videos of polar bears and animals in Antarctica?
North. That's the north. The only thing of flora and fauna in the south would be penguins. So polar bears are at the north.
Okay. The other question I had is about the planets. Are they round? The globes?
Sorry, Jenny?
Oh, sorry. I was just wanting to chime in real quick second. I just said that's a good question.
Well, of course. So what we see and observe, right, are lights in the sky. Planets are a derivative from a Latin word. I forgot the name, but it meant wandering stars. So as long as humankind could record it, we've seen the same stars at the same positions, and these wandering stars do the same thing over and over again every year. What you see are round objects, but you don't know what it is, right? You can't determine the shape just by looking at it. I've posted a meme in the live stream voice text where this shows, right? It's for what looks like round things, and just by looking at it, you wouldn't see what it is. So the thing is, whenever they show you a ball, it comes from NASA or any other space agency.
I loved how you said NASA, from NASA.
But
sorry, Roger.
Are they at the same place every hour? Like every hour in the sky? I think they are not in the same place, right?
It's a cycle.
They're not.
Daily and yearly.
It depends.
Therefore, if it was a globe and it is in a place at a time and in a place at another time, we would always see.
Hold on, Roger. Roger, let me hold on.
A circle.
Go ahead.
That's what I was saying.
We would always see a circle. If you, in real life, I'm watching the meme. If you moved 3 steps to the left, you would see the difference between the one which is a sphere. It would still remain a circle, and the others who are not a sphere would have their form changed.
Okay, I'm perfectly fine with your claim, but do you know that there is one star that stays in place? Do you know which star that is?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it the North?
Okay. Yes, the North Star of Polaris stays in place and never moves, which proves we are not moving. Yeah.
So you're claiming that that if you look at it at another angle, it would still look like a globe if it wasn't for instance, a flat disk or whatever, right? So the whole point of this is that just by looking at it, you wouldn't know the shape of it, and then you assume that you do know what it is, and you do know in which medium it is, right? So then you think by yourself, okay, so if I assume it's a flat disk and I would look at it at another angle, then yeah, it would look different, look like an ellipsoid or an oval.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you don't know this, right? You only see this light in the sky. It resets every year. It moves over your head, right? It resets over here, and this is all you ever see. Right? So all these assumptions you made are put inside your head. You believe that because somebody told you it's a gas planet, right? Uranus smells like farts. That's what they told you, right? Or at some other planet it rains diamonds. You don't know this, right? It's just you just been told.
I mean,
yeah, I don't know that.
More like compressed carbon, because that's what diamonds are. Like maybe not actual diamonds, but just really compressed carbon.
Yeah, it's a story, Mariam. It's a story, right? It's a real good bedtime story because you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. They just told you this.
True, I wouldn't know.
Right, and this is the whole point. The point here is flat earthers are tired Oh yes, we have a spiraling globe. Always love it. So
well done. Thank you for muting.
So,
I mean,
what
a government slave.
We get this all day. So
okay.
the point here is for you personally, right? You need to figure out what is it I know and what can I know and what is it I have to believe? What are they telling me, right? So we are tired of believing. They told us we are living on a globe and it has this and this dimension, and then we try to validate this. So is it really a globe? Does it really curve away? Does it really move? Right? This needs to be validated. So I think it's most important that you guys figure out if the Earth is really a ball. I get all the other questions, but those are really non sequitur, because if the Earth isn't a ball hurtling through space, right, then all the other questions are great to think about, but you would never know what is the sun, what is the moon, what are these wandering stars. Something you would never know because you can't go there. Do you have any more questions?
No, as far as now, no.
Okay. Awesome stuff.
Oh, if you guys are new to the Discord real quick, I want to let you know that there's a wealth of information down below under additional information, and they're categorized by topic and such. So a lot of stuff for you to research or look into on your own.
Yeah, recently there was a new documentary called Level. It's an hour long.
Yeah, they're more like maybe Flat Earth in 5 minutes for those guys, or 21 questions. It's always good, right?
Right.
I just say that only because I heard a couple of people in here, of our members, their opinion was that it was a little bit advanced. Not that they couldn't figure it out and get something out of it. You know what I mean? I don't know what your opinion is on it.
Yeah, I thought it was a good documentary.
Yeah, for sure.
It was more. It was more in the line of what children these days look at, right? So I think it was a good one.
Okay.
Plant some seeds.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, we all were Globers at one time, right? I was a space nerd. I loved it all. Star Wars.
Oh man, I hear you.
Right? And then somebody told me, "Yo, the Earth is flat," and I was like, "Nah, man, that shit is crazy. That shit is batshit crazy. How can you think that the Earth is flat? Come on."
Every moderator in here has said that.
Yeah, and then he told me a few times, right? And I'm like, now I'm going to debunk this shit because I'm again tired of this. And then I looked into it, and I learned what the heliocentric model says, right? And then you come across some ridiculous shit, right? What the
anomaly after anomaly,
right? And yes. What it says, right? What the heliocentric model says, it's built on assumptions, stories, and fallacies, right? Learning about the heliocentric model makes you question it. That alone, right?
I don't know. I guess one of my favorite anomalies, and I can't go into it like really deep dive scientifically, but you know, that we only see one side of the face of the moon. To me, that just seems like it, you know, so far as orbital mechanics, right. I heard, I'm trying to think of who it was off of Globebusters that spoke on that, you know, all the motions of us and the moon and the planets and the stars and the galaxies, all in this synchronistic dance as they fly.
Corkscrew through the.
Yes, it's insane. Come on.
It's funny you say that because the moon was the first question my friend asked me about it when I started looking into this. It was like, why do we only see one side of the moon? I was like, what? I never thought about it. I was like, that's why I looked it up, Googled it. Oh, because it's totally locked. That's why, because it's just not going anywhere. So that intrigued me a little bit to start looking into other stuff. And then I was like, I'm going to go debate these flat earthers.
The path of the moon doesn't seem like what it should be. I don't think the moon's path seems like what it should be as you would expect to see on a globe. I mean...
Yeah, this is a funny story, right? When you believe in the heliocentric model, you have to believe, because this is what they tell you, right? This is the theory about planet Theia. So you have to believe that at one point, this planet Theia came around and crashed inside our Earth, and then deposited its molten iron core into ours, because ours was just dying out. So fortunately, this planet Theia came around and crashed into us, and then it skipped a piece off of it, and then it formed the moon exactly at that point, exactly at the right quote-unquote orbit, that it would eclipse the sun at exactly the right exactly the right distance, right? So
that sounds like a bunch of coincidence theory, and you know what? That sounds familiar. Was that highlighted in the documentary, The Principle?
I don't know.
It is searches these people make, just like, oh yeah, this is what happened.
Because because they can calculate, right? They say, well, we calculate.
Yes.
They
that's
say,
great.
yeah, they
That's
say
what I
that.
love to point out is that calculations are automatically assumed as being measurements. According to the scientific model, they don't follow the scientific method. They
Well,
calculate things and reverse engineer it.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point about the molten iron core is because they assume the creation of Earth, right, which was like a few billion years ago. That's and then they can quote unquote calculate when this iron molten core would deplete. And exactly at that point, a planet Theia came around and deposited its molten iron core into ours. So, yay, we still have a molten iron core.
Wait, I'm confused. When did a planet crash into the Earth?
It didn't, Mariam. It was this is the story about the moon, right? This
Was
is
that
what they.
the asteroid that wiped out all the dinosaurs or something?
That's also
I'm
a nice story. No.
This is before this is before the dinosaurs.
Long time ago.
This shit's confusing.
The thing I couldn't wrap my head around is that
See, this is what
they say there are.
happens.
Well, they say there
sorry.
are like impact craters on the moon, right? And then they also say that the moon always faces Earth. So, what impacted the moon? It's like.
Yeah, that's funny too. And see, this is the type of stuff that happens, this a little bit of confusion that you're experiencing when you really investigate the heliocentric model. Things that we were not taught in school. We were just taught the very basics. This is how it is. You're going to take a test on it. There was no critical thinking involved. There was no comparing it. Does it stand up to scientific scrutiny according to the scientific method? There was none of that. So that's what we're doing now. Well, we should have been taught in school.
I have to point this out real quick because the young lady, when talking to Roger, was justifiably very surprised at the idea that the Earth was moving at such a speed. I just wanted to point out, and Roger knows where I'm getting at, that
yes.
They actually claim that the Earth is moving at over 1.5 million miles an hour with several different vectors and speed velocity changes because it has to rotate around the sun rotates around its galaxy, and the fictional galaxy rotates around the magical great attractor, so you have all these multiplications of literally over 1.5 million miles an hour.
Why you fucking come, you puss?
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, see the picture Roger just posted? That's supposed to be us.
Oh, I see.
That's us, man. In these unfathomable speeds that were calculated by someone. It's not measurement. That's not science. It's pseudoscience. So otherwise known as scientism, which many propose that it's actually a religion because all it is made up of beliefs. It's not something that you can empirically prove. Scientific evidence. Yes. So the wool has been pulled over your eyes.
Turns out.
So I'm sorry, Creation Bear, finish it up. It's okay.
Yeah, go. That's one's fun. Creation.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
So I went ahead and I posted 2 pictures of reality. This is what actually everybody will have to admit that this is what we experience. We see the stars move in the sky, and those would be the heavenly bodies. They actually appeared to look like a sheet when you use a time-lapse camera that allows you to show their trajectory over a period of time. The nice thing about time-lapse is that you can also see when the stars diverge and converge as they are doing in this photo. You can see them becoming closer and then becoming farther away from each other, which means that we are absolutely stationary, as it would be obvious that we cannot spin in two separate directions at the same time.
Wow. There you have it.
Yeah. So, Chaldera, no. This is another rabbit hole. Dinosaurs, right? It's another rabbit hole. I don't want to go into this now, but Sir Owen, what's his name? XO?
Who? Owen Benjamin? Who?
No, the guy that invented the name dinosaur.
Oh, yeah, Sir Richard Owen, 1841,
Yes.
Dinosauria. He found the tooth of a giant iguana, and instead of just saying it's a giant iguana, kids, oh no, let's make up a new term, dinosaur, terrible lizard.
Right. And then you had two guys having a dinosaur race. Who can find the most dinosaur? This is all recorded. Most of them were fraudulent. So, yeah, go look it up, man.
Most important, realize that they used dinosaurs to make these fictitious claims of old Earth ages, which were actually invented even longer ago by James Hutton and Charles Lyell, who were clearly magical priests who could predict the future, because the pseudoscientists of the day couldn't confirm that until we came up with mass spectrometers.
Do you have any links to those people you just mentioned? Like documents?
It was
Type
funny.
their names in. Just if you just type their names and trust me, there's plenty, too much to read. You won't want to read it all. You'll get sick of reading it.
What's funny about the dinosaur wars, it was two American white rich people. Why do rich people do anything?
Because they have the money to buy the resources.
No, they do. They don't waste money. Rich people do not waste money. Rich people waste money to make money.
Oh.
They're not just gonna spill. Yeah. How much is a dinosaur? I think the last what is that? The biggest one, not the biggest one.
T-Rex.
The T-Rex. I think it was like $15 million.
That's a good way to wash
What
your money.
about the
clean.
T-Rex?
The one of them, one of those bones. I think they sold one to a museum.
Fossils.
Yeah, well, so and so called fossils because they're mostly made out of they make them
Just calcium.
and most of them
Fossils are just made
they're
out of calcium.
yeah
It's mineral
Chicken
replacement.
bones.
No, it's hold on, it's mineral replacement, so it's actually made out of rocks. But the problem is when they open up these dinosaur bones, inside the bone where the marrow is, they find soft tissue, proving that they can't even be 10,000 years old, let alone 65 million years old.
How old do you think the Earth is?
Who's
I
that
don't
question
know.
directed to?
Oh, me?
No,
How,
no,
how old
to-
do I think the Earth is?
Yeah,
H-
yeah,
how would I date the Earth?
I don't know.
How he can know that?
Yeah, how can I know how old the Earth is?
By
Yeah, I don't have a claim.
studying the
Let me just, okay, I'll let the other guys continue. Hold on one second. Let me just make my claim since you asked me and I'll move on. But that's the point. I'm not making a claim, and I'm certainly not forcing millions of children in school to believe in a claim of millions of years. So the burden of proof isn't on me. Thanks.
You need a witness, somebody who was there who can recount what happened in a series of testimonies called history to give you a rough time frame. You'd have to assume that they're reliable and that they're not lying, though. Otherwise, you could use radiocarbon dating or radiometric dating, but you'd have to assume that the rates are uniform throughout time, and you'd have to assume that you thoroughly and correctly understand the process. It looks like the radio dating doesn't really index properly, though, so it looks like it's basically wrong. Because if you kill a seal, it'll date thousands of years and not index properly to today, which should be the proper age of the seal. So these radiometric dating methods appear to be making the Earth artificially old in a very unreliable fashion. Scientists need to account for this.
So the Stan the T-Rex sold for $32 million at an auction. Just FYI.
Yeah, that's a nice way to clean your money, right? Buyer unknown.
Genuine question. I'm asking this purely out of curiosity, but how much
Mm-hmm.
time do you guys spend like on research of like flat Earth and all these observations and theories?
I can't count that high.
Probably 2 to 3 hours every other day, maybe like 6 hours a week, maybe.
Oh, I
How about
see.
15 years? About 15 years of studying the world.
Just to give you a little background about the server, the group of people that are here have been together for more than 5 years. So the Flat Earth community is definitely a large entity outside of this server. There are people that have done actual laser tests, and they've fully documented their findings. And it's not a globe. Can't be a globe. I mean, if it is, it has to be a way bigger globe. So either way, they're lying, you know. So people are actually going out and investigating for themselves, which you could do yourself.
And we encourage you, right? So don't trust us. Don't believe us. You can go to a beach and figure this out yourself. It's so easy. Or a large lake.
I actually want to say something about you guys not seeing a curvature after a certain number of miles. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the Earth is just like, okay, let's just pretend that the Earth is in fact a globe. Maybe it's just a giant globe, and that's why we can't see curvature after like a certain amount of miles.
Hold on.
They tell us exactly what size
Right,
it is.
right,
They
hold
tell
on.
us it's a giant globe.
Right. Hold on. Let me give you an example of if that's true, that means the Earth is still flat on top of a ball. There's no way around it.
And
All right.
also, we'd still need a curvature rate. So we need to test this claim. If we're saying that it's bigger, okay, then we'd still need a curvature rate. And so based off of the size that they gave us, it has a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which we're not finding relative to the straightest standard we have available, a laser or long distance infrared. So
Not only that,
In that case, then
not only
yeah, I
that,
see where you're
there's a problem. There's a problem with their whole model, meaning
Millions.
the orbiter trajectory wouldn't work, right? Going to space, they never, of course, it didn't happen. But all this other thing they say about the way the sun goes, the way the moon works, the gravity, all that stuff, definitely not working.
So it wouldn't be working based off the model as stated. It would either be working despite the model as stated or just possibly be a lie. So we'd have to explore that.
Anything for the matter.
It wouldn't work because on a globe you wouldn't have an electric field or a magnetic field or electrostatic field.
But listen, this if you don't find the rate of 3959, maybe it's 7599. If it's not 7599, what we'll do then? Then we'll say now it must be more bigger sphere.
Well, the Black Swan makes it 264,000.
Well, real quick, the problem is that we can fly using aircraft from continent to continent, and it's not that they're not adjusting for curve. The land masses can't magically be behind the other side of an object. That's the point. We already have literally, traveled millions of miles, dependent on a flat stationary plane of existence. So if there was some curve, you would be like the curve of a plate that's slightly curved. That'd be the most you'd have. It'd still be literally a circle of the Earth. It would be literally as they show it on AE maps, but it can't be a ball, or you'd have to claim that the flat Earth is on top of a ball.
Well, the general formula for the curvature is basically the radius r times parentheses 1 minus the cosine of the distance that you're looking over times 60 divided by the circumference of the Earth. So if you want a general formula for the curvature, there it is, and it'll give you a number of miles that you should have of curvature per mile squared, or per distance, or whatever that you put in there. You should probably start with a distance of 1 mile for your distance side. And then you get like 0.0001 miles for the Earth of a circumference of 3,963 miles. So based off of that radius, if that's correct, we should have 0.0001 miles per mile squared of curvature down and away from the starting position. But if you're saying that it's bigger, okay, well then we just need a bigger radius, and plug it in and see what you get.
I don't understand. I mean, I have something to ask because I don't know how it works.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
How do you measure the radius of the Earth?
You don't.
There is no
Nobody
radius.
did it.
It's not an object. Yep.
Nobody did.
An assumption.
They basically assume that you can't see past the hump of the Earth, and that's why the horizon is forming in the distance. That happens for a 6-foot observer like us, with our eyes about 6 feet off the ground, about 3 to 6 miles away. So they set up a fraction. The fraction of your height, 6 feet, divided by 3 miles, equals the fraction of 3 miles to the diameter to the other side of the Earth. You get roughly 8,000 miles of diameter, or a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. So
yeah, they hijacked perspective, called it Earth curve.
Yeah.
Let me just say this real quick. If the radius of the Earth has never been measured, how could I tell you how it's measured?
You'd have to shift the definition of measure.
Right. That's my point, is that they haven't done it, right? So I can't tell you about something they haven't done. They can't do it. There is no radius. The Earth is not an object. It is the Earth under the heavens and in the waters. We're on a plane of existence.
Well, it wouldn't be measured by a physical operation where somebody walked to the other side of the Earth or the center of the Earth and said, I can give you a verifiable witness testimony that this is real. It's based off of calculation and assumption. So it would be a different type of quote unquote measurement.
Well, there is no end, though. So after everybody who's ever been to the beach or reaches the...
Oh, you cut out. You cut out, XO. Yeah, Chaldera. It's basically how can you measure something? I would say a laser, right? People, engineers. Am I still here?
Yeah. You're...
Okay. Yeah. So people, engineers, a group of engineers, they had built a laser, a high-powered laser, and they shot it over a lake in the Netherlands, 24 miles or 41 kilometers. The laser was at 3 meters high. The target was at 3 meters high. They shot this laser over the lake, parallel to the water, and it hit the other side. It hit the target, right? And if the Earth was a globe with the radius they tell us, there had to be 100 meters of curvature between the laser and the target. But the laser hit the target. So there is no curvature.
You need a straight standard. Otherwise, if you don't have a straight standard like a laser, how can you measure curvature? We want to eyeball it and say the horizon is forming because a hump of Earth curve is rising up to block our vision. But you can get that looking down a hallway, and the hallway is flat. And if you raise the ceiling of the hallway really, really high, it will probably cut off the object early because it's too high and you're too low to the ground. So it looks like stuff is getting cut off. Mountains, buildings, cities, the moon, because you're too close to the surface and you're just looking out over too narrow of a viewing angle from the diffraction limit, something optical, as opposed to a hump of Earth curve rising up to obstruct what's beyond.
Yeah,
thanks, Roger. Roger, you actually were the reason I had to reset. So thanks for that. I just wanted to say that whenever we go to the ends of the Earth, which are called beaches, or sometimes they're called ice if you're in the Arctic, water still continues on. So even though there are ends to the Earth, after the Earth ends, the water continues. And that's the misconception that most people don't understand, that the physical Earth that comes out of the waters is not a separate entity. The waters continue afterwards. The waters are underneath the Earth, right? So we're standing in waters on the Earth. None of that's measurable. Anytime you go to the beach, the waters continue. Go to the next landmass. After that, the waters continue. That's reality. Go ahead.
Where's the end of the Earth? Where are the edges?
I just explained that.
The end of the Earth.
Hold on. No, hold on. You didn't hear what I just said? Did you not listen to? Okay, so after the land ends,
water continues, right? So there is no end to the earth. The earth ends because then the waters start again. So the waters continue to go on. The land masses are in the water. It's not an object that has an end to it.
So I go with the biblical cosmology. Different people go with different models, but in the flatness that I go with, it's flat and covered by a dome. So that effectively would be the end. Somewhere past the Antarctic ice ring, a dome that touches down and covers our world. There was a high altitude balloon writer, Auguste Piccard, from like 1930. He went up about maybe, I think, I want to say like 10, 12 miles. And he said it looked like a disc with upturned edge. That's flat. And so I think he set the world record at 50 miles in one of his rides. And he said it looked like a disc with upturned edge. That's flat. And it looks like there's a dome touching down somewhere past Antarctica if you look at this model I put in the chat here. But there's other models as well.
I will go with a superfluid liquid helium fountain dome, perpetual fountain.
Does we know some people who was on some edge, maybe, that they know that some edge existing?
The closest would be the trips of Captain Cook and other ship explorers who tried to get past Antarctica but couldn't do it. They said it was impenetrable ice, that they just couldn't get through. Maybe like an ice wall, I guess, if you could say. And it was
I'd
about
say that's
2,000 plus
ice 12.
miles.
Yeah.
I'm asking, where is the corner?
Let me put it in the chat. It doesn't look like you're visualizing this. Hold on. If we did have a corner, it would be probably somewhere past the curved glass dome or whatever covering our world. The curved enclosure structure with the corner beyond, if there's a corner, assuming there's a corner anyway.
Yeah, but I'm telling Lemon the same question. Where is the edge? Where is the corner? Where is the...
to be a corner if it's a liquid helium.
Hold on.
Where is the circle? Where is the mountain? Where is the what? Who knows that question?
You don't have a corner if you have a liquid helium fountain. It would flow beneath the earth.
Nice speculation, everybody.
Yeah.
Get bet, are you flat earther? Get bet?
Yes?
Are you flat earther?
What do you mean I'm flat earth?
That's a question. Are you flat earther?
Do you don't know the answer to that question?
Say yes or no.
Are you testing me?
No, I'm not testing you.
Oh, yeah, of course I am.
Why you don't know where is the edge?
Because there isn't any.
But how is that possible? That you don't know that?
Liquid helium dome fountain. You don't have an edge.
I think that you are not good flat earther. Can you give me some better flat earther who knows
you
where
don't
is the edge?
understand what I mean.
Well,
I want to know one flat earther who knows where is the edge.
Well, if you're talking about a round enclosure, you would be talking about a round a perimeter that has no edge. Round, enclosures or whatever inherently don't have edges. So by the nature of the question or the way that we define the answers to the question, there would be no edge. It would just be a round perimeter enclosure for some sort of dome covering. Is that answer satisfactory for you?
No, why are y'all going into speculation where y'all don't know with anything?
Yeah.
What are you making claims to information you don't have?
They're not claims. They're just the possibilities that are explored.
Still, they're claims. There's claim. That's claim.
It's the David Weiss School.
It's not
of
a
thought.
claim. We didn't make it a claim.
Have you been there, Meta Walker?
We said it can be.
Yeah, this is one of the possibilities of what it can be based off of what people have, in the past. Are there any other?
Okay, have y'all been there so to make this speculation?
Have you been there? We've seen
exactly.
in the laboratory. We've seen experiments with liquid.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't matter. So you made an experiment. So you're gonna beg the question because this happens in this place. So therefore, stop. Listen. Stop.
Shows.
Doesn't matter what you did in whatever an experiment, and you haven't been to it's intangible to you right now because you can't go there. They won't let you go to the edge, or if there is an edge.
I know that.
Okay, then. So why are you making claims to stuff that you don't know?
This covers some of the possibilities that people have expressed.
Possibilities. There could be reindeers right there. There could be unicorns, 3-tone gnomes.
It could be 12 River.
Yeah, I think it's dragons. I'm sticking with that.
No, I actually think it's the snake that guy brought the other day.
Yeah, the snake.
Snake, yeah.
I get it.
We can match that with what appears to be sundogs and parhelions, which look like the sun shining off of a surface. If this surface, the dome, firmament, whatever, comes down and encloses our world, it would be natural to say that it probably touches down somewhere past Antarctica.
Maybe further, Meadowlark, right? There are maps depicting more land beyond there, so but it's unknown.
Some of those maps are a little questionable. One of them comes from an 11th century monk based off of his meditation, and I don't know if I trust the fever dream of meditation.
I know. Then still, right? We don't know. It's still could be touching further. Could not be touching. We could be multiple ponds in a. There could be multiple ponds, right? Just not the Earth.
You're saying that it is touching down.
Well,
it's just
you can't have,
no, I don't know. I don't know.
But listen, when somebody asking you where is the edge, sorry, Roger.
Ocean of water. You can't have an ocean of water in a ocean of helium.
Yeah, that solves it right there.
Yeah,
it's when people come here, get better. People come here and ask for the edge.
Water in the presence of liquid helium breaks down into oxygen.
Okay, let me help out with this. Elbow, do you want me to help this out? Okay, so
yes, please.
So when somebody asks, well, how comes no one's ever fallen off the edge? What's the answer?
Because there's a dome covering us.
No. Giving them a real. Okay, stop.
It's a
giving
barrier.
them. Okay, watch this, guys. If somebody asks you why hasn't.
System.
Okay, here we go. If somebody asks you why hasn't anybody fallen off the edge, the answer is how would they be able to tell me they fell off the edge?
Don't answer the question. That annoys the crap out of me.
Well, I know because you don't understand, Lemon. That's the problem, Lemonbird, because you don't get it. I know. That's why you lead people astray all the time. I know. Constantly.
So, Metal Walker, so you're doing the same thing Globy makes?
Exactly.
The same stories. You give them stories. You give them stories. That's why they are where they are now.
If somebody come here and ask where is the edge, that means that we are thinking that somewhere is edge.
What?
Is it?
What?
If somebody comes here and ask where is the edge, that means that we are thinking that somewhere is edge.
So,
because the question is,
so, I mean, what's that mean?
Question is asked. Why is question is asked where is the edge?
Because somebody's a fucking idiot. People ask dumb questions all the time. I mean,
exactly.
So you're going to.
That's a question for a 5-year-old. Are you 5 years old?
So basically asking that a flat plate suspended in space, a picture is forming in their mind, and they're trying to wrap their mind around it. Is it a flat plate in space with an?
You're helping them, Lemonbird. You're helping them. You help them every time.
They can use in their brain to think about this properly. Now, if there's a firmament dome, you're not going to fall off. Would touch down and cover the world, and you would not fall off. It's that simple. They're just trying to think about it in a proper way.
Off to the weeds.
No, they're not. They just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, if you understand anything about anything, from what we've learned in our world, has anybody ever said there was an edge? anywhere.
That's what they're getting with the flat Earth debunk videos. A flat piece that's showing in space that you fall off of.
Well, then they need to say that. They need to fucking say that. Don't just come in here saying, where is the edge? Tell me how you fucking come up with an edge. Who told you there's an edge? You know, don't just say, where is the edge? You know what I mean? Come on, dude. You're not 5 years old. But, you know, structure your question properly.
It's understandable with the level of YouTube censorship and the media blitz against flat earthers. They're going to get misinformation. So you got to counter information with other possibilities. It is what it is.
I get it. And we get these remarks that we are called, well, this is the example that we aren't, right? We have multiple people having multiple speculations of what encloses us, right? Because there needs to be containment. That is something that we all agree on. We all agree that the Earth measures flat. Water is always flat and level. But what's beyond there, or what's containing us, that would be the speculation, and we can argue about this. And we get the questions, right? Because I agree with Metalark, with Lemon, that the media and the Flat Earth Society and the so-called Daves are pushing the straw man flat disk flying in space, right? So the edge question is understandable.
Well, people will based off of what they're used to thinking about. And if they think flat, they think of a flat plate that is not necessarily covered with some sort of edge that you can fall off of. That's necessary. So they would need to hear other possibilities that they can infer another visual model from when they're thinking about this in their head. It's just the way that it is.
Well, we don't live in a model.
Yeah, but they don't think it through. You have to think. I mean, you can't just ask where's, because I can get it if you're thinking, all right, so it's flat, so is it in outer space? I mean, ask the right questions. Where is edge? I mean, that's not even a real question. I mean, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Correct.
If they can't form the right questions, then their mind needs more scaffolding, more forming.
Right, so that's why we need to walk them through stuff. Because, I mean, that's why we have to walk them through stuff. I mean, you know, and take them to the beginning, you know.
So we can talk about the possibilities that are out there so that you infer and form things properly.
Yeah, they run away. It's okay.
Yeah, because they want an answer to what they ask. They only want an answer to what they ask. That's what they come here for. But when you try and restructure their question, they're not happy with it, right? When you try and get them to start over and ask the right question, they get pissed off. You know, because they think they've already formed their opinion. Most of the time, when someone asks a question like that, they've already formed their opinion of the whole flat Earth. You know, so I mean,
not about forming an opinion. It's about explaining the reality, how the fallacy of the models they have been presented, and what actually real science is telling us.
Yeah, well, you know, I get it now.
They don't have an understanding. They don't interrupt me. They don't have an understanding of what a magnetic field is. They don't have an question. Someone is hot micing.
He probably fell asleep listening to you.
But there are possibilities that can be explored, and then we can figure out if we can discover this stuff or not. But for us to go forward and explore, we need to know what possibilities are on the table. That way we can guide our exploration. Are we going to look at Antarctica? Are we going to go up? Are we going to go to the North Pole? What are we going to do?
Well, they don't have the concept of a world, enclosed world. They don't have that concept. A closed system.
So I guess the question of an edge morphs into, where does the enclosure touch down?
Well, we obviously have a negative plane of existence. So according to Ampere's laws and Coulomb, there must be a positive one above in the sky. How high? That's not my business to find out, but there is. And in between, you have an electric field, a magnetic field, electrostatic, all these stuff. And you cannot get out of it.
Well, like I was saying, gravity is their dome. That is their enclosure. But for some reason, they believe that
I know, but gravity is
but they,
unicorns.
we know it. We know what it is. But what I'm saying is that for them, that's the dome.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's the enclosure.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you take gravity away from them, it's like you cripple them, you know. They can't make any understanding of the natural
They can't comprehend how it would work without them. No, they can't, because they can't unravel what their mind is already accepted.
Nothing has logic or meaning anymore for them, you know. Because they don't know the natural science.
Well, gravity is to explain why everything forms into a ball in their cosmology. And so they would say that the Earth would tend to be a ball by this declaration that gravity pulls to the center and makes perfect little balls. So that, base starting, point needs to be questioned. And so they can infer something else if they hear about other possibilities.
Yeah, and that's fine, but we need to keep it at speculation at that point because nobody here knows. Right.
Yeah. When we
See, the thing is, they don't question.
They will jump very quick, like making big claims about us.
Well, they've never questioned their own belief system. That's the problem. I questioned it as soon as I learned about it. I wanted to know how the Earth was formed, how it came to orbit the sun. I mean, all of these things are unexplained. These are unexplained phenomena that no one sees. All right, and these questions they don't ask themselves, and they don't ask anyone else. They just accept it and regurgitate it, and they refuse to go back and look at it. They come here and they want to attack us about what we propose and with the evidence that we provide, and yet, of course, they have no evidence to counter, right? So, and then they still, like I said, they still refuse to go back and look at the information that they were fed to validate any of it. They just accept it. Like I'm saying, we were fed the same stuff, but we just didn't swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and just say forget about it.
Yeah. I was, as a mindset, I was already prepared for the flat Earth mentality since the early 2000s, because I was into this fake history that they teach me, about French Revolution, about everything I learned in history, almost 90% of it is a lie. And then the fake news. Also the 9/11. Yeah. In that day, nighttime, I found out it's Microsoft was involved in it. So when Eric Dubay made the Flat Earth video, it wasn't so surprising for me. Mic check?
Yep.
Thank you. So when I saw the Flat Earth videos, I mean, I saw the titles, but I didn't watch them. And I said, oh, nice. This is going to be a big one, But I didn't watch the video, and I was thinking like, Are these guys for real, or these are just making fun of these people with conspiracy theories and stuff? I was thinking like it's a movement of the controlled opposition. When I looked into it, I found out that people are real about it's worth investing. Yeah, hello.
Elijah, the one free man, has entered the building.
Oh, welcome.
What's up?
Welcome to
What's
the
up,
family.
guards? Hey, Get Baguette, I was just looking over something as I was watching this guy on YouTube, and he's always talking about laws of physics. And I mean, no, this is just like a regular YouTuber who talks about relationships, but like he often says things like the laws of physics can't be broken and blah, blah, blah. And I said, you know, if you applied the same logic that you do to everything else, you wouldn't say planet all the time, right? So then I thought, you know,
Yes.
I Googled laws of physics, and first thing, right, says right here, first thing it says is Introduction to the Major Laws of Physics from thoughtcode.com. 3 laws of motion. First rule, an object will remain at rest or in a uniform state of motion unless that state is changed by an external force. So when I think about the Big Bang and how these objects are in uniform motion away from whatever, right, into the void of space, frictionless environment, gravity is supposed to be this external force, but it's inherent in the.
One moment, Elijah. Sorry to interrupt you, Elijah.
I mean, at
but,
the exact point that I'm trying to make, sure.
That Big Bang explosion is actually the thing that creates also space itself. You know, like the distance between elements. And all these fields, magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic.
I get it. I don't really care right now.
They need to be created.
I'm
Go
sorry.
on.
I don't care.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, right here, it says they will remain in a uniform state of motion unless that state is changed by an external force.
Yeah.
But mass attracting mass entails that you have this internal force of 2 bodies that are attracting each other.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a bit of a paradox right there?
It sure is. Because we already know mass attracting mass is debunked, you know.
But just thinking about it, like, you know, if something has to have an external force, well, is the external force coming from the objects?
Well,
right? Like, how could that?
Yeah. You know, Elijah, when you saw explosions, right? Not all the things that explode have the same power, strength, you know, force. Like the smaller the firework, the smaller the explosion will be, you know. And if you compare like CO2 tubes exploding in fire, or helium or oxygen tube, those explode much more violent, you know, with a greater force. And that Big Bang, when it exploded,
9H.
it gave all this kinetic energy to all the matter, to those masses, to move away from each other. And they kept moving away from each other for like 14 billion years, you know. And They're still not stopping. But somehow some magical force in between pulls back together some of these tiny pieces, pulls them back together into planets and stars and stuff. You know, it's very unlikely to happen. I mean, that's
But
why they say that they need dark energy
whatever
or
force
dark
there
matter
is,
to pull it back together, you
no,
know, and
no,
yeah.
no. Yeah, whatever force it is, like in that story, it's internal. Because otherwise, I mean,
Yeah.
are they just going to beg the question and say, well, something caused the Big Bang?
Mm.
Something caused the thing that was otherwise perfectly fine with gravity all stuck together. Like something exploded it.
Yeah.
And then, no, man, I can't even make it up. It doesn't
It
make
doesn't
sense.
work, I know. Because even in dark matter theory, 70% it's something that they don't know. And then another 23% is again some dark energy, which is something that they don't know. So you're left with like few percent, which is reality. %96, 94, something like that. They
Elijah, did you
cannot
ever
explain
finish
it.
the claim? Or your sentence?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess. Well, it's like the guy earlier about an hour ago came in and said, "I'm just asking you how to explain why things fall and why there's a force." And my reply is, "Well, they haven't given you an explanation. So why do I need to give you one?" And then of course you just stuck on that because they have to hide from what we can prove.
Yeah, by the way, Elijah, if you can contact that guy you watch the video, like an email or a comment on his video, and ask him about the Gaussian planes, like the electric field requires a plane, like the negative, the ground is solid matter, is stuff, which gives us the negative plane. And what will be the positive one? Because if he's a physicist, he should explain it. It's his duty to do it. And my guess is that they
Oh, in order
will.
in order to have you're saying an electrical field,
Yeah.
you would have to have positive and negative top down.
Yes. Two Gaussian planes, the negative and the positive, which
So
are
what's up with the
opposite
North Pole then?
charges. So the North Pole.
Yeah, I'm super confused about this
Yeah.
electrostatic stuff. I mean, I get how it's not a globe. I'm trying to get how this all makes sense, but I'm no engineer. I don't even know if the electrical people are. I don't know who does what. I just know what makes sense and
Yeah.
where I can't make something make sense with my own mind.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to make it make
I'm.
sense. I don't know.
I'll be
I don't know.
honest. I don't know much either, but I just started looking into this stuff, and it makes sense. I saw that Maxwell actually corrected Ampere's law, and Ampere said that the positive plane, the negative plane is the ground, and the sky the positive. And according to his law, the sky cannot be vacuum.
Why the North Pole?
The North Pole is magnetic field. It's magnetism. It's a different force.
So okay, so we can establish this magnetic thing. So
Yeah.
the electric field, what does it do? How do we? What do we know? Like to say what you're saying?
Well, the magnetic field will manifest like from the north towards the south. Yeah. And
So you're
the
talking about an
electric
electric field.
the electric field will be manifesting from the ground towards up the sky. You know.
What is the evidence of this? Like the North Pole being the evidence for the magnetic north.
Well, it's very easy. A compass. You know.
No, guy. A compass lets me know that magnetism is a thing. What about electrostatics? In the way you're setting it up, you're saying the ground is the ground, and the sky is the positive, and that's how do you know that?
Oh,
Like,
well,
what is the compass counterpart to that? Help me understand.
Well, that happens with the static, dude. If you put a wire, right, like shit, what 300 feet in the air, and you can actually get a current going if you put the fluorescent ground.
In theory, it should work, but it requires some circuitry and stuff like to harness.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
I can show you a video of this. Somebody pulling a wire up with a drone. Yeah.
I'm not sure it would work like just placing a wire, you know.
What is an effect of electro stuff? Like, cause they say the hair stand up on your head, or a balloon can stick to you when you. And I'm like, okay, I get that. Well, then, but then it makes me ask, well, you know, and maybe I misunderstand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, if I go higher up, like, am I gonna get the tinglies or what? What's gonna change within me that I'm gonna?
You're not gonna notice, but the electrostatic.
Well, don't tell me what's not gonna help, because I'm asking you what I can do to identify that something's changed because of something.
Well, when
so the only thing is El Bariqua told me that there's this wire thing. Okay, I'll watch the video.
When you are in a car and driving,
when you're in a car, you're not going upwards. I don't care.
I know, but you are not. You're also not really with your feet on the ground. You are isolated by the.
But I don't really care
tires.
about what I'm not asking about, like that.
When I'm not trying.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't want an answer about something I didn't ask. Like, I'm only asking the question because I'm trying to understand. If you're not gonna answer the question that I'm asking, or at least tell me how the question I'm asking is like not set up in the right way, then I don't want to hear it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it does make sense. Some people will feel they call it sick motion sickness, or flight sickness, but I think it's more about this electrostatic charge which takes place, and it makes them feel sick. And in cars, for example, if you attach at the back of the car a piece of conductive rubber from the car body to the ground, it will always discharge the car's electrostatic charge.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah.
This is all cool. I mean, this is all cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to connect to, like, it's okay. Like, I don't want to I don't want to trigger anybody. I'm gonna say this. Like, when someone says there's a creator, I'm like, yeah, sure. And then they say, well, there's scientific evidence of a creator. I'm like, yeah, sure, there's a scientific evidence for the Bible. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, where does that connect? Now I need how does that connect? Please help me. You're
Elijah.
telling me all these things, and I'm like, okay, that's great, but how's the ground and the skies? How is this some type of machine working in the way that you're describing?
Elijah.
Yeah.
I just posted the link to the video that shows the.
Yeah, I said thanks.
Oh, I didn't hear you, my bad.
Yeah. Well, the way the machine works, to explain it like a machine, yeah, it's that superfluid helium fountain. That's the only way I could describe it. It's a closed circuit, and it's a perpetual flow from the bottom to the top, in the middle of it.
So how come no one's ever fallen off the edge?
I'm just curious how you. Oh, sorry, Eli. Go ahead.
Why doesn't my pet snake just fall out of its containment?
Yeah, stop hiding from the question, flat earthers.
Because there is a corner.
Who's Get Good? He's muted. He has VC verified. Is he a troll?
We're about to find out.
Hey, what's up, Get Good?
What's up?
What brings you to the server, my friend?
I just wanted to see the stupidity of you guys' arguments.
What do you think of the shape of the Earth? Think it's a sphere?
What do you think? See curvature myself in planes, and there's pictures. You know what? I have a question. Were the space shuttle missions fake?
No, did you see curvature for the aeroplane?
Yeah, your mic,
Oh,
your mic.
no, I can't. Everybody, hold on. Everybody's talking at once.
Sorry, your mic's kind of crackling, bro.
Yeah, I know. Just where the space shuttle missions faked.
Let's address you saying you saw curvature from a plane. Do you know how high you were flying?
Nah, dude, it was a long time ago. But can you just? That's a different point. Let me just ask you this:
I mean, that's the main point. That's the
Okay, well, just another thing real quick, damn. Like, I'll get to that in a second, but with the space shuttle mission, fake, yes or no?
Well, the question is what they could fly in the air, but what you think they went to outer space, meaning
no,
the vacuum of space? No, I'm trying to give you an answer. So where they went up in the air, maybe, but doesn't mean they went to outer space. Where they call outer space is a vacuum, and that cannot exist next to gas pressure.
Well,
Vacuum next to gas
it's
pressure.
more of just, it's not like a vacuum on Earth, because on Earth there's an atmosphere, but it's, okay, so like, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically in space there's like nothing, there's no gravity. And then Earth being there's nothing in space, no gravity, right? And then this ball of gravity comes along, and then gas sticks to that.
No, gravity doesn't. So why would contain air? Gravity doesn't contain air, because therefore we wouldn't have rain. Right. So there you cannot have gas next to a vacuum, a lower pressure, because the gas,
No, listen.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I am not done.
It's not like a vacuum on Earth.
I'm not
it's different
done.
because
I'm
on
not
Earth there's an
done.
atmosphere.
You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
You're not gonna speak with me. So,
well, you didn't let me finish my sentence.
Well, no,
so.
you did finish your sentence. I stopped speaking when you were.
He ain't gonna last long.
No, whatever. Just go. Just whatever. Just go.
Again, gas pressure can exist next to a lower pressure system. The air would just go to it, no matter what. Gravity doesn't exist.
It's not like vacuums on Earth because there's no atmosphere in space.
Exactly. But we have gas pressure, and it cannot exist next to low pressure because the gas would.
There's no anything in space, so
exactly, it's lower pressure.
Well, did you not?
It's not lower pressure because there's nothing there.
Okay, so he's lying.
Did you not hear the conversation I just had though? Like, I mean, all of you guys, did you hear what I just said?
Hold on. Okay, one quick thing.
No,
Since you
I'm
guys
talking
can't
to you-
seem to comprehend
I'm
that.
talking to you too. I mean, what is wrong with people that when you say something direct and specific, and look for a response, people just let that roll over their head?
Oh.
Were you here when I was talking about gravity? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So, gravity, right? Like in space, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about the laws of physics, right? I was just talking about it. And it says, the first rule, right? An object will remain at rest or in uniform state of motion unless that state is changed by an external force. But gravity is inherent in the object for it to be attracting something to it and vice versa. So that's a paradox.
Okay. Let me ask another thing real quick. How come we all see the same moon?
Well, what do you think about what I just said, though?
Well, we're not gonna agree on any part
Well,
of
it's
it.
not
So
about
let's
agree
move
or
on to something else.
disagree. What do you think, or do you not think? What do you think about what I just said?
Well, I
really paid
honestly it's just kind of geography. I know
He's
not
just
really.
here to ask questions.
I know you're wrong. So.
Give your rebuttal,
No,
and he's just gonna continue on his own show.
Should I please just do a thing quick about the moon? Kind of.
No.
Okay, so
no.
If we all see the same moon, then how is it?
Why are you moving on to another question?
Well, I already said no. He's just gonna stay on mute. I'm totally not interested.
Yeah, he's
It's
just an
funny.
obfuscator.
So-
Well,
so-
I just have to say this, Elbow. He was telling you, Elbow, what space is because he's the expert on space. I just have to point that out. Go ahead.
Right. It's funny because no, gravity does this. Gravity. What gravity? You haven't even showed us gravity to start with. It had no scientific validation. And then he's gonna go on and say, "But it doesn't because space is nothing and there's no gravity and yada yada yada."
What kind of gravity? What did he claim?
No, he didn't claim. He just said the space mission fake.
Yeah, well, the moment they start talking about gravity, you got to get them to say what type of gravity they're talking about.
He doesn't know what the hell is he talking about. He's just here.
Well,
Saw a
that's
few
what he's
videos.
told
And he wasn't
He was
listening.
given several-
Elijah
yeah,
just explained to him something very specific, and he didn't pay attention. He wanted to move on to the moon. He's not here to pay attention. He's just here to ask a question. Oh, if you have a rebuttal, you say, "Okay, I don't know what to answer."
And what the fuck is he gonna ask about the moon? Not sorry to interrupt. What the fuck are you gonna talk to me about the moon? Oh, why do we see the same face? Dipshit, you tell me. How do you see the same face of a fucking rock in three-dimensional space for all of your life and not question that story?
They just seen that that video with oh my god, that's video. They're just bringing it back up now. Everybody's just bringing it up again with the center of gravity being in the middle of the and then they say if the Earth was flat, why would we all see the same side of the moon from every direction? Yada yada yada. I forgot what video was that. Now, if you go to the edge, the gravity gets greater and greater, and everything will be curving towards the center of the Earth. Remember that video?
How about it's above us? All. It's above us all. That's why we see it.
Man, we got Shady is back, man. What's up, Shady? I see you're back. Hey, Shady there, bro. I see you got VC verified. I promise we won't mute you. Yeah, good question. I don't have a. So how did you get VC verified if you don't have a mic? Is this your sec? Oh, okay. So you broken mic scoop. All right, it's a bit.
Yeah, how do you explain the fact that we only see the same moon no matter where we are on the plane of existence? Because obviously that's your problem, flat earthers. Yeah.
So how does Octo here? He has CS LCD. Sorry.
Oh, maybe you should let him off the hook for a second. See if the rabies calm down.
All right, Octo, you have a chance to get out of cock this. Speak up, or forever be in cock this. You there, bud?
3.
I mean, I'll ask him out just to disconnect you. So next time all you see is cock this if you don't answer up.
Octo, type something somewhere and tag me if you're trying to talk, but obviously.
He might be AFK. I'll give him a chance to say he's AFK.
What's the next question? How do you guys explain that all maps are flat? Is that going to be the next one? I mean, because that's a huge problem. I can't explain why all maps are flat. Gosh, I don't know what to do about that.
On the ball, triangles are more than 180 degrees.
And on a banana, too. So there's multiple possibilities there. Yeah. Are you saying all the rocket launches are fake? And there's an elaborate answer to that. Yes, a lot of them are fake. Yes, when they're showing you magical space that violates reality, yes, that's fake. But when they show you a rocket going up and then going out to the horizon, no, that's real. That's because they can't go to space. For some reason, they can't put a camera on the rocket either to show us the continuous mission. Weird.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thank you, Elon. Precisely.
I think our patience with Globers are diminishing.
He said, you can't comprehend the question. Elijah gives him an answer. So what about this other thing? Okay, I can tell you were listening. Yeah. Every time, really? Can they upgrade the Atheist Glober bot program to maybe pretend like it's listening? That would be a nice upgrade.
The thing about the Globers is they have the same questions, right? So they have the same hang-ups. So I think we understand them by now. I think we have them pretty much pegged. Because we were Globers once too, right?
They all watch the same video.
They
You
all
were
see
never
the
a
same
Glober?
cartoons.
He was
Well,
a
they all see
Glober.
the same. Listen, they all
He
see the
was a
same
Glober.
cartoons.
He thought he actually saw the curve from a plane. He took a picture.
That's
He went to
right.
the back of
That's
the
right.
picture. I remember Texo.
That's right. No, listen though, but my point is that when somebody said the Earth is flat, I didn't just saying, "Well, how do you explain the nebula?" I didn't start just knee-jerking reaction to ask questions to hide from the shape of the Earth. I actually shut my mouth and I listened, and I just didn't think asking stupid questions was going to get me anywhere. I wanted to know why they believed what they believed instead of just obfuscation and tactics to hide from what they're saying. That's all. I'm just not that type of person. I mean, do all people react this way and start having the little seizures and things? I don't think so. But yeah, Elbow, that was pretty convenient though for God to do that to me. So what can I say? Thank you, God.
For me, I got it right away. It was Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. And I just didn't understand how you can get around the world. So I was thinking in my mind it was a square, flat square, like the map. Like you can get to the other side of the map, you know what I mean? So I thought for about 5 minutes. Then I graduated.
Well, you only have those knee-jerk reactions when you're trying to defend an idea. When you come into it with that mindset, if you come into it wanting to know the truth, then you'll be asking questions. I think that's the main difference. And we all know that. So I'm just being Captain Obvious, of course. But
That's right. No, that's absolutely right.
for the audience, figured I'd make that clear. Why some do and some don't.
That's right,
Yeah, truth prevails. Yeah, truth
And,
prevails. I just want to say, for some reason, I wasn't interested in what the sun, moon, and stars did. My first inkling was that the shape of the Earth is going to depend on the shape of the Earth, the plane of existence. If it is what it is, it doesn't matter what anything else does. That was my first assumption.
Right. When you see that it's flat, it's flat, right? And then how everything works around it is, and within it or over it or however you want to put it, within its realm, however everything operates, it just operates on a flat Earth.
Right.
Right. And back to what Truth was saying, you're trying to defend the globe model, which is false, and that's what holds you back. But so tell me if I'm wrong, like if you have a density gradient of heavy stuff on the bottom and light stuff on top, there's really no bias down. There's not a bias down. It's actually equal because you have light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom. And the only way you think there's a down bias is if you think gravity pulls it down. But you're not considering what's keeping things on top. So there's really no bias. Do I have it right?
The question I want to ask the people that don't believe us is, if I prove that the Earth is a level plane of existence, do I have to account or prove anything else?
Well, and we're really not asking them to believe. The only thing we're asking them to do is to just question it and to go out and see for themselves.
Yeah, but why would they lie?
Mic check.
You can destroy a man, but you can't destroy an idea.
There you go. Mic check. Who's mic checking?
That's Enoch. Enoch here. What?
There he is.
What's up, Enoch?
Welcome, Enoch. Did you know about that lost book of the Bible, Enoch? You know all about that?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I do actually. What? Ooh-wee.
Lost. You guys don't know about it.
I have the Audible on Enoch, the book of Enoch, all 3 books on Audible.
If it's an audiobook, can you play it for us?
Yeah,
sure. Please no. Please no, thanks.
Okay, not right now. Wait till so people go to sleep.
Well, if you're gonna do that,
I can do that.
I like to hear about the 450-foot giants. That's what I like, and the corruption of the DNA.
That I should weep over you and pour down my tears like a cloud of waters, that I might rest from my troubles of heart. Who allowed you to reproach in wickedness?
That's actually I'm like I'm on chapter 91 through 108 now. So it's like the very beginning
The
is.
Book of Enoch, Book of Watchers, chapters 1 through 14. Overview. This section is an introduction to the book provided by Enoch. In 1.2, he explains how angels, watchers, shoot a glimpse of the future. The watchers are
Sorry about that. What? Uh-oh. Didn't mean to make it all quiet. What? Ooh-wee.
For future reference, Enoch, when you get a chance, send me a private message. But what I'll ask you is in Enoch 1, 71:14, who is the Son of Man? You can answer that question with a private message back to me. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I'll get back to you on that one.
No problem. 71:14. Take your time. No rush. Also, oh boy, do you have the Bopping Crow on the screen? Maybe this person's new.
Bopping. Hey, yeah, he is.
I see Bopping Crow.
Hey, Bopping Crow, you have control of your mic. You there, bud? Let me know. At least say hello so I can make sure you're not a troll. Otherwise, I would have to put you on mute. You would have to go to VC check-in to check in. Alrighty. Place you on mute just in case.
I guess he'll try again later.
So I guess it is quiet. I thought maybe my Discord hadn't caught up, and when I jumped back into the room, maybe it wasn't registering. I don't know. There was an interesting conversation going on when I tuned in for a couple of minutes. I heard something about the North Pole and electromagnetism and magnetism and electrostatics and all that. I thought it was. I guess I caught the tail end of it.
So I guess I should elaborate. If I can prove that the Earth is a plane, this is hypothetical. Can I teach that to people without having any other answer for anything else?
No.
Well, I
Incorrect.
mean, you should
Incorrect.
be able to, but people don't
Correct.
think on that level.
That's right. That's right. If we're talking about elephants, the elephant is an elephant and it needs no information of who the elephant is hunted by, where was it born, where does it live now. An elephant is an elephant is an elephant. Yep, that's it.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like what the elephant does. It doesn't matter what the snake does or what the
Exactly.
crocodile does or anything like that.
Yeah, but what about space?
Oh my goodness. Yep, not an elephant. I'm sorry. Nope, elephants aren't real. Yep, I can't do anything on Earth if I can't explain space. I can't do anything. But before you bake that cake, can you explain orbital mechanics?
Let's just start with mechanics first.
And then you'll show the person how orbits, technically, that's what they're called. If you want to use that term, that's fine. They only work on a flat surface. That, the surface has to be on foundations, and then all of a sudden they have a new question. It's weird.
Or what if someone doesn't bake cakes or can't bake cakes? If they learn about mechanics, does that mean that from then on they can bake cakes?
Yeah, you're still hiding from the question. That's what they would say. Yeah. Why can't you answer the question? There's 420 Capilot. If the mods didn't notice, 420 times Capilot. YouTube.
Smoke weed every day.
.420 Capilot has no VC verification that I can see.
Yeah, if you'd like to join the conversation, hop up into the VC check-in. When I see you go, I'll follow you up.
So what happened? Did the heat stroke get all the Glubbers?
Does anybody remember the guy's name that was asking me the name of the of the Son of Man? What?
Yeah, it was the XO.
Okay, what?
He was asking who was that.
That was Enoch asking.
No. He was asking who was that.
Yeah, it was Pillbox. His name is the XO.
Okay, because I was trying to search for him and I couldn't find him. What?
Yeah, hopefully the Glober in chat. I just saw you send a message. What was your name again? Let's see. You are. Where is that guy? Sippy Sweet? I don't know. SIPIE SWE. Yeah, we'd love you to come in here and talk about your beliefs. So I'd like to answer your question on here. But yeah, these people don't believe cartoons on TV are real. But if you have direct measurements of Earth curvature, I'd love you to come in and show us how they did that. And we can actually shut the server down if you do that. So we'll be at your leisure. Hope to see you soon. And yes, Doug, I see you as well. If you'd like to present any science or scientism, whatever you believe this week, just show us some citations for your evolution or ball earth religion. Thanks.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to rise up to the challenge. Really, it's impossible to fulfill. If there was a single shred of evidence confirming a globe Earth, we would have had it by now. Especially after how highly sought after it is by us flat earthers. It would have been proven by now, at least just to shush us up. But it's clearly not possible to provide such evidence, because all evidence speaks towards the contrary, and that is that there's no curvature and it's completely flat. So
I would concur with you, Octo. Absolutely correct. Love your voice, mate. Love what you're saying. Absolutely bang on. Yeah.
Cheers, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been proven
by the way.
by now. Sorry?
It's Armitage speaking, not Octo, by the way.
Armitage. Sorry, Armitage. You see, Octo's lit up, so I thought it was you. Mistakes.
No problem.
Thanks, Armitage, for correcting me. Same as well, Armitage, eh? Very brilliant. Yeah, so it would have been, as you said, it would have been proven by now. So, all we got to do is just relax and listen to how unfortunate they are, not actually checking what they've been taught. We're all guilty of that, you know what I mean? I was I learned about this when I was, I'd have to say, 6, 7. Okay, that was by the age of 7. I was living in Camden Town, going to a school on the Regent's Park Estate, St. Mary Magdalene's elementary school. Prior to that, I was living in East London. Okay, so NASA was about and preparing to go to the moon at the time. So I learned all that at that age. I learned it at 6, 7. That would be 1966, 67, roughly. That I learned about 68, 67, 68. That I learned about this stuff. I was born in 61. So, even though there was a globe on my dad's TV, I didn't relate that globe to actually that's where we lived. It didn't register. My dad might have told me, but I didn't understand. It wasn't until I got to St. Mary Magdalene's elementary school and I was at the age of 7 that I finally connected. And then I spent weeks playing with this thing. And then eventually a question came up. My critical thinking was switched on because I was just amazed that this is where we lived. fascinated by it. No one else was playing with it, so I had it all to myself all day long, you know, at school. So whenever I had a chance, I was always spinning it, looking at the shapes of the land. You know, up until today, I love maps, so I was fascinated by it. And then I asked that famous question, well, how comes people don't fall up upside down? And that's when I learned about gravity from my teacher. And she said gravity was acting upon me. And then I jumped up saying, I don't feel it, miss. And I'm jumping up. I said, miss, but I don't feel it. And I'm jumping up and waving my arms like a chicken, you know, and I'm jumping up. And I said, I don't feel it. But if that's what you say, I said, fair enough, you know. I said, okay, gravity. And then I went around the classroom asking the kids if they knew what gravity was. And because they said they didn't know, I was calling them mugs. You don't know, you mug, you know, and running around the classroom, teasing everyone, you know. There were a couple of other kids in there that were interested in science. But you know what these nerds are like? They keep themselves to themselves, don't they, really? Yeah?
Yeah.
Even as kids, you know, I was just teasing them, that's all.
Yeah, for real.
But that's what it was for me. Yeah, that's what it was for me. I believed hook, line and sinker because I didn't have any reason not to believe. And you're trusting in your elders. That's the elders on the streets, your parents, and your teachers. You know, you look up to the elders. So when you're little and you're looking up and you know that they're going to tell you the truth. You're the littlest one in the whole area. You are the child. When you look up at your elders, you automatically, instantly assume, you know? You know that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you're at school now and you're having a nice time and everything's lovey-dovey and all lovely, you are not kind of like suspicious in any way that they're teaching you anything incorrect. And let's remember that space was being pushed from like the 30s, 40s, 50s. So by the 60s when I was born, they were getting ready to go to the moon, weren't they? Planning it, talking about it and really pushing these programs. Yeah.
Were you doing Mandy at school? That school was all lovey-dovey for you?
Well, yeah, it was because I was in the hippie days. The hippies.
That explains a lot.
1970s, the flower people. Sorry?
That explains a lot.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's when I grew up, you see. I grew up during the
Mate, they were dosing you at school, clearly.
Hippies, man. Say that again.
Yeah, you were getting dosed at school. That's why you thought it was lovey-dovey.
Yeah, man. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed my school. And then after school, I would go to a place called Fairfield Play Centre. Okay, after school. And then again, you're going there and there's all these hippies, you know, dressed in all the, you know, nice people doing everything for you, you know, setting you up. If you wanted to do a bit of pottery, a bit of art, you know, play darts, games, they did everything for you. So I had a great time of it. It was literally lovey-dovey, yeah, no doubt about it, you know. And at the same time, they were pushing all this space stuff. And I even remember the program we watched that was an education part of the curriculum. It was known as The Boy from Space. And everything he said was written backwards. You know, that was the thing, you know. Yeah, it was quite interesting. So I had no reason to not trust Gaius. But as Armitage said, I think there's something, memory, Armitage Shank. Don't know what that's all about. Some kind of memory coming back there. But as Armitage said, though.
You know what that is? That's a company that makes the pissers.
Oh, that's it.
That's a urinal company, mate. What were you doing? How many blackout journeys did you have?
I'm told, mate. Yeah, I remember the name Armitage Shank. It just came back. Yeah, I haven't heard that word for a long time, you see. So, yeah, so as Armitage said, if there was any evidence by now, it would have come forth. But no. So we can only just listen and help them out of their delusional state of mind and their indoctrinated state of mind. And it takes all kinds of methods, you know, that's the thing. There's no one road to connecting people. You've got to go all. There's all kinds of psychologies at work. There you go. You know, and you've got to be able to tap into that. Basically, yeah. So what you said, Armitage, was good news. Excellent. You know, bang on. Can't knock it.
Thanks.
This is what we want. We want sound people like yourself on the server, because and especially as from Britain, you know, because that makes the British contingent stronger. You know, we can deliver the truth. Yeah. How did you come by this knowledge anyway? Just as a matter of interest for the listeners.
I think, you know, it was the usual YouTube threads. Like I've heard from a lot of others as well, anecdotally. It was something that I actually ignored and brushed away every time it came up on my recommended feed. I'd say for about 2 or 3 years, I had to like actively not click on any such video because I just laughed it away in my mind. I just couldn't. I couldn't even give it the time of day in my mind to think about it, yet alone even click and hear what anyone wanted to say about the Earth being flat. It just sounded so ridiculous. And then I kind of just thought to myself one day, you know, out of all the things that I thought were true have turned out not to be true. So what's the harm in at least just finding out what their claims are? And I was almost egged on in a sense, because I wanted to prove Flat Earth wrong. I thought, out of all the conspiracies I've come across, I know that this one's just completely bogus, and that Flat Earth is where I kind of drew the line. That was the line for me. And then I thought, let me take it a step further and actually, you know, cross that line and prove why that line's been drawn. Because Flat Earth is clearly completely false and, you know, bogus. It wasn't until, you know, maybe 2 days later that I had a real struggle finding any real proof of the globe. As I set on my ways to find some concrete evidence to prove that, you know, we was on a spinning globe, and one by one, the whole argument of the globe model just started to completely fall apart. Scientifically, it made no sense. Logically, it made no sense. And I searched for some real photos of the Earth. I guess it was kind of after the moon landing, because even the moon landing I didn't want to believe was faked for a while. I kind of knew that there was something probably not right to it, seen as we haven't been to space ever since, and, you know, we keep on talking about it and flirting with the idea in our minds, you know, that we're making this and that advancement. And that, you know, within however such little time we'll be doing this and that, but you know, years come and then we haven't done anything. So yeah, especially me growing up, you know, as a kid, hearing that we've been to the moon, I'm thinking, wow, by the time it's 10 years later, we would have been to Mars, or we would have found life on other planets. So you kind of want to keep that idea of intact in your mind, as it not being just a stretch of imagination, but, you know, is a possibility in reality, given the fact that we've already been to the moon, and surely we can do that again and do much more. Having got a bit older and realised, right, we haven't been back to the moon ever since, it started to kind of be a bit of an alarming factor for me to realise, okay, well, why haven't we gone back to the moon? So I had to look at the first time that we allegedly went to the moon and realise that's actually completely false as well. So then that whole idea of space and the moon landing and stuff, that was already a big breaker for me. And I thought, right, well, flat Earth can't be too far off. I got into the Van Allen belts of radiation and thought, okay, that's why we can't go to the moon again. But that still rose the question, how did we go to the moon the first time? Because I'm sure that the Van Allen belts didn't just magically appear after we went to the moon. Surely they was there the first time, and then, you know, one thing led to another, got into the flat Earth, tried to debunk it the best I could, tried to find some photos of the globe, found none. And yeah, it's just been an enlightening process thereafter, really.
Welcome to the flat Earth, buddy. You know, I laugh because I had a similar experience not a carbon copy, but I did ignore the flat Earth for 1 year, roughly, because it was popping up, as you said, in the recommendation bar there, right? And I totally ignored it. In fact, I got paranoid because I was doing a lot of research into all the other conspiracies. It was being recommended, so I ignored it. I just ignored it. I thought to myself, what idiot? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not saying it to anyone. This is me thinking within myself, what idiot is loading up this nonsense? I mean, you've got to be mad to do this. The Earth is not flat, man. What an idiot. You know, that's what I'm saying to myself, right? And then I got paranoid. Am I being hacked? Because this thing is still here. I'm trying to ignore it, but it's coming up. So I got paranoid. I thought someone had hacked my wife's computer here. Because of my doing all this research through the moon landings, I thought someone's hacked the computer and it's now throwing me this junk, kind of like a warning. I got paranoid. You know what I mean? And then come 2015 Boxing Day, I'd come to the end of the moon landing research. 10 years had gone completely non-stop looking at all the material. Easily over 10 years, okay? And I got to the end and I thought, okay, just for a laugh, let me click on Flat Earth in this very room I'm in now, and I thought, and see what they got there. And I wasn't, it was the Mark Sargent one, Flat Earth Clues. And I felt a Burke. I felt, what a plonker, you idiot. Look at you. You talk about knowing about Earth and how you can live in the jungle. You know everything. You missed all those clues. You idiot. This is what I'm saying to myself now. What a plonker. And you know when you get this kind of, all the realization, it all came in like, whoosh, it's flat. Yeah. That's what happened to me. That's how it happened for me. One sort of like, whoosh.
Yeah.
Wow, it is flat. In my head. Of course, if they didn't go to the moon, how could they not have, how could they have proven that? How could they have taken any pictures? I'm saying, what an idiot I am, because I've been doing all the research, but I haven't joined properly. You see? So for me, Flat Earth is an embarrassment on my part because I should have known. I've done enough research. I've actually had all the experience in the military. I've seen the nature. I saw all those clues, but I never joined them. I never connected. You see what I mean? And I love nature. You know, I'm the man that says I can live out there, no problem. Sod concrete jungle. Give me the real jungle any day. You know, I excel in this, and that's what happened. And that was my story. So yeah, man. And then I spent about 6 to 8 hours just looking at non-stop Flat Earth videos for confirmation of what I just watched from Mark Sargent, which was only about 15 minutes. And I thought, hold on a second, it's getting a bit heavy. Let me just check something else here. Hang on. Checked another video, and it was like Dave Murphy, and then there was ODD, and then there was Generism, and then there was Celebrate Truth, and then there was the other one. Come on, there's one more. There's one more that I missed in that bunch. There was a block that I watched. Okay, there's one more that I haven't mentioned, but you know, and I got through all that, and yeah, definitely. But could I actually articulate it to somebody else and say, right, what, you know, I could only do that basically. So I still had to do more research in order to be able to articulate this Flat Earth truth to anyone. And now I'm at that stage, 6 years in, definitely can do that now. I understand down and melt and destroy any professor anywhere on this earth. I can do that without a doubt. Yeah, put any professor to shame. So yeah, you know, that's what happened to me, man. You know, and I'm glad for that. You know, it was a learning curve because I took the long way round to get to it because I'd done other conspiracies, you know, and the Flat Earth was the final piece to the jigsaw puzzle. So much so that on my whiteboard here, because I teach English to elementary school, junior high school, university students, housewives, house husbands, businessmen and women. So I had it on my board right there. Welcome back to Jim's English School. what is the shape of the Earth? That is your lesson for today. And it hasn't stopped.
Wow.
That was from 2016 onwards. Yep, I've got flat Earth maps on the wall, on the table. It's unavoidable. They can't get away from it. I actually had a helium balloon here from 2 years ago, my son's 10th year birthday, and the helium balloon's attached to his present. So I asked him if I could keep one, and that stayed in my room for 1 year and 2 months. 14 months. It was aloft. And it was in the classroom. And then whenever I got about gravity, and I asked the students, adults as well as housewives and house husbands, what would happen if gravity wasn't in the room, since you believe in it? Oh, things would start floating. I said, where do you get that idea from? And what about the helium balloon that's floating right there? Look at it, look at it. And then they go quiet. Yeah. Because I asked him, how do you know this? Things would just start floating, you know? That's what they all say. Things will just start floating around. But they're all along, the helium balloon is in the room. I said, what about this then? How do you explain this? And then they started to realize that maybe they've been believing in the wrong thing. That's right. I said, gravity is a theory. It's never been proven, I explained to them. Sir Isaac Newton, I wrote it on the board when he was born. When he died, it was already written up for them. Okay, that's the man. He didn't prove gravity because he couldn't prove it. This is his book, The Principle of Mathematics. He couldn't prove it in his book, and this is his quotation. He said he didn't agree with the mass attracting mass theory. There you go. Okay, and then now at that point, I didn't realize that it was 106 years, but I said to them shortly afterwards, Einstein's relativity is the one we should be doing now anyway. And then they were like blown away because they didn't even know that. You see? Yeah, they didn't realize that Newtonian's gravity had been superseded. In fact, most people, I didn't even know really till becoming a flat earther. So I didn't realize, even though I knew the theory of the special relativity by Albert Einstein, I didn't realize that it had replaced Newtonian's mass attracting mass. So I thought that was still a theory that was there, but it had been superseded, you see. So I you're forever learning, forever getting a kick up the arse for not making that connection. That's me anyway. You know? So there you are.
Einstein had to fix Newton's laws of motion because in the time of his lifetime, they discovered liquid helium, superfluidity. And according to Newton's laws of motion, for every action, there is an equal reaction. But this does not work with superfluid helium, where you have a frictionless flow. So you can try to push yourself from helium, you will never succeed.
Yeah, that would be right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just walking upstairs, keeping the noise down.
And it was a physical proof for this in that time. They knew they have a problem to solve.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Armitage, would you agree that it's a load off your mind, isn't it?
It's what? Sorry.
Knowing that the Earth is Armitage. Are you there?
What? Sorry. What was the question you asked?
I said it's your mind, knowing that the Earth is a planet.
You keep breaking up, Jin.
It's a load off your mind.
Is it a load off my mind? I can just about catch you. Is it a load off my mind?
You say a load
definitely
of your mind and then you cut out. It cuts you out, Jim. Very weird.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, it's a load off your mind that the Earth is a flat plane now. You don't have to worry about the globe, yeah?
Oh, now you can.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, there definitely was some sort of unburdening in terms of, anxiously waiting in anticipation of there being a new scientific technological revelation in what's going on, in what's happening in reality in terms of other planets or finding other life. There was definitely an unburdening in that sense because it just wasn't waning on me anymore. The way it had grown up. It also added burdens of its own. I mean, as you say, with that first realization, that first swoosh moment where you go from laughing in the face of flat Earth to kind of being being questioned about your own views of reality and whether they actually stand up with the truth of observation and our senses and reality itself, to then actually realizing in almost the swift moment that, oh my gosh, this Earth is understandably flat. That was definitely an unburdening and a load off my mind, so to speak. But it added a lot of questions thereafter as well. It also burdened me to think that we live in a world where everyone still thinks it's contrary to the truth, and it's so hard to spread and communicate such a simple truth to people. That's one thing that really angered me.
It's very important to know the place where you live, because if you live in a pig's shed and someone is telling you it's a multi-million-dollar mansion, how could you call that life? Cannot call it rich life.
I agree.
And even life, life itself has no meaning and no sense. It's hidden. It's not real when you live a lie in a lie. They take you as a worthless user, a replaceable user. But Flat Earth view actually places you as a special person, unique and irreplaceable. If someone will take you away from your parents, I can bet you that no man in this world can give someone to your parents as your own self to replace you.
I think it's also, I completely agree with that. There is definitely an overwhelming sense of importance that it brings to your own identity and your own reality. Here,
you know what?
in
these
hereafter.
days, the reason why we are living these times, what is happening today in the world, is actually because of the quantum computing. They have it now, and it's done.
What's done?
Well, the system is online, and it cannot be taken down.
The system as in what's as in like the B system, or?
Yeah, it's alive.
You're talking about Skynet.
Yeah. Google. It's not yet officially, but it is. But they predict that by 2035, it will be officially presented. Mankind will be introduced to the AI as a living, intelligent being, a life form. So, at the moment, it operates from the dark,
Right.
from behind the curtains.
But so you'd believe that we already have AI?
Oh
In that
yes,
sense.
we have PredPol, which is
What's that? Sorry.
officially PredPol, Predictive Police. It is a AI system which is the supreme commander of United States Police and Department of Justice. And in 2018, in January, British police handed their full authority to this program. This program can stop crimes before they are happening. You know, it's a very, very intelligent program.
What would be? There's a film. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. There's a film that I'd like to draw your attention to. There's been many other films like it, so I'm sure you'd easily get the concept if you don't recognize the film I'm referring to. But there's a film with the actor Keanu Reeves. Do you know him?
Keanu Reeves, yes.
Yeah, the guy who did The Matrix.
Yeah.
There's a film where he is a professor, and I can't remember the semantics of it all really, but I do know that one of his inventions within the company or the government that he's working for is to infuse his consciousness with AI, and eventually, have you seen that? Do you know the film that I'm referring to?
I most definitely seen it, but I don't remember it well right now. I know.
I remember in the end, he's trying to save his family somehow, and he has to go back to the laboratory where all the bad guys are, in terms of the people he used to work for, where he made the invention. And it turns out that either infuse himself with the simulation, or I think the AI robot came back to save him. My question is actually, do you believe that AI exists in that sense already? AI in terms of predictive programming, I believe we've already got that, and we've had it for quite a while.
At the moment, the AI actually, he started working on blockchain, inventing the blockchain in 96 or 94, and this was actually the new code for world weapon arsenal, encryption, security. And later, 2010, 2009 came Bitcoin.
Okay.
We don't have access to those high-tech weapons.
Of course, yeah. I'm sure anything that we say right now is no more than a speculation.
Yeah. We do the maintenance, but we don't control them. We don't know. Those are highly computerized systems, and when you want to launch a missile, you need special codes.
special codes as in like passcodes, or codes as in like
launching codes? Yeah.
Another question would be from me is you on this sort of, so to speak, new age technology, or beast system technology. Do you think clones are real? Do you think we've got clone technology already in action? I've heard of a company called Clonaid and some others. I'm just really I'm just questioning the reality of such companies and whether they actually exist.
I've seen some messed up videos, the darknet, like where they transplanted a human head to a dog body, and it was alive.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's for real, but it didn't survive for a very long time. But this is, it was, they said it was like very secret place where they did this. But there is, you can find documentation that actually this is possible. So it makes you only wonder what else can they do? I mean, in the 90s, yeah, I know, was that when they cloned that ship, Molly, her name. And there is a lot of controversy about that story, of whether she was real or not, but the official story is that died, like, very quickly. He didn't live long.
I wonder how. I just wonder how that would work. Just really wonder how that would work. Really wonder how that would work.
Yeah, cloning, I think, in my belief, personal belief, I think it only has to do with cannibalism, you know, like feeding themselves, making these organs, stuff for transplant, which they are pushed as a normal practice. Like, oh, it's so good, it saves lives. It's questionable technique itself in a spiritual sense.
Wow.
I've read about people who had like heart transplant, and they say very funny stories. Like they get the conscious of previous person had that organ.
Oh yeah,
I've heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. And
Yeah, sorry, I was breaking up earlier. I was breaking up earlier. I was trying to get across. Yeah, what happened was I went upstairs. It started to rain here in Japan, where I'm talking to you from now. Pissing down with rain.
You're
now.
underwater.
And, it's actually just coming up for 4 a.m. So I'm just doing the laundry, and I'm about to shoot out in the next 30 minutes. So I find out that whether Armitage had a bit once he found out that the Earth was flat, and he did say, yeah, there was some unburdening going on, but it left him with a load of questions. In my case, I felt like a helium balloon because, like I said, I'd already uploaded Nature's Clues, but hadn't joined the dots. So, in realization of my stupidity, my next emotion was one of being like, "Well, that's it. It's what? It's flat. Wow, yeah." What a beautiful place. It makes,
yeah.
And then the realization that no asteroids coming. The dinosaurs never existed, and that that just finally just sorted it right out. I just said, yeah. I mean, come on. What asteroids coming in to hit us?
That's what I like to say. This
I agree.
is also what I like to say about Flat Earth. Flat Earth is eternal, eternal life. But in the globe model is destined to perdition. Either an asteroid comes and destroys the Earth, either the sun explodes and destroys the Earth, either the universe will collapse or will super expand and everything.
Well, it's going to. It's all destructive. Exactly. It's all destructive. In realization that the Earth is indeed, flat, and the Earth is working perfectly, it has done for eons before we were born. Right. So you now know it now becomes apparent that you need to be looking after this gift that we were given, and everything else becomes secondary. Earth first, family, friends next, governments not included, basically.
Yeah. Governments should not exist. Neither police.
That's exactly how it should be. So in that realization,
if you give the right education to children, people never learn the evil doing.
Yeah. To think, I'm trying to get an emotion up here. I want people who are listening to realize the amount of time they've wasted in the pubs and the clubs. Do you know what I mean? Dance. Away. Yeah, what a wonder. In the meanwhile, the government's about where you're living, whilst you're obviously giving it the loads. Yeah. Wearing out your shoes, smoking your shoes on the dance floor with your latest hairstyle and your clothing, with the latest makeup and your new nail varnish and everything. Yeah, you got your new shoes on. You're throwing up around the corner because you drank too much. Yeah, right? That's what's been going on. Other people have gone out to war. Bang, 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 bang. Hang on a second. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Throwing bombs. Boo, hand grenades. Take cover, incoming. The Earth is flat, you cunts. For fuck's sake. You didn't even know that. Do you know what I mean? They didn't even know that, and they died. Shit. I'm trying to get this.
For the globe, for
emotionally
the
invested
little piece
in
of
this
land. For the little piece of land on the globe, they died.
Yeah, man. I mean, died for the wrong cause entirely. And we are to blame. Those of us that could have done something are to blame here. Running along, voting, thinking it was the right thing to do. These are the things that count, man. I'm telling you now that you realize, Armitage, what's going on, are you going to be involved in it? You might be involved in your local elections to elect your local mayor if he or she is really going to represent the people. Other than that, though, I don't think you're going to be voting in the general election, are you?
No, definitely not.
No, never again in your life, I would have to. Yeah, never again in your life. Yeah, exactly. Right. Because all you're doing is sealing humanity's doom. Your doom, everyone. Doomed.
Yeah.
I've never voted in my life. Born in London, 1961. Never in Islington. Never voted in my life. Not once. Never will. Never saw anything worth voting for. I was always into the politics.
They will say you're not English then.
Well, yeah. I mean, some people do say that. Yeah, and I don't give a shit what they say because some people say, "They call me British." I said, "No, look, The passport says I'm British, but look at my face. Am I British? No, I'm not. I'm an African. Hey, there you go. So my parents are African. I'm an African born on British soil. That's it. That's all there is.
Yeah.
You know, you want to call me British? No. Would I run for Britain? No, I wouldn't. It doesn't respect me one iota. I couldn't use my effort. And I tried, but, you know, it wasn't forthcoming. So rather than, and that was in the military, I gave 100%. And wasn't getting my promotion. So I realized that there was what they call now, what they called back then, institutionalized racism. I smelt it, I felt it, and I said, yeah, right, I know.
Yeah.
So basically I left on my own accords. I said, I know I'm better than you. So, you know, whenever I see you people on the streets, you will always look down because you can never look me in the eye because I know you're racist. I know this. And, you know, I was hurt when I was saying this. Because people less capable than me were getting people less better than me, right? Less capable than me were being promoted. And I had to take their orders. You got to be out of your fucking mind. Less capable, and they're getting promoted before me and my brother. Wow. I tell you, my brother stayed on. I left. I said, fuck this. Putting 200% in and I'm not getting promoted. Nah, man, that was the end for me. I'd had enough. Bearing in mind, I'd spent some time in their prison, you know, the guardhouse, disobeying orders and etc. etc.
I'd say
So, you know,
without black people, there wouldn't have existed ever Barclays.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe, né? I mean, even that's questionable, to be quite honest. Even that's questionable. I mean, even I wouldn't go that far and say that because I just can't prove that. I cannot prove that at all. So, you know, as strange as that sounds, I mean, I just can't prove that at all. You know what I mean? I'm looking at Creator has created all of us in his own. He I don't even know if the Creator is he, but the Creator created us in our different races to get on. That's what this is all about. It's one big test here. Created everything perfect. And all we've done is blown it up, fighting amongst ourselves, pretending we know more than God and how we can know the immune system better than he knows it. And we are killing ourselves, burning the land, killing animals till extinction. We're not living on this earth properly yet. We haven't even begun to live yet. Lying we can go to the planets. I mean, the Creator, 1 minute he's laughing, but at the other end he's bloody furious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on. So yeah, no.
They want to
I
live.
try to keep it as I've always try and live real. Keep it as real as possible is what I'm trying to say.
No, I
Keep it
mean
as
they
real
want
as
to
possible.
live. They want to live and colonize Mars and other planets. You know?
I know.
Yeah.
The ultimate piss take. The ultimate piss take.
Yeah.
But you know what they're going to do? They're going to do a little piss take. They're going to go to the moon and do that first, aren't they? They're going to go to the moon, set up some kind of what do they call it? The hotel. It's going to be a hotel in space right by the moon there, you know?
Yeah.
So you leave Earth, you land at the hotel, you transition to the hotel, relax, and then take some kind of shuttle down to the moon.
God will never allow that. Not even.
But I mean, just think about it, dude. Just think about it, right?
Yeah.
How in the world would people like this do better on a planet like that? If you can't even take care of the people here on this planet, you think you're gonna do better on a different planet?
Yeah.
I mean, shit. I mean, dude, there's so many landfills. There's all kinds of. There is no reason that we cannot recycle every piece of garbage that comes out of our house.
Yeah.
There's no fucking reason. They just don't want to build these things because of the cost. Fucking
ridiculous. Thank you very much, Fraud. I mean, that is it in a nutshell. That's what I'm trying to evoke, that kind of thinking. You see that? How can you even begin to go to another planet when there's nothing there? No trees, no water, there's nothing there for you, and you've made a mess where you're coming from. You've left an untidy mess People are dying, living on thinking the earth is spinning. Yeah, right. You got it, man. It's just mad.
And if you take all the people in the world, you can place them in Texas and build a house for each one of them in Texas.
Yeah. I like it, Bigot. That's right. Sorry, Fraud, you was going to say something there, Fraud, please.
I'm so angry.
It's a connection problem, Fraud.
Breaking up a little bit for me. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm still driving to Arizona. I'm still driving through Arizona.
Did you see the Grand Canyon yet?
It's this. I'm still in Utah. Utah's pretty fucking beautiful, man. I mean, I just left Moab.
Where is your satellite, Fraud? Fraud, the satellite.
Yeah, you sound breaking up pretty bad.
Yeah.
Did you run into the satellite?
He might want to extend that antenna. Get that antenna. Pull out the antenna.
Oh my
God! I want to welcome Diego and Exo Nova to the room. They just got
thank you very much. Yeah,
Hello,
welcome.
They're
Welcome
kind of
to
new
it.
to the subject, so just so you know, they're new to the subject, and they're just here to find out what the fuss is all about.
Well, welcome to the server. How are you, and what brings here?
Thank you. We're just curious as to what everyone's talking about, and what's the fuss on flat Earth and everything, and just want to investigate it more. Just due to interest, I guess, over time. Curiosity always peeks around the corner here and there. So,
okay. What have you heard so far? What have you heard yourself?
Not much, honestly. That's partly why I came here, to see what else I can learn from you guys, because you seem to indulge your time in it a lot. So I'm sure you guys know far more than I would, obviously. I'm literally just a beginner in this idea.
All right, so here's a question for you. So where do you think you live and why? Yeah, did you hear me? Exo Nova.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, where do you think you live and why?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when you imagine yourself as a person in the world that you live in, what does that world look like and why?
Planet Earth.
Okay, and why?
I don't know. There's like trees here.
That's nice.
I mean, that's really vague. Could you be a little more specific?
I honestly don't know how to answer the question.
Okay, so in your head, right? What is the Earth to you? Is that simple? Is that not complicated? Does it need to be simpler?
Reminds me of like my home.
I think you're misunderstanding. Let me try. So likewise, you've come to the server to find out more about flat Earth, and flat Earth is just well, for you, it would be a model of what the Earth looks like. So I think what the person's asking you is, in your head, if we was just to ask you the same question, what does the Earth look like to you, and why does it look like whatever it looks like to you? What does the Earth, the shape of the Earth, look like? If I don't know how old you are, but you've probably had some time to gather some experience of the Earth. You've been here, you've been there, and even if it's only been local, you've kind of had some time to kind of gather some knowledge or some information about the Earth that could give you an idea of what the Earth in whole looks like. So I think it's just asking you, where do you think you live in terms of the Earth? What do you think the Earth is, and why do you think it's that?
Did your internet break?
Wait, hello?
Hello, welcome.
I just if someone was talking to me, I didn't hear anything. I just came back. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Welcome back.
Okay, thank
Are you Armitage?
What? Sorry?
Are you
No, this is
Armitage?
no, that's Diego. I'm Armitage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what's the conversation about?
Well, we were speaking with EXO, but it seems like he just dropped out or something. I don't know.
Oh, so continue. That's all right.
Well, he seems to be not responding.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how about you, Diego? So where do you think you live and why?
Hang on, gentlemen. Let's try. Yeah, I was going to tie this up.
Well, EXO's not responding, so. So, Diego, where do you think you live and why?
Where do I live?
Yeah, the world as a whole. Like, in your head, when you imagine yourself on the Earth, what does the Earth look like and why?
Oh, I guess like I imagine like a very big universe, and I'm just like a little tiny dot in the universe.
Okay, and why do you think that?
I took like, what's it called? No, it's not. No, I forgot what the class is called, but they taught us about like space and stuff. And I remember we did like a project where we had to like color everything and draw the planets and stuff.
Okay, so you did a coloring book, and they told you about space, and so that's where you think you live now.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
I mean, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was a fun exercise. I can.
Yeah, that's
agree on
basically
that.
the same idea I have too.
Oh, she came back.
Welcome
Okay.
back, Excel.
Interesting.
Yes, sir. My internet cut off for a second.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, so coloring books and a story. All right.
Did that class make you feel like you're a tiny dot? Because if it did, I think it may have served its true purpose.
No, I mean I didn't lose sleep over that. Like oh no, I barely had that in my mind.
I don't think the idea is to get you to lose sleep. The idea is to think that you're insignificant.
No, I didn't feel that insignificant. I mean,
It's anything like the opposite, you know?
So everything like very big.
I mean, my self-esteem wasn't affected at all.
Well, yeah, I'm just messing around, but I'm just making the point that if the universe, by contrast size, is much smaller than what you've been told, then you are, by contrast, much larger, more relevant.
That's an extremely good way of putting it.
I would agree. Do you mind if I ask? Do you guys how much do you understand, and how much do you know about the heliocentric model actually claims?
Oh, not much.
Because that's actually where you would need to start.
Yeah, I agree.
Heliocentric is like the one they teach us, right?
Yeah, that's the one
we
they claim.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
3 questions to ask new people that come here. It's not a contest questions or IntelliQ test. It's not that. It's just to establish your knowledge about the heliocentric model, which they teach us in the school, in the educational system. And the first question will be about the curvature of the Earth. Do you know who and when in history proved that the Earth is flat, or measure it, and by which method?
Prove that the Earth is flat or that the Earth is round?
If the Earth is round, yeah, a globe, because they say a man was the first man who discovered that we are living on a ball, on a globe. Who was that man?
I think like what the ancient Greeks knew it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And how about EXO? Is he or she still here? No, I can't hear her. Okay, yeah, it was in the ancient Greek, and the guy's name was Eratosthenes. So you didn't knew this, so you just believe it. The second question is about the Earth's rotation around its axis. If you know who proved that the globe is spinning, and by which method, how did he measure speed, the axial rotation? It's okay if you don't know the answer.
What he's asking you is if you are aware of any measurement of Earth movement.
Like a number or something?
Are you, do you have any knowledge of anyone ever measuring the Earth to be moving?
I mean, like honestly, I almost failed that class. It was pretty bad. Like,
wait, the one where you had the coloring books?
Yeah, can you imagine? It's
You
crazy.
failed at coloring.
No, that was just one project, but
that's fine.
that class, yeah.
Can you blame him? He just didn't want to stay between the lines.
So it's okay. You don't know. It's okay. The last question, the third question, is about gas pressure. Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container so that you can prove that the vacuum of space actually exists and it is a medium that we can travel? A physical demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Wait, I have to leave in like 1 minute, any second. I'm gonna receive a call.
No problem. Take your time.
Yeah.
You come back.
Yeah, I'll stay in the server. Don't worry. I'll be back sometime.
Anytime.
Well, while you're gone, maybe that'd be a good thing to research. It's for measurement of curvature, measurement of movement, and some kind of demonstration where it's there's actually an ability for gases to reside, like pressurized gases to reside adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without being contained.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to put the time, but I don't know. I'll see about it. Okay, someone's calling me. All right, 1 sec.
No problem. Good luck. They didn't expect to be a place where you have to prove the globe.
It got too tough.
It gets real easy to color out of the lines.
I thought that was a colouring joke. Can you blame him? He didn't want to stay in between the lines. I don't think anyone else got the joke though.
Sometimes if you color everything outside of the lines, it creates a better picture than if you color inside the lines. Yeah, I don't know. That's never actually been the case for me, so. But anyway.
But even if you're coloring outside the lines, aren't you still coloring between the lines?
Well, you're still letting the lines guide you.
All the lines are inside the field.
Is Larry and Mo in here? I see Curly. He's VC verified. Have you guys talked to him?
I'm sorry, who are you talking about? Truth Prevails?
Curly.
Oh yeah, I checked him in. He's a flat earther. He's just not super familiar with Discord. He's fairly new, but yeah, I think he's on our team.
Oh, nice.
Well, welcome to the server, Curly. Maybe I'll have a
Hello,
conversation
Curly.
with you sometime. I was still checking people in, so I didn't get to hear how it went. How did the other guys before go? Let's see. Wait, let me scroll up and find their names. What was it? Bobby, Augustine Bobby. He may not have talked much when he came in. And then there was Link. How did those two go? I know Augustine Bobby said he likes to debate, but he wasn't really going to debate on this topic because he didn't know enough about it. At least he was honest enough to admit that.
Well,
seemed to be
what
pretty
about the
honest.
globe mod topic?
That tends to be one thing that I find synonymous with most globe believers is that they don't actually know the details of the globe model, the proposed
and that
facts of it.
makes them believers unaware that they believe.
Yeah.
Doesn't the same thing apply to a lot of religions, though?
No, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so because, at least, well, yeah. I mean, you can kind of have someone who's on the backseat of a religion who doesn't really know much about the religion, but still wants to accept it in a way. But I'd say most people who are ascribing to any religion, they do tend to take some time out to find a bit more about it. So that they can at least answer some on-the-face, surface questions about it. But most globe models, they can't even answer the simple surface questions about how the globe model actually works. So
actually, the globe religion is the only religion which teaches its adepts not to ever question anything, you know.
It's a cult.
Yeah.
It shows all the signs of a cult.
And
I tell you what really gets me is when you can read someone's facial emotions, their facial expressions, and you can see that it clicks in their mind that the orbital mechanics don't make sense. And then, 5 or 6, 7 seconds later, they just kind of shake it off, change their facial expression, and go back to, oh, no, it can't be.
Yeah, I've witnessed that facial expression dozens of times, and you know what? It's the exact same response that you just described there. But they'd have to snap themselves out of it, and 10 seconds, 12 seconds later, they just snap out of it and say, "Oh, well, gravity. Oh, well, this. Oh, well." I'm sure it just works out in the end. Something along those lines.
They will find something to fight with.
But I do often see that expression of complete and utter complete and utter, baffle on their face, where they literally can't compute the simple mechanics, as you said, of the globe model. They can't compute it and make it make sense. Once it's actually been, described to them in layman's terms, their own model, and they try to put that together in their own head in a rational and logical way, and they fail to do so in that instant. They do really go into 4 or 5 days of absolute confusement, and they're at a loss for words and for just making any sense of it all. And they kind of just have to snap themselves out of that somehow and bring themselves back.
Psycho, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up when I see you go. If you'd like to have a role so that you can join the conversation.
Hello, Psycho. Welcome.
Actually, there's someone sitting up there, so they're waiting on you.
One of the things that really struck out for me, proving the globe model wrong, was airplanes and the gyrosphere in the aircraft.
The gyroscope?
Gyroscope, sorry, not gyrosphere.
Yeah.
The gyroscope, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a completely mechanical device. There is no electronics coded into it for it to be able to calculate the curvature of the Earth and therefore recalibrate it dependent on where the Earth on where the plane is in relation to its location, where the plane is in relation to its location on the Earth of the curvature. That was my.
We have also nowadays 6-axis gyroscope, which uses atoms. I think rubidium atoms suspended somehow in magnetic field or stuff like that. Yeah, they are ultra sensitive, but they will detect like any magnetic or any declination.
Yeah.
And the thing is that they are conducting a very struggle to use these instruments, devices, prove the gravity. Very funny.
Right.
Laugh. I was reading on Scholar Google. So I had the search results with a lot of. I think it's these master's degrees, exams, paperwork. Of all sorts of people did their thesis or their degree. They explain how they use this device to do this, measure this and that. It was very funny. So, co-magnetometers device. Many of these can detect also acceleration, motion. They claim that they can measure gravity acceleration like ultra high precision.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know, 10 to the minus 6 or 12. 1 trillion of a second.
A couple months ago, I heard some flat earther, either here on Discord or on like a podcast somewhere, say describe the strategy he was using to try and wake up either some friends or family members of his by saying like, "Oh, it's what's so odd, these crazy people saying that the Earth is flat. They're like, they're saying this and that, and like, there's got to be some way we can just prove it's curved, like you and I."
There's gotta be some way. Maybe AutoCAD. CGI only.
Thing is I'm not sure who to try that with, but I really want to try that on somebody. I mean, I guess I kind of already did, because one of my brothers, I didn't tell him, I even still haven't told him that the Earth is flat, but I was trying to get him to prove to me that the Earth was rotating and orbiting the sun at the same time with an accelerometer. I was trying really, really hard to get him to prove that to me. And it devolved into just a word salad of confusion. But I'll talk with him more about it later.
What did he say?
I don't know. It was mostly through text messages, but it ended up with him saying to me, "Maybe I should draw you a picture." And I was like, No, you're not getting me. I need to draw you a picture. And I drew a diagram, a rough diagram, the sun and the Earth, the orbit and the rotation, and the points of where you'd be going one speed at one time of the day at the equator, and then at another time of the day you'd be going another speed at the same place at the equator, like kind of the shores of Panama somewhere. And he just didn't get it. I don't know. I guess maybe he got it, but he didn't realize I was pointing out a flaw because I didn't make that clear to him. Like I was trying to get him to prove that this is happening, and just hopefully, hoping that he'd come to the realization that since he can't prove that it's happening, it's not happening. I'd probably be more open with it, but most of my family is like really hardcore blue pilled people, like, you know, blue pilled to the max.
You have to make him understand that Sir Einstein forbid us to measure the speed of the Earth, because the only method, like one, in those times, the only method that we could have used to measure the speed of motion of the Earth was this Michelson-Morley interferometer device.
Michelson-Morley.
Yeah. And by forbidding using that instrument, it's actually pretty hard, you know, because interferometers are used today in mobile technology, smartphones. They are such small devices now, these interferometers, or the magnetometers, yeah, and they detect motion in a smartphone. So if you get up in a car, your phone can tell you what speed you're traveling with using that instrument. But to use the instrument, you normally need to download an app, you know, to use that. If you don't know the root access to your phone, so you can watch those numbers without an app.
So I wonder how all these people that were at this freedom rally that Witsit posted about, I wonder how all of them responded to the information about flat Earth. I'd say he probably posted something on his channel. I'll have to check his channel out, I guess. See what he says about it.
When you say freedom rally, that's supposed to be a reference to any particular organization that supports constitutional rights or something, preserving them?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, we know what it should mean, right? But we don't know what they portray it to mean. We don't know what, you know, what they turn it into.
Yeah, hopefully they're not using it as a marketing term.
But I mean, the Greenwich Time there, I like how they put the headline. It's on the front page, and the headline that they used, it wasn't really a lot of mockery. The headline was, a lot of people are waking up about this. And I'm sure that they were referring to, you know, the CV incident with the masks and all that. Probably. I mean, I'm going to assume that that's probably what they're referring to when they made the headline. But, you know, still yet. I mean, Flat Earth was, you know, it's at flat smacked a lot of people there, you know. Well, him and David both, it looks like. Yeah, I didn't even know this happened.
Me neither. Which it was this freedom rally?
Yeah, him and David Weiss.
I'll have to check for the video. Did he make the video or?
I don't know. I just figured I'd check his channel because I'm sure he's got something on his channel about it.
I will.
I mean, it's a lot of coverage. If it's on the front page, it's not, you know, buried. It's right there on the front page. So that's pretty cool. I consider that a win for Flat Earth.
I don't think Flat Earth will ever get the coverage it deserves, really.
That is up to you. Isn't that correct? It's up to you?
Yeah, I was just going to say the exact same thing. I think it's up to servers like this and ourselves, really, that are a part of this truth to make sure we spread it. And I can definitely say I've done a lot of I've done a lot of I don't know if the right word is proselytizing, or I've definitely spread the truth of Flat Earth everywhere, really, even to passers-by that I meet in conversations, and we strike a good conversation, and I can tell that they've got some type of wit to them. I always try to edge it towards a conversation geared on them finding out the truth, whether it will be about the government or, most importantly, Flat Earth. I always like to kind of test people's mental ability to kind of either conceive such a thing, or to see if I just black out from anything associated with the topic, because it kind of gives me a level for me to see where they fall at.
Well, I think in the future it will be covered in the mainstream media once they criminalize it and make it like a blasphemous thing, punishable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe when you make it too obvious trying to silence somebody, you draw more attention to them, at least from a certain group of people that would be curious to know why you're trying to silence them.
Definitely. I think that's happened already, really.
I think we're in a window right here. We're in a window where the internet is accessible to us, and we don't have robots yet. If they ever will, potentially or potentially not, but if they ever will end up dominating us with the New World Order behind it, I think we're in a window where the robots are not here yet, and we have the internet. And ever since the internet became commonplace, from that point to the point of when the robots take over, if they ever do, that's our window, or something else bad happens. It couldn't be just robots, but something else weird happens that changes things from that point onward. But I think we're in a window right now where we have at least some free countries, we have some free internet, and we have, at least in the country I live in, the right to go out and talk to people and use your freedom of speech and use your cheap-ass printer paper with your cheap-ass laser to make a bunch of flyers to hand out to people. And you can still do that in this country, but of course I'd be thrown in prison if I did that in North Korea or other countries like that. And I think we need to utilize this window. Otherwise, they win, whatever.
When the police comes to arrest you, if you try to run away, it's actually worse. That itself is another crime. So it adds up to your punishment. And when there will be robots making these arrests, like, imagine running away from robots.
I wouldn't want to be in that race.
Yeah, it'd be almost as difficult as running away from the Flat Earth.
Yeah, they will never be getting tired of chasing you.
I think there's a well-known jingle that I'm sure all of us have heard. I don't know who it was created by. Was it? It wasn't created by Owen Benjamin, but it was created by some a pianist who makes jingles, and I think he made one for Flat Earth, and it goes along the lines of, if the Earth truly was a globe, then they wouldn't try to censor or suppress Flat Earth. Truth fears no investigation. Research Flat Earth. And I think along the lines of when you said, whenever you try to suppress something, or make equate a certain topic to being completely blasphemous, it piques for curiosity in a certain group of people to actually find out more about it. And I think that's exactly what's going on right now, to be honest. You know, with all the censorship that's going on with YouTube and you know, all social media platforms, including Google, just typing in the words flat earth, you're going to get a heavily censored result from that.
Yes,
and
but
that should really make
if
people
they
think.
make it like to give you, if they will make it to give you like 20 years of sentence for being a flat earther, when people hear these words, flat earth, they will run away like plague. You know, they don't even want to hear anything about it, despite it's true or not. So
Yeah, it's amazing. They've actually brainwashed people to deliberately not think when you say the words flat earth to them. Some people.
Yeah.
It's like a trigger prompt. I don't know what it is. It's like there's a prompt in their head that as soon as they hear that phrase, they just switch off to any rationality in regards to it. And it's just disregarded from the offset.
But I needed to point out though, when you go out onto the streets, at least, I mean, I live here in Portland, Oregon. I don't know, maybe it's different around the world, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think people generally, for the most part, at least maybe when it comes to this subject, are kind of the same around the world. Like the people that give you that kind of reaction, like they're literally like 2%. Maybe even less than that. Like I'm not even sure. Like I swear, like they're out there. You can find them, but you actually have to talk to a lot of different people out in public to find a real, like, you know, glober, hardcore glober. I was just delighted when I met one the other day who was a physicist, and you know, it was a delight to talk to her because she wasn't just, you know, another dumbass kid talking on a, you know, a headset, freaking playing video games, eating Cheetos. An actual physicist. I believed her too, because I you know, I was having a fun conversation with her, saying, you know, like, you know, the shape of the Earth is not a physics question. She's like, yeah, I know. She's like, no, it's just not flat. So it's just not.
So she knew.
So what was that? Did you say she knew that the Earth was flat, or she didn't?
Oh no. What I was saying is she was being a glober. She was a glober, but a physicist. And, you know, like she had just never been challenged with it before. You know, no one ever really brought it up to her before, you know.
Yeah.
And it just, you know. But what I'm saying, though, is just, it was a delight to talk to an actual physicist about this who's being a glober, because the conversation involves them saying a lot less stupid shit. Yeah, I even told her to like come on the Discord. Like she was taking those flyer things from me, her and her sisters and everything, and like, yeah, it was just kind of funny. I was asking her like, so does light bend around, bend over a curve or bend around corners? She's like, no. Light only does that when it's next to a black hole. And I was like, yeah, but those are only theoretical. And she's like,
She knew she can't prove it in real world. Was she a teacher physicist?
I don't know. She could have been or could have not been. She just told me that she was a physicist, and I said, "Oh yeah, I like physicists. I'm not one myself, but my dad was one."
Yeah. It would have been interesting to ask her if she is teaching Newton to the children, if she was a teacher.
Yeah, I was kind of impressed. She was actually like I don't think English was her first language, but she spoke it very, very clearly. I think they were like Middle Eastern, like from like maybe Iraq or Iran or something.
Yeah.
But it was just hilarious. Like I just walk up to her sisters, I was talking about the Constitution, and I'm just trying to preserve our rights, and like, oh, by the way, the Earth is flat, And the third sister walks up to me, and she's like, wait, what did you say? Excuse me, what did you just say? Did you say the Earth is flat? I'm like, yeah, it's flat. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not flat.
She got triggered by the words, yeah.
Yeah, but the greatest part of the story though is that the conversation was much more sophisticated than like most conversations like that. Because again, it's like physicists, I really want to go like to college myself, honestly, but I don't know. So much shit just got in the way in years in the past, and I just don't know what to do now.
Do what in the college?
Oh, just study the quote-unquote hard sciences, like physics or mechanical engineering.
Yeah, that's not bad. I give you that. It's a good thing to know. Also, technical drawing, stuff like that. And I did like in high school, we had the science, which was the study of the metals crystallization and also these cutting processes according to the tool cutter material, how fast and how deep can you cut through a metal. Very interesting thing. When you cut metal, you generate heat. The funny thing, I looked into my high school nowadays, and they pulled out from the high school that science class. They don't teach the children.
Now everybody wants to shut the.
So what's going on in the live stream today? Anything, guys? Gals?
It's all of a sudden quiet out of nowhere, so. Bunch of yackers were going on earlier, so I took a break until little fucktard shut the fuck up. But now everybody shuts the fuck up. Oh, Devil's Canyon. Where the fuck is that?
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I said I'm passing through Devil's Canyon National Park.
Oh, where's that? Where's that at?
I guess I'm between Arizona and Utah.
Oh, wow. That's where I'm at, Utah.
Oh shit! You don't even know your own fucking state. What's wrong with you?
I'm what?
So you don't even know your own state. What's wrong with you, man?
Well, Devil's Canyon, that's way down south, apparently. Southern Utah. I live about 400 miles from there. 300, something like that.
Yeah, I'm headed to Flagstaff, Arizona.
Oh. Been there a couple times. Just passing through.
Yeah, it's been a really pretty ride the last 4 hours. Utah I was in Moab, so Moab was pretty nice.
Oh, yeah.
Do you go through Kingman?
Who went?
Kingman, Arizona.
Not yet. I haven't hit Arizona yet.
I spent some time in Moab years ago. I used to travel and make post offices handicap accessible. I'd do one a week. And the last one I did in the Moab area was LaSalle, which is just southeast of Moab, a little town called LaSalle, right on the Colorado border.
Oh, yeah, I just passed through there. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I used to make post offices handicap accessible. I'd have to go in and put a parking stall in, a concrete one, a ramp if needed be for the wheelchairs. I had to move the stamp machines down so they could get to them. Had to alter the bathrooms so they could use the sinks with their wheelchair going up underneath them. Pad the pipes so they didn't burn their legs. The doorways all had to be a specific width. They weren't wide enough. I had to cut it out, put a new door in. Various different things, just all the things that make code to make a post office handicap accessible. Some of them took a lot of work. Some of them took very little work. But yeah, I used to do that for a few years. Traveled all the way down to St. George, spent the winter in St. George, then went over Highway 666 down into Colorado, down to, it's been so long I can't remember the names of the towns, but down through Cajon, all the way down to right at the bottom, right in the Four Corners area. God, I can't believe that those towns are right on the tip of my tongue. I can't even remember them. But I did all of them, all the way down through there. Stop at one a week, do one a week. Started in Logan, Utah, and way up north. Worked my way all the way to St. George. I like Moab. It's a cool spot to go hang out, visit Arches National Park, and as a matter of fact, when I was doing that post office in LaSalle, right across the street, there's this big long dirt road, and they were filming that show, Thelma and Louise. That's how long ago it was. And it showed that I one day watched the helicopter flying over the Cadillac, flying through the desert just before they drove it off of Dead Horse Point, or you know what I mean, off into oblivion. But that's not where Dead Horse Point was. That's just where they filmed that part of that movie. And the school right next door to the post office was the place where they stored all their trailers, their for all the filming equipment and stuff. And it was full of all these police cars, just, you know, so they could wreck them or whatever. A whole bunch of police cars in the parking lot next door, and all these big semi-trailers full of filming equipment. Anyway, it was kind of cool to watch them film that. I was just sitting there working one day and seen this helicopter go overhead, watch it chase this car out through the desert, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I find out they're shooting this movie. A bunch of people from that town, Moab, were being extras in the movie and stuff. They had ads out in the paper and ads for people that wanted to be extras. And anyway, it was interesting.
Well, now you can make them trans accessible.
Trans accessible? What do you mean? Tranny?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's some really these interesting ruins just off of the highway over in Kingman. I'm not sure if you're going through there, but it's worth a look. It's really cool. It's called White Wagon Trail.
Depends on how far north it is, because
yeah,
Parks and Flagstaff are right on the border between Utah and Arizona. So I won't even make it to Phoenix. Like, I'll be like 3 to 4 hours from Phoenix.
Yeah.
So I won't get very far into Arizona.
Really cool place though. It's they call it a wagon trail, but it's far from it. It's one of those things where this, just something was going on in this small mountain, like just off by itself. Somebody was doing something up there a long time ago, and it wasn't from carts. Really interesting, worn away rock, and lots of repeating patterns and just interesting stuff.
They're finding all kinds of stuff about our history that other, places where cities were and out in the middle of nowhere. And they've been finding shit like that a lot lately. Got a lot of videos out that talk about alternative history and these cities that were here before Columbus got here.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on up there, but it's worth. I mean, it's even pretty interesting to look at. Like, a lot of people have done videos on it and stuff, but they try and say it's an old wagon trail, and that you're looking at cart ruts dug into the rock.
Right.
And when you get there and you look at it, and you're like, no, wood carts didn't do this.
Right. Yeah, I think I've seen maybe a video about that. Actually, it's got some. The ruts are so deep in the rock that there's no way it could have been done by wagons, and there's also like little holes along the side of the road, like imprints.
Yeah,
like
you got it.
Like some kind of a cog wheel or something went through there.
Yeah, you got it.
Is that the same spot you're talking about?
For sure, yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
The Stone Age.
Some things turned into be the Stone Age. They're finding all kinds of shit that was been mineralized, petrified, whatever you want to talk, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
For those of us who can still think on our own.
Yeah, so there was a time when they did everything by stone, and they probably had electricity too.
Oh, they definitely did. I've watched over 250 videos in the last 8 months. One a day, at least one a day. Everything we could find, me and Jason. And yeah, they've got pictures that and of these older cities that were there before they tore them down. And yeah, there was a lot more going on there than they're telling us about. A lot more technology than they admit that was there.
Well, I got my drone now, so I'm gonna set it for maximum height and go up and see what's we're actually on right now.
There
Now
you
you're
go.
talking. I love John.
Is there any way you can live stream that?
I'm not sure. It is on my phone. I'd have to figure out how do you live stream from a phone. People do it.
That'd be really good to see.
Well, as long as you record it and post it, I'd be satisfied. How far up can it go?
4,000 feet.
Holy shit! Is that above sea level, or just is that what that says?
I don't know. I'm at 1,100 feet, and it just goes up with no problem. Doesn't tell me I'm at a limit or anything.
Right. Well, obviously the air gets thinner at some point, and the drone may have a hard time maintaining.
Yeah, it'll probably take like 10 minutes to get up there, and then to sit there for 5 minutes. It'll take time to come down too.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm waiting for the second battery to charge, and then I'm going to go. There's no clouds today. See what I can do with it.
Where's that at? You're going to do that? What region?
Ohio, Cleveland-ish.
Right on.
South
It
of
amazes
Cleveland.
me. It amazes me how we're allowed to have the type of technology that they put in these drones sometimes.
I think that was a mistake.
Agreed.
The internet was a mistake. I don't like the internet anymore, actually. It's totally fake.
It's not like it used to be. That's for damn sure.
Nope.
It's so censored and so, oh my gosh, it's so terrible. Especially when it comes to flat Earth. I mean, you search anything flat Earth, and all you get is 50 debunk videos, and anything that has anything to do with supporting flat Earth is just buried deep, hard to find. Most of it's even been taken down. It's not even there no more. Thank God there's a lot of people that saved a lot of that stuff. But, and then again, we know what we know at this point. You know, it's not like if we lost everything that was out there that, you know, supported it. We all know what the score is at this point. It's not going to change any of our minds that, you know, about what we know, but certainly not going to help out anybody that's wanting to look into the subject these days. It's going to make it tougher on them. Because it was relatively easy when I started. I mean, you know,
it was a piece of cake.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago, it wasn't. I can't remember how long ago it's been. It might have been 6 years ago. I can't. It's a long time ago. Let's put it that way. It was relatively easy. Yeah, you could find all kinds of stuff, but not anymore.
I sent the drone up last night. I couldn't even see it.
I'll bet not. 4,000, 2,000 feet above your.
I wasn't even that high. I was like 100 meters, and it was like, wow.
It disappeared, huh? So tiny.
So turning into a little dot.
Did you ever take full control? Do any kind of screwing around with it?
What do you mean? Just flying it?
Yeah, just flying it by hand.
Yeah, I fly it up by hand. That's how I learned how to fly drones.
Yeah.
I'm learning how to fly it with a screen now. I'm just
I
used
hear
to
that.
looking at it and flying it.
That's how I am.
So at least it has the white lights. I know where the front is at, so I can look up and I know which way
lot of-
north is.
The only reason I ask is a lot of people just fly them on, they just program the damn thing, send it up to do.
Oh
it
no,
for
I
you.
haven't even done that yet. The only thing I've done is I give it its landing spot, and then I just send it up and fly around, and then I just hit home.
Yeah.
But I don't have obstacle detection, so I have to make sure that I'm high enough when I send it home, because it'll go straight all the way over the spot and then come straight down. So if I'm like next to a garage and I hit home, it's making a dash for home, right through trees and all.
Some of those chase drones that they have are pretty good for, like, I've seen guys that have taken them through, like little foresty areas on bike trails in the forest, and this thing's just dodging all.
I
the
have a walking
trees.
trail, bike trail right behind my house. It's connected to my backyard, and it goes for like maybe 2 miles
Yeah.
or something.
It's crazy to watch them.
It's got sport
especially when
mode.
they're
It's
on
got
their
sport
own.
mode in it, so you can turn it into sport mode and fly like that. I haven't tried it yet, but
Yeah.
I know what sport mode should do.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Especially
just-
if you know what you're doing, you got your mix of the aileron with the yaw and the yoke and all that, it's just, you just feel it. You can, I don't know, it's hard to explain.
It's a lot easier to fly after playing Xbox for so long. So this one has a 4K camera, 100-degree field of view, so there's no fisheye.
Really cool.
Yeah, when I put it up there, the horizon is flat in a 360. You can see all the way around. I don't even know how far we're seeing. Only way I'll be able to tell is when I bring it down and actually find one landmark that's as far out as I can see, because I know where everything's at around me, what everything is pretty much.
I need to get mine back out. Go through these spells where I'll play, I'll take them out and be messing with them for a year or 2 years, and then they just go back in the cloud for a little bit. I used to build them from the ground up, like when they first started peeking up out of like China and stuff. And a lot of fun building.
Oh, when you can build them by kits or buy all the parts and put them together.
Yeah, what I used to do back in the day, I used to take a lot of I'd take the best parts of what I liked from different drones, and I'd kind of hodgepodge them into one drone that I made. It was a lot of fun. A lot of messing
That was the
around.
days when you didn't have cameras on them.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine having a drone without a camera now. I had drones without cameras. I have them now. Now I can't imagine. Why would you even want one unless you're just going to fly it around? Which is fine, but the ones that I have are toys. This is a filming one. I mean, it'll take, it's 4K, and it takes great pictures. Almost better than my P900. It's probably about the same.
The DJI.
No, it's similar. It's it's a German brand, and then this is some knockoff of that, or it's the exact same one renamed, but Ruko.
Nazi.
Yeah, that's the thing with drones, man. Everybody will copy them, and I swear those copies will be A quarter of the price and just as good.
It's not even a copy. They just basically silk screened a different name on it because the batteries are exactly the same. Everything is exactly the same.
It's a Nazi brand. Just be honest, Fred.
So, yeah, I only had to pay $400 for this one.
Nice.
Yeah, when I get my skills down, I'm going to send that thing around the block with just me sitting there. I have to still be in some kind of range, though. We got so many trees around us, so I have to be high. Well, I am high, but I have to put the drone high.
I'd imagine with 4,000 feet, you've got enough range to go around your neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, I want to see if I can fly over to my mom's house.
Okay.
3/4 of a mile away by bird.
What kind of batteries are you running in your transmitter?
I'm not sure. It's the rechargeables that are built in. I'd like to get a better transmitter. Because this thing's kind of limited on range. But I want to get a nice one.
What I'm forgetting the terminology, but is it spectrum? Is it what type of transmitter is it?
Let's see.
DSMI or DSM2 or that old spectrum or shit? I forget a lot of the protocols that are out there.
Doesn't say. It's one that comes with it. It's got the name of the drone on it. Got a screen holder. It's got handles that fold out so you hold it just like a gaming joystick. It's got a little tiny carrying case. It's sweet. Going right in my backpack when I go metal detecting so I can send it up in the air and look for clearings.
That's another thing I've always wanted to get into.
Oh, I got a really nice one, a Garrett. I had a cheap one before, and then last year I was like, screw it, I'm buying a good one, and I did. I can pick up metal underneath metal. Like I can just discriminate the top layer of like 6 inches, and there could be a can there, and it won't even see it.
Really cool. Yeah, I like to forage, and I like going out looking for things like ginseng and rare mushrooms and stuff. So I would take right to that, I'm sure.
I think someone in the voice chat wants to pass the talk.
Go on.
Vidar.
No, he's up in VC check-in.
Oh, okay.
There's quite a group up there right now. I don't know how many of them are new. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Truth is up there. She can take care of them, I think. Pretty sure she's good at that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go up and say hi to her and see what's going on up there.
So who thinks they live on a spinning ball? Anyone? Bueller? Is my mic working?
Yeah, bro. I've got you.
Thanks, old dude. I can always count on you, man. Dead Air Dave checking in. See if anybody thinks they live on a magical spinning water ball that exists in nothing. I used to think I did until I actually checked the actual claims made by the Globe model. That's 6 years ago. But anyway. There's like 20 people in VC check-in. Maybe somebody will be down here in a second. This is Dave shutting up now. So, for anybody that might happen to be listening, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live. The best place on Earth to talk about Earth. the actual shape of the Earth. Is it really what we were taught? We're just looking for proof of globe claims, the top three being that we live on a ball, so we're going to need a curvature measurement. The Earth is allegedly in motion. We need detection of that motion in reality. Then we need some proof that our gas pressure system exists next to the nothing, which is called the vacuum of space. Anyone like to step up and address those questions? Well, feel free to talk about it here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. Back to silence till the next person talks.
Hey, Boom. Try now. See if you can talk.
Oh.
I've unmuted you, Paul. How you doing?
I'm good. Okay, so I'm kind of new to the movement, but it makes way more sense to me that we're on something flat than like you said, a spinning water ball. But the one thing that's getting me, and I can't find an answer online, is I was thinking if the Earth is flat, just climate in general would have to be, I would imagine it'd be different. Like, I don't know how we'd have different seasons at the same time if it was more of a flat shape. But that's why I was trying to ask questions about that.
Cool. I'll drop you a video on seasons. It might help a little bit. According to the heliocentric model, the seasons work because of the tilt on Earth, on the globe, so I believe.
Yeah.
It's winter when we are closer to the sun and summer when we're further away, which doesn't actually make a lot of sense. But at the end of the day, it's one of these things we can only really speculate on. All we can do is observe what we know and what we've recorded for a long, long time. Things like the Saros cycle and the cycle of the skies and the stars and the seasons. It just seems to be repetitive. I mean, it changes. It sort of changes slightly throughout the decades, if you like, maybe. But I think that's where the heliocentric model tell us that the wobble affects things as well. Again, I'm not sure. I didn't pay a lot of attention to that nonsense in school. Yeah, I'll drop the seasons video for you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope it helps, mate. I hope it.
Have you ever seen a representation of any flat Earth map? We don't claim one. I just wonder if you've seen one. There. What were you talking to, all dude? It's my mic work.
Yes, mate.
He doesn't care about you, Hank.
Hank? What are you calling me, Hank?
Jimbo, he don't care about you, fucking Jimbo.
Not Jimbo either. Man, sit there, Dave.
The hell
Nobody cares about
Dave, he didn't care about you, fucking Hinkle.
I guess they don't want to respond to me on mute.
Was that kid? Is that kid still here?
Oh yeah, what's up? Hey.
All right. So, are you a creationist?
I have no clue what that means.
Do you believe in God and Jesus, stuff like that?
Oh, so much.
Okay. Now, I want to blow your mind because a lot of people don't realize this, but seasons never existed in the beginning.
What?
Okay. What is fall? What happens in fall?
I think the common indicator is that the leaves fall off the trees. I think a lot of people would say.
Why?
I mean, I think the trees
leaves
have
are
like
what?
cycles they go through.
So what's happening to the leaves?
It's preparing for the cold.
Right, but what's
Because
happening to the leaves? What's happening to the leaves?
they're falling off the tree.
And they're what? So that means they're
Then they compost into the soil.
all right. They're basically
leaves are dying.
They're dying.
Once you say the dying, go ahead.
They're dying. There was no such thing in the beginning. There was no decay. There was no death. You understand?
I don't think I'm following.
Nothing in the beginning. God created Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
They were immortal beings. So was everything else. They weren't the only ones. Decay happened because of sin, right? Death entered because of sin. So before all of that happened, before Adam and Eve sinned, there was no decay.
I don't want to seem like I'm arguing with you, but is there any like verse you could cite? Because
I mean,
since birth, and I haven't heard of that specifically, but that's really interesting.
right. It's basically just a logical extrapolation from the story of Genesis, right? When you get into it, I mean, you could just read the beginning and creation, and you would understand, right? But death is a result of sin. So anything that dies is a result of sin. So before sin entered into the world, nothing died.
But when the leaves fall off the trees, they're not really dying. It's just the tree trying to conserve water for the winter.
I didn't say the tree was dying. I said the leaves are dying.
Aren't the leaves just like an extension of the tree?
Yeah, but there's no decay, right? So
Oh,
that means
shit,
so that means any fruit on the tree would fall off and die. You understand? So like, there was none of that. Like a lot of people don't understand that, but I'm like, it's like I said, it blows your mind.
Yeah, that's a really interesting take.
Ask your pastor, ask your parents about it. They might be like, They might not understand it either. But
Well, if you
But
guys,
to give you a short answer, go ahead, Trey.
no, go ahead, Dave. I was just asking if that conversation was finished because I was going to unmute Shaw and let him ask his question.
Well, it's pretty much finished. I mean, he asked about the seasons, and all day pretty much covered it. I was just going to tell him that.
did he see the video?
And
did you see the video? Did you go watch?
Have you watched the video?
I haven't yet. Where's the video?
You just think about it as a generally flat plane with the North Pole in the middle. The sun and the moon are generally circling or do ellipses above the flat plane. When the sun moves to the outer regions, then it becomes winter in the middle, and vice versa. Does that make sense?
That it does, except for I guess the lunar eclipses. How would that work?
Oh, that's a whole nother rabbit hole, man. Go ahead, Trey.
Actually, that's an interesting one because we experience. I'm going to tell you. You asked where that was posted at. Are you not following along with the live stream voice text?
I didn't see the sun video. No. Oh, here it is. I see it now.
Seasons, yeah. So one eclipse that they claim that they have the answers for the eclipses, but it's like the. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back. I have to grab something right quick. So if someone wants to finish that, that's cool because it'd be about 2-3 minutes at least before I can come back.
Has he found the video? You guys show him how to get to voice chat. Show him how to get to voice text.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, go check that video out. Go check the video out while
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
while she's coming back.
Yes, they claim to know about the eclipse, but no one can prove it anyway. It's all speculation. It's definitely not the Earth. Especially in the.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, they claim that the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon, and the Earth is what causes the shadow on the moon to cause the eclipse. But we have a selenium eclipse that appears when the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time, and the Earth is below us. It's not in the middle, but yet there's still a shadow on the moon. So it's obviously not the Earth causing it.
Yeah, and the shadow is on the top of the moon, and yet we can see the moon and the sun above the horizon at the same time. We're at the bottom, so how can it be the Earth doing? It's known as the selenium eclipse.
So in other words, the moon has its cycles that it goes through.
Yeah.
It waning and waxing, where the sliver gets bigger a little bit more each day, and then reduces a little bit more each day until it's gone. And then until it's full, it grows. But those shadows have absolutely nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah. And that's the moon letting us know that its phases are coming to an end and a new moon is coming. That's what that's all about. It's self-illuminating. Because if you cast a light on any spherical ball, you're going to have a hot spot, and then there's going to be a fade where the light's not reaching the other side of the sphere. If it's a spherical ball, in that case, in this case, you've got the moon. When we look at it, the whole thing is lit in uniform, from left to right and top to bottom, completely uniformly lit. There is no fading. Powerful all the way, except for when we get the waning and the waxing and so on.
Right.
Just to reiterate, just to make sure I'm following, you think the moon is its own light source?
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying to you. Yeah, that's what we observe. It's what we see, isn't it? Isn't it not?
I think biblically that's also the case as well. It says biblically, because I believe, as you said, you've mentioned that you're Christian or you believe in God very much. So I'm sure that biblical reference would adhere to whatever worldview you have. And biblically, it does say that God created one greater light to rule the day and one lesser light to rule the night. So you've got the sun by the day, that's a greater light, and a lesser light to rule the night. Have I got that right, guys? Is that scripture?
It's pretty close, yeah.
You got it perfectly right. Perfectly right, the Armitage. Okay. Well done. Yes. Sorry about the Armitage Shanks reference, by the way.
That's completely fine.
And like Jen was explaining to you a second ago, you can take a ball, a basketball, a white ball, whatever you want to do, and shine a light at it. And you'll see very clearly what he was talking about. There'll be a bright spot right when it's right exactly 90 degrees from the light. But as you go around the edges of the ball, it will dim, and the edges will be very dim because the light it doesn't reflect off back into your eyes. It reflects somewhere else because the ball's round. It's not a flat surface where it would reflect evenly back. The moon is always evenly lit. Always. When it's fully lit, there is no part of the moon that is less dim than the other. And if it was the sun shining on it and it was a ball, that would be impossible. Literally impossible.
Isn't there a dark side of the moon, though?
We don't know that. That's the thing. It's just another assumption.
We've never seen it, so we don't know.
We don't know that. Just don't know that. It's just another, look at all these thousands of years have gone by and not one human being can claim they have seen the other side of the moon. If they have, they're lying because we can't leave Earth. We have a dome protecting our air, second law of thermodynamics violation. If that's the case, if they went and they never went, we can't go, we're not going, we mustn't go, we're not going to go.
Yeah, I could even post a little short video. Bill Nye, the science guy, says to a group of people he's talking to, says, the Earth is an enclosed system. We cannot leave the Earth. And he's trying to get through to these kids to tell them because they found that out because they were trying to throw their garbage into space. Anyway, they couldn't get out with it. So he's trying to talk people into recycling the landfills. There's lots of money there just laying around. All you got to do is recycle it. He says so.
Yes.
And that was part of his videos. Was initially they were trying to get rid of like dangerous waste and stuff, toss it out into space, and we worry about it. Well, they found they couldn't do that. So he says, we can't get out. There's nowhere to go. And that's a very true statement.
Yeah.
Every now and then you'll find them slipping up, saying things that, they'll let the truth out. Little trickles here and little trickles there.
Yeah. And that tells you that something more powerful than us created all of us here. What is that actually? What are the implications of that, and what should you be doing in earnest? Yeah, right. Certainly not wearing that nappy on your face, that's for sure. More like whacking those idiots across the head, the ones that shouldn't be in power, the powers that shouldn't be. They need a smack. But they do.
Yeah, I agree, Jen. I'm just laughing. You're funny. Yeah. I get to see you walking around smacking the masks off of people's face. What is wrong with you?
So are flat earthers, do they typically believe the moon landing was fake?
No, we know it was. It's provable.
Yeah, that's it.
You'll find we don't like to talk about beliefs, but we know that moon landing was bullshit.
We
I
can
have
show
a question.
so much evidence that supports that it was faked. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't seen any of it. I mean, there's tons of videos that show how they made mistakes while they were filming it. The shadows on the ground were all going in all these different directions. So it was obviously done in a studio with lights. I mean, there's so many. I mean, I could go on for probably 2 hours telling you about the mistakes they made on the moon landing and how to identify them. But if you're interested, look into it.
I feel like the argument for the moon landing was fake. Actually, there's like some credibility, right? Like we were in a race with Russia. There's like we recorded over the films, et cetera, et cetera.
There was no race. Russia's our friends. If you believe that we're all enemies like that, you're behind the times a little bit. These people aren't our enemies. They're just another part to the puzzle. They all work together.
So do you guys believe that there's, at least we've been to space now, right?
No, I just said that Bill Nye said you can't leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. Why do you think that is?
Define
What about, like,
space. What do you think
satellites?
space is? What do you think
Boone.
space is?
Broke. Yeah.
So,
repeat this.
1 second. When did he validate it that the Earth is a globe? Boom.
Pardon me?
When have you validated that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
I can't validate that, obviously.
So then, all this talk about Narnia is a waste of time, then, right?
I just asked if anyone had been to space. I didn't even mention the shape of the Earth, though, man.
Okay, young fella,
How you can go into space if you don't know the shape of the Earth?
I mean, the Earth can be flat, and there still be like
No.
more out there in space.
No, because you're then breaking the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
So
Gas
you
will
believe in
fill.
God, right? You read the Bible, yeah, bro?
What's
Yeah,
that?
I do.
So the Bible says that the Earth is surrounded by the firmament, rakia. So it's a firm looking glass. And on the other side of the rakia, it says in the Bible, is water. So have we been to the other side of the water? I don't think so.
I think the reason I think it's possible is because I've observed, like,
Anthony, it's not a water.
What is it if it's not water? It says that.
How do you know that it's a water?
You put what else could it be? Because biblically, well, if we're talking biblically, it does say.
I'm Chinese. I don't know. I'm Chinese. I never read the Bible. In my culture, never in 1,000 years, we never ever had the contact with the Bible.
I'm talking about the Bible, bro. He just said he was a...
Yeah, I know that you're talking about Bible, but I'm talking about vacuum of the space cannot exist because of gas pressure, But you're talking
Yeah,
about
we know that. I know that, bro. I know that.
But you don't want, man. But yeah, because people will take that like your proof. You know that the water is there.
Yeah, but we're talking to this guy here, right? This young fella here. He says he's a Bible-believing Christian, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah. So.
Yep.
But
okay.
Anyway, right?
If you cannot be Christian, but okay.
Yeah, he's just trying to find stuff that he would relate to a little easier, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Then if somebody's Christian, my bad. If somebody's Christian, it's saying that it's globe. For me, it's not Christian, but okay.
I hear you, bro. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry about the misunderstanding there, folks.
Yeah,
but it does happen from now and again. No worries, man. No worries. Yeah. So we can't. What you got to understand, right, is that we cannot leave this earth. Get that through your head. We cannot leave this earth. There is a dome over us. Okay?
In fact, someone just posted that video I mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah, I did that. That was me.
Yeah, it's a very short video. Maybe you should just watch it real quick, like 1 minute. Yeah. So it won't take much of your time.
Yeah, it's just like 4 minutes video. You watch it, you come to an understanding.
Yeah,
our atmosphere has to be contained by something. We have to have containment. Go ahead.
I don't want to seem like a troll by like asking these questions, but I'm genuinely just trying to figure stuff out.
Please ask your questions.
So we're talking about how like there can't be anything in space, but I was just thinking like about how I could relate to that. And like my phone has GPS, which works off satellites, obviously, and satellites would have to be orbiting the Earth.
No. Do you know what GPS stands for?
Right there. Let's stop you right
Global
there.
Positioning
Please don't say. Please hang on.
Ground
please, everybody.
system.
Please don't say. Hang on. Please do not say satellites. Obviously, no, not obviously. You've just heard us told you that we can leave this up. You heard us tell you the moon landings were a hoax. They couldn't have gone to the moon. So there is no. If they didn't go to the moon, and we know they didn't go to the moon, how can they be putting satellites up there? Now your GPS is ground positioning systems. Systems, and that basically is only 1% of the communications mediums that we have. That 99% of our communications is happening via cables in the ocean. Okay? So satellites with solar panels that are geostationary, they don't exist. Satelloons, on the other hand, do exist. Satelloons.
What's that? I'm gonna post a picture here. It says from the sources.
I guess what I'm confused about is when like, cause there's videos, right? Or like you could even go occasionally in person, like see a rocket take off. Like how big would the dome be then? If, like, and what would even be the point of sending like a rocket up if it's like to like act like you're going up into space if you're not like
the point of the rocket is to keep people like you invested in space, and the Earth is a globe. That is the idea there.
Have you ever watched
there? Does anybody has that picture of rockets?
Yeah, have you ever watched rockets go into space? They just arch over. They go up, they arch, and then they go back down. You don't ever see them going into space. I don't know where you get that. I've watched every rocket launch I've ever watched my entire life. It goes up. There's some pictures right there. They arch over and they go back down.
They form a parabolic curve so much earlier than you would think they would form that parabolic curve. Really, if they were flying off to space, we wouldn't be able to see this obvious arch with the naked eye.
Right. It'd have to be 5,000 miles away to be falling over the edge of the Earth, going into orbit. At 5,000 miles, that's like trying to see a rocket from L.A. to England almost. You think you can see that thing still? When you can clearly see it in these photos and with your naked eye, you watch it go up, you watch it go down. If it was 5,000 miles away, falling over the edge, it would have disappeared less than halfway through the flight. It would have been so far away that you can't see objects that big, that far away. It's like you can't see the Empire State Building 1,000 miles away, let alone a little tiny rocket at 5,000 miles. It just goes to show you they're faking you out, dude. They're tricking you. Period.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't take this as criticism because I'm genuinely curious. But was the Elon Musk rocket launch, was that a faked video?
Yeah.
He admitted himself. He said, I don't know if you've seen a clip, but at a press conference or something of the sort, he himself, Elon Musk, said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
So fake. I mean, why would you say that? Why would you say that about your own rocket?
If you genuinely think that was real, I'd ask you to question yourself again, because
I always thought it looked very fake. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know a
You
lot
think
of
it
people
is?
had issues with there being like there's a rat or a mouse or something, right, hanging on it in the video.
Yeah, there's
That's
a rat
right.
on the rocket engine. They forgot to shoo it off away, and there's crawling around on the rocket.
There's a lot more inconsistencies than that.
Yeah, there's a lot of more inconsistencies than that. You're right.
Have you guys ever witnessed the Starlink? I'm not gonna say satellites,
Did you see
but
the car in the space?
They're very low altitude.
Did you see car
Yeah.
in the space? I'm asking now you. Did you see this car in the space?
Yeah, they're just lights in the sky.
Guy,
You got to also remember that NASA is the biggest purchaser of helium in the world. So they send up satelloons, bruh.
High altitude balloons.
With satellites hanging off of them. They find them all the time all over the earth. They crash down to earth. People find them in their backyards.
Yeah, in Brazil, I'm going to post a couple of videos so you can watch.
Dozens of them.
They don't necessarily report on that part.
Right. And the ones, most of them they don't report on. But the ones they do report on sure makes you scratch your head. What is a satellite doing hanging on a balloon?
Yeah,
Now,
there's
why would
plenty
that
of video.
Why would that even be necessary? If they've got satellites in space and they're hanging them on balloons, what? Come on. There's none in space because they're on balloons, if there are any.
To coin a phrase like Elon Musk, you can tell it's BS because it looks like poo and stinks like hell.
That's really good.
Fucking
So, I am curious then, because I know, like, allegedly, right? SpaceX and NASA planned to, like, I think in 3 years, 4 years, something around that time mark to send.
You
Like,
know how many times they've been saying that? You know how many years they've been making that promise about going to the moon or going to Mars or whatever? They keep saying we'll be going there in 5 years. We'll be going there in this. That's been going on for 30 years, dude. It's never happened.
At least 20 years.
Why would you believe that it's going to happen when they've been promising this shit for 25 years now? Never happened.
Didn't Elon originally say that they weren't going to be working with NASA in any way, shape, or form? And now they
Yeah, but he's like their little puppet right now, bro.
Right.
That's right.
So I guess like another thing that confuses me a little bit is like what is the point, I guess, of NASA? Like if it all is like they're
Would they lie? Would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Like what's the point of being like deceitful about it?
Because
NASA receives at least 70 million per day.
Yeah.
Now, just think about how much money is modern day money laundering on one of the highest levels. As if tax
70
wasn't
million.
bad enough.
70 million a day, and that's probably not even the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
That sums it up.
It's controlling the human race.
Motive.
It's keeping you invested in the globe, so you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in space. This is why they're doing it, all to control the human race. What you got to realize is you're a slave. We're all slaves here at the moment. The Earth has been hijacked by the power it shouldn't be, and we are enslaved at the moment.
Imagine if we knew the nature of reality, like we probably wouldn't have to, like, big corporations that are telling us like that the resources are finite and all that sort of stuff probably wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
We'd be able to harness the energy with basically perpetual motion. We'd be able to harness the energy because we'd understand how the system works. Perhaps there's even more land.
That's interesting.
We don't even
you bring
know.
up the whole harness the energy because, like, when I did a lot of research into not the company Tesla, but Nikola Tesla, it's very interesting to see like a lot of stuff he theorized. They're like how he wanted to make electricity free for everyone, and then like the weird circumstances around his like death and all of his research being taken in by the government.
Yeah.
Some definitely fishy things going on, bruh. The Earth is clearly not a spinning ball. Something's missing.
Yeah. So if you pay attention to the live stream voice text, we're putting material that will help you come to the understanding very quickly indeed. Don't miss out. Live stream voice text. One above live
Yeah, I've been
stream.
following along with that.
Yeah, good. I'm posting some good stuff. Things that will help understand what's really going on. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is it. This is the how your GPS. I'm going to post how your GPS works. Okay. Ground positioning systems.
I think as a new sort of flat earther, I guess, you know, you're new to the flat earth and you're asking all these questions and everyone's pounding you with answers, and then you sort of imagine yourself in that position, imagine someone else in that position, and then you haven't been able to give the answer, so you go, this is probably a bit too much for me, I'll just stick with what I know or whatever. So if you're in that conundrum in your mind, just really stick to the second law of thermodynamics. We can't have gas pressure without containment. So we know that the system is contained. We know there's no gradient. It has to be contained by physical containment. If you stick with that, like, they can bring up a million arguments. They can bring up every sort of MC Toon does it the best, man. There cannot be a flat Earth without sunrises. Sunrises prove there's no flat Earth. So don't worry about all those other arguments, man. Just know we can't have gas pressure without containment. The whole heliocentric model goes down the toilet with that, and you don't have to go on with anything else.
Yeah. Shuts it down completely one time.
And not to mention there's no curvature.
Yeah, you know, no axial rotation. So there you go. You notice they're not talking about the Foucault pendulum lately. No one's bringing that up of late.
And we don't live on a gobstopper.
Yes. As Jedi used to say, the fuck off pendulum.
No orbital rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. No. Okay.
Isn't it funny how that first guy was talking about how, like, he doesn't understand how the seasons work? I remember when I first discovered the Earth was flat, I was like, finally seasons make sense!
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never understood how, like, the sun could be 93 million miles away, the Earth could slightly tilt a little bit, and that gives us our seasons. That was a crock of shit!
Yep.
And then immediately seasons made absolute perfect sense as soon as I saw that sun going around.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that with the Rob Skibber's video, I just said, wow, that's it. I mean, what?
Yeah.
That was perfect. What was I thinking before? You know what I mean? What was I thinking before?
That makes me think that when someone says something like, I can't explain seasons, it's not that it's that they want it to be explained, not that it doesn't make sense. Like he said, it doesn't make sense. Well, I would have thought that's garbage, really. He just wants someone to explain it so then he can explain it. But he probably already knows it in his heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
if the clock's still ticking on Discord, guys. So, I remember rumors a couple of months ago that Microsoft was going to purchase Discord. I thought we'd be gone by now.
Hopefully he's not going to purchase it. I hope not. What's he doing, you know? Man's got his hands in too many fucking pies, that man.
I thought Google did.
Maybe Google wouldn't be such a bad thing.
They might be freezing on that because I think Bill Gates is in like a little bit of a
pickle. He's in a pickle, yeah.
He's getting divorced, and a lot of accusations are being thrown out.
He is married
about
to a
him,
man.
Being linked to Epstein, and then also being linked to a lot of female workers in Microsoft.
Yeah. All these problems he's got coming up. Yeah.
I would assume that probably wouldn't stop the monopoly, though, would it?
See, Microsoft though, like at least like there's some like right because they have to compete with like a few others like Google, but like I'm more worried about Facebook because Facebook seems like they're getting the little like acquiring like every social media.
Which ones are they acquiring so far?
I think they have what Instagram now. They have Twitter and Snapchat are like the two other main ones that they don't own, but they put in offers for Snapchat.
Wait, can I ask a question, Saf?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Feel free.
So you were talking about gas pressure, and I totally understand. Like, does not make sense that you have gas, like you have air on the planet, on the surface of the planet, and then you just have a vacuum of space. Because isn't it? I've always thought that like gas goes from high to low pressure, right? Yeah. Like when you blow up a balloon, the inside the balloon there's high pressure. So when you burst the balloon, it pops and all the high pressure goes.
That's right. It seeks equilibrium. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So if there's gas on the planet, that's high pressure. And then in space, there's no pressure. Why isn't the atmosphere just leaking into space?
That's right. That's what would happen if the Earth.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They try to claim that it is, but it's like such a small scale or something, or because it's such a large scale. I think.
So how far
right, Jim?
does the sky?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They did say that. The Earth is.
They try to claim that it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
How far does the sky go up?
We don't
know, but I would guess. At a guess, I reckon like 3,000 or 4,000 miles.
3,000 or 4,000 miles.
But listen, this we are small little dot in that thing.
But couldn't there be air just forever?
No.
But they are saying it is not.
I mean, there's going to be air forever in the sense that Earth is always going to be here. Yeah.
They're saying it's a privation forever. Privation means an area where nothing exists. Now, how could that possibly be? Especially, you're going to say, oh, there's a burning gas ball floating around in a privation, completely empty and void of any material. Then
how can that ever be possible in a world, in an existence where there is material? If nothing exists, then there would be completely nothing. You can't just have a portion of nothing. It doesn't work like that. If nothing exists, it can't just exist in a specific space, because then that space itself is something. So if nothing was to ever exist, that means everything that ever existed never existed, because there is nothing.
Well said.
It's a philosophical question, but
the whole concept of nothing is a paradox.
That kind of sounds like what my boy Ig says when he says space is devoid of all matter, but we're here. It is a paradox. Makes no sense. Like, yeah, it's not like when they say low pressure, it's not, there's not no pressure, there's low pressure. Well, that makes no sense. Because also in their story, isn't it that in order for gravity to work, these materials have to be moving through a frictionless environment in order for the gravity of the system to maintain itself? And that's with Newtonian, by the way. That's not even with the current rhetoric. Low pressure means no resistance. They boast no resistance. Because the entire universe, right, exploded for some reason and is expanding into, they don't know what, but the space that it's expanding into and leaving behind is empty, other than what appears to be us and all of the things in the sky that we see.
Astonishing garbage.
Yeah.
But nobody's using current. That is interesting. Nobody's using Einstein. Why nobody's using that?
Yeah.
Everybody's coming here.
They just use it to say, they say Einstein to sound like they're in the know when they want to talk vaguely about things they don't know about.
Yeah.
But when it comes to how their religion works, no, that's mass attracting mass, obviously. Because how else am I sticking to a ball?
Practically, they are mixing both of them. They are explaining with Einsteinian, and then they want to like prove with Newtonian.
Yeah, yeah. I laugh at them now, but I used to be impressed with them before when they used to talk about Newtonian and Einsteinium and all that. You think, well, these guys know what they're talking about, man. And then I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I thought, fuck me, we got a brother that knows his shit. What's going on here, man? Yeah, you know?
Right?
Suddenly,
Can we remember back into the times where we were like, man, he's just trying to get everybody into science so that we can not be so dumb. Yeah,
Yes.
that guy Hill is awesome. Right?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how naive.
We used to smoke it. We used to smoke a number and watch the Cosmos. Think it was the greatest show of all time.
Yeah. And then he hosted the anniversary of the moon landings, and then I dropped him like a bad habit. I said, he's one of them, because they never went to the moon. So he's just a pawn. What a no-good scumbag. That's when I dropped him, man. Once I discovered that he was hosting the moon landings as the MC, I thought, wow, no, this is wrong. No, I can't follow this man anymore. Yeah, that was it. I just thought, wow, he's a liar. And then I woke up. I thought this guy was just talking shit. I started going back over what he was talking about. Black holes and wormholes and linking into another dimension. I thought that was just all bullshit then. Right. Yeah, of course it is. It's theoretical physics. It's just theories. Bloody hell. Nothing is real.
You know what? I'm so upset because we have definitions for pseudoscience.
Yeah.
And then we literally call them theoretical physicists.
Yeah.
Kaku says it's no one uses the scientific method, that it's all guesswork by the seat of their pants.
Yeah.
It's like it's all there, but they still deny it.
Like, can I tell you something?
Yeah, please go ahead, man.
Like, I'm a physics student right now, and you know what they're trying to tell me in physics?
Go on.
They're talking about small particles. There's like quantum physics, and they're talking about electrons. Right. And apparently, they set up this experiment where they get electrons and they fire the electrons through two like gaps. So in the first setup of the experiment, they fire the electrons through the gaps, right? And on the screen on the back, they detect a pattern of how the electrons go through, and they detect a pattern of interference, right? Which is two slits.
No one speak right now at all. Let him share his experience. I feel you. Let him share his
So you only get interference patterns with waves. And then they're trying to say that when you observe the electron going through the gaps, you just get two lines. How does that make any sense to you?
Don't even know
Well,
what
when you say makes sense, was it not? Was there not a viable hypothesis?
They don't even the scientists don't even know what's going on themselves.
But do they not have a hypothesis?
They have no hypothesis
an
at all.
independent and dependent variable.
That all they changed
Like
was
say the knower. The knower is the thing that you're manipulating, right? Because when you know the path, it has the pattern, right? But when you don't, it does the other. Or
so when you're not watching the electron pass through each slit, they said that the electron interferes with itself and changes its velocity and momentum. But when you're watching it, the electron decides not to change and just goes through one. Like it's saying that the electrons are basically self-aware and know if they're being watched or not.
And have you experienced this happening?
No.
Like, did they show you?
Like they haven't shown me this experiment, but they're trying to teach me this.
Maybe you demand to see it.
That's what I wanted to do right before I got on Discord. Before all this shit shut down, I was gonna go to the universities. I guess everything's opening back up now. I want to go see that.
Yeah, they do that double slit experiment. I guess supposedly, from what I've heard, they do it at just about every university across the nation and across the world. They set it up. They do it. They go over it and observe it. Never learn anything new from it. They just postulate the same story he just told us. I mean, we've been hearing about this for years on end. But
all they can prove, all they're saying is that the electrons are self-aware.
Right. Yeah, we're
Our particles are self-aware.
Yeah, we're self-aware of that as well. It's just funny to us is all a little bit. I mean,
it's funny to me.
Yeah.
Scientists are always trying to claim that they can figure out stuff when they can't.
But it's something changing based on you observing or not.
Like if I drop a ball from my hand with my eyes shut, the ball drops. If I open my eyes and watch it fall, nothing changes.
Exactly. So in this experiment, is that the same? Or has something changed because of the experiment?
Now, whatever happened to that particle accelerator experiment, that machine that they built?
Hold
Remember
on.
that? Okay, go on.
Please answer the question.
Yeah, sorry.
So that's what I'm asking. Are you saying that nothing is going on? Like if you were to drop a ball with your eyes open and closed, or are you saying something does appear to be going on based on the experiment?
Based on the experiment, they're saying that the act of observing the electron.
Well, my question is, okay, you're saying they're saying, but since I'm asking you, is it an experiment? Is that what the experiment is saying?
That's what the experiment is saying. That's what they're
Okay.
concluding from the data.
Okay.
The data shows that when you observe it, it acts differently than when you don't. When you just leave it.
They're just making up stuff as they go along.
If you're observing something, you're interfering with the process. So I mean, maybe they're introducing light, maybe they're introducing.
You're breaking up, bro.
I'm saying maybe
How'd you
when you observe something, you're. I'm in fucking Arizona.
I mean, it's a fun subject and all. We've talked about this. I don't know what, at least 100 times before now, but we don't ever seem to learn anything more than exactly the same thing. We end up in the same spot with this damn thing every time. And so
the only theory
that's
that
like
I have.
saying- I was just gonna say that's like saying we don't learn anything new from boiling water. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know that it is what it is. I'm just saying this is where we end up with it. And I don't have any explanation for that. But I'm just saying. I mean, you know, we've all had this conversation many times. And no one knows really what's going on with that double slit experiment. I mean,
Yeah. I was going to ask you about the other one. You know the other one, the particle accelerator. That was this massive circle thing that they built up. That they were trying to collide two particles to get some kind
They're
of.
building another one.
The Hadron Accelerator, that one?
The Hadron Accelerator. I thought, what a waste of money that was, I thought, when I saw it.
They're building another one.
Yeah, they are.
A bigger one. Yeah.
They've got more than
man.
that one too. They've got a half a dozen of them around the world, but not as big as
Hell,
last
man, what is going on? What is going on?
And then with that, it's like that's another thing that where it's just a handful of people that have access to the information. So it requires us to trust and believe that what they're telling us is true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There's no footage of them actually excavating this thing.
Hello, Ildiko. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Welcome, Ildiko.
Hello, everyone. I've heard about this experiment for years and years and years. And what I have read about what they postulate is going on is it's really quite a leap into the idea that consciousness is not something separate from observed phenomenon, but in fact is tangled up in it. And they conjecture, I believe, that how we interact with reality affects reality. And that's
that's more what I got out of it than whether or not determining whether light is a particle or a wave, because didn't they go on after that and do it like where they did it like over the internet. They let people be aware of it, and they had a control group, and they let people. It was over the internet, so these people weren't even in the general vicinity of it, and it still affected it, just their awareness and their consciousness.
exactly. So this is almost like the first experiment to demonstrate that consciousness is not something that lives isolated from reality, but it's an integral part of it.
This is terrible lunacy. What they're doing. This is well out of control. I mean, this is.
Well, I don't know about that. You see, I don't know about that, but because if it does prove that consciousness is a part of reality, it makes absolute sense to me. How could consciousness be anything other than a part of the reality it observes?
Yeah. But then again, if you're living in a fantasy, are you really awake?
What does that mean?
Your consciousness.
Well, there's a reason why they go through all of these, like every all these efforts and to control your mind. There's a reason why they want you. They want to control your mind.
Well, they understand that mind has an effect on reality, and so they can manipulate your thinking. Your thinking has an effect on what then occurs in reality. This is, I think, it's according to what I've read, it's groundbreaking.
Yeah, it proves that like an electron has awareness, and that's like the smallest particle. So
Awareness that is connected to our awareness.
So we're made of like millions of particles, and that's what makes our awareness.
Well, not necessarily. We're not an epiphenomenon of matter. Not necessarily. That's not what I conclude by that. But you can conclude that, I suppose. I mean, there's...
Yeah, I mean, it's their body operating. This is what I'm saying. It's just...
But no, that consciousness may be even more of a factor in observed reality than we had previously given it credit for. That's what that experiment, according to the readings I've done on it, proves.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you put that in there, actually. So, yeah, that, it's another angle. There's so many angles in this thing. I just can't keep up with it. I just think it's a waste of money at this point. Look at what's going on, homelessness, starvation, wars, and we're busy making these... honestly, I'd like to see what would happen if one or two of them were put into that machine and collided together. What do we get then?
Well, it goes back to what I've always said. And see, what we're talking about now are things that we can't actually test or verify. So I guess it would be an individualized basis at this point where a person would stand on that. But it goes back to what I've always said about them wanting to control your mind and whether or not you're telling truth, walking in truth, or just believing and repeating lies. It's like a different frequency and a different resonance. It's what you resonate with, and so you're drawn from that energy, and you're feeding into that energy, and you're part of that.
Yeah, I run a mile. When I hear this sort of stuff, I just run a mile. I'm not interested at all. It's not something I just can't get into that. The equipment alone, when you look at the equipment, you think, what are they doing? How is this going to help humanity, man? When you look at the stuff and how earnestly they're getting it together and bolting it down, it's costing the taxpayer billions of dollars or pounds if it's in England, right? And and
all they do is smash two particles together.
Yeah. I want to smash them together. That's what I want to see happen. Smash them together. Let's see that for real. Don't go up and see that, dear.
Listening to Whitset lately makes me think it's some sort of precursor for the new alien invasion.
Well, they always tell us if it's something that we can't test and verify for ourselves, and we have to depend on what they're saying to be true and have faith and believe in what they're saying to be true. I mean, it goes into an entirely different realm, and we know that when we come into a topic like that where it requires us to just believe and trust what they're telling us, that they always give us the story that they want us to believe, and it doesn't matter whether or not it's true or not. Even if they mix some truth in with it, they will always superimpose a story where they want our minds to go. And we know that that's how they operate. So, I mean, anyone who takes what they supposedly determine or uncover or accomplish in those hadron colliders, which is a totally different topic from the double split experiment, but anyway, with the Hadron Collider, if any, like, it would require faith. It would require faith and trust in them. That it's like I don't believe anything that they say. Now, I have my own speculations as to what they're actually doing, but that is my own personal viewpoint. And so far, I feel like I'm the only one that has it. But it's interesting to hear the different viewpoints on it. Myself, I know that they're
trying to conjure up the devil.
That's what a lot of people believe, right? But I'll tell you that they've been trying to get out of this place. They've been trying to break through the firmament and break through the enclosure above us. They've tried to go dig into the earth and get through that way. They've tried to get into the ocean and into those, what is it, that dense viscous material at the bottom of the ocean that they can't penetrate. They've been trying to do this and
heavy water.
They understand. They know, like, the energies that are involved and they know more than what they give us a story, but they are aware of how the energies work and how this earth functions, right? So if they have come to the conclusion that the electromagnetism and those fields and the electromagnetic nature of the earth itself and the entire system, how it all functions together, and if they have came to the conclusion and if they have determined that that plays a role in the firmament or the containment, our ability to leave, like how we're enclosed, if they have come to that conclusion, it would not surprise me a bit if that's not what they're trying to do with these hadron colliders, is to tap into that energy and manipulate it in some way. So that, I mean, that's what I think they're doing.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. That's what because that's what they said. They were trying to create this bang moment and stuff. I'm trying to get a better understanding. Well, that's what they told us. But whether that's true or not is another story in itself. And I don't see how that's going to help them anyway, because they can't leave anyway. I mean, there's no way, man. We're not going anywhere. They're just endangering our lives, is what I see. Drilling holes, smashing permanent.
Well, these hadron colliders, they cost billions. They cost billions, and you're telling me that all that money is just going to smash two particles together? No way. No way does it cost billions to put two particles together.
Yeah, there you go. Just stealing the money, just lying. I'm saying, man. When I saw this thing being constructed, I said, "Come on, what are we doing here? You know, what the hell are they playing at, man? Taking up a lot of land space as well, this thing. Massive."
I mean, it would only make sense. What are they producing there? It's massive electromagnetic. It's nothing but huge magnets, and it's massive electromagnetic energy that they're working with and that they're manipulating. It would only make sense that they're trying to tap into the Earth's energetic fields and manipulate it.
Yeah.
Whatever story they give us, but that's just my own personal viewpoint, you know. I think it's just another way of them trying to release the containment so that they can get out of this place.
Yeah, but I don't think that's possible, because it was designed so we can't get out. Because whatever's out there will then get in, and whatever we got in there will then leave, and then we die. Possibly.
Well, yeah, but that didn't stop them from firing nukes into the...
No, I know. I when I found out that they did that in 1962, I was still a baby in the nappy at that time. My word, I was still in my diapers when they were doing that. Wow, come on. I was so bloody unlucky to be alive, because they could have killed me and my brothers wouldn't have been born. Shit, that's mad. That's lunacy. We shouldn't be that free to be able to do that. Oh man,
I don't know how to say your name, dude. It's like the 2nd, 6th, LA, in parentheses, C, PFC, whatever. What? Like Jennings, Mr. Jennings. I'm going to call you Mr. Jennings. So if you'd like to have a row, just hop up into the VC check-in and someone will follow you up.
I don't know how you all feel about that, but I think, you know, that these scientists are a little bit too free with their ideas. And then Pentagon, back in 1962, they were wild. Nuclear's up in the sky.
You're saying they set off nukes in the air?
Well, whatever they were doing, it was dangerous. Anyway. Complete lunacy.
They're trying to blow through the sky.
You can look it up.
Yeah, what's it called? Operation Fishbowl or something like that?
Yeah, Operation Starfish Prime, aka Fishbowl of the Lord. Operation Dominic as well there was. Yeah. Operation Starfish Prime was the biggest one of all of them. That's why I mentioned that one, number one. It was the biggest one. Yeah.
I didn't see where you posted that. Sorry, Jim.
No, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's why I looked into it big time. But like you said, God Rocking, we don't know if that third radiation belt is really there. That's their story. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's their story. And if their story, we've got to remind them. Remember, you said that there's a radiation up there. There's a third belt, 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belt. So how did you get through all those belts And why didn't you have that? We noticed when they were going in their rockets, we didn't hear you have a countdown as you entered any of these zones. You know, you're going to have a countdown, aren't you? If you're going through these radiation belts. You're going to have a countdown. You gotta, because you got to know how the astronauts are operating. Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
2,500 rands.
Yeah, that's common sense right there, Jim.
Yeah, you know. How you doing? How you doing, Michael Collins? Can you stare at that craft, okay? Yeah, stop picking your nose, Neil. Come on now, concentrate. You're picking your nose again, Neil. Stop that. They're going through the bloody belts. You know, you have a countdown as you go in, and then you have a periodic check every 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, checking that they're all right, because it's a 4-hour journey through the belts easily. So that's dangerous, you know. But they never did any of that. None of that happened. And then they didn't mention Earth when they were on the moon looking at the Earth. They didn't even mention that either. Terrible. Huh.
Yeah, that makes me think. I know some people think Kennedy was not that he was cracked up to be. I used to think he was really great, but if that happened in 1962 and he was on board, and he made a bunch of speeches about going to the moon and all that, if he knew, he must have known, to be at that level of the government, what was going on. So he must have been part of the deception, and for him to allow that to go out and under his watch, them trying to get through the firmament in such a reckless way that, whatever it was they did, whatever these weapons actually were, of course, as you said, it's all speculation because we don't even know what part of our history is true and what part's not. But I'm kind of leaning toward he was more like a proto-Trump type character, where it's like, oh look, we got the renegade, he's the first Catholic, he's gonna fight for the people, go against the Federal Reserve, go against the CIA. And he could have just been one of early form of a controlled opposition type thing, where they're going to pretend like there's somebody on the people's side, then they're going to slaughter him in cold blood in front of all the people. So it's like, oh yeah, you got so excited because you thought somebody was on your side, we're just going to go ahead and kill him for you. Yep. But and what the serious truth was about that, whether he was really fighting for us and they took him out because of that, or if they just wanted us to think that he was fighting for us and they took him out because of that. It doesn't really matter because the effect's the same. It devastated an entire generation who was very idealistic, the whole Camelot thing, had come out of World War II, who thought America was all that, and just one of our first trauma-based mind control mass media events.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he might have been innocent and all that. I think he might have been.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just speculating. I have no idea. How can we know? I don't know.
Yeah, true. But he gave some really powerful speeches, though, didn't he? Really moving speeches.
Yes, because he did give that speech where he, talked about the secret societies and all that, and the warning about what was going on. But I mean, Alex Jones gives speeches like that. Lots of people give speeches like that. Doesn't mean that they're good people or that they are, really fighting for the good. Like I said, it could just mean they're limited hangout types.
Yeah, I mean, he did give some motivational speeches, didn't he? The ones outside the college and that, peace and that, and stop the nukes. He did some good speeches. I mean, maybe he didn't write them, someone written for him, but man, he did some good speeches. I often listened to some of his speeches because I thought that he was a man of honor, integrity. I really did.
Well, they've got groups that they train and they have they sit and they watch for people. If they are good motivational speakers and they are influential on the public, then it's like they don't always take them out. They'll watch them, and if they can gain access to them and gain control over them, and whether it's through threat or whether it's through offer to pay money or whatever, they'll start controlling them, and they'll give them things like boundaries within which they have to stay within. So they'll be able to speak some truths, but there's certain things, because with Alex Jones, he's a really good example, because if you look back into the history of Alex Jones, he used to he used to call out Israel a lot. Like when Israel when they were in the light and they were at fault for whatever. It's like he used to call them out when they were
Yeah, he always called them out. Yeah,
but
he did.
and
He
then
was.
and then he gave that like in one of his like videos. He admitted that the CIA, like he told how they had reached out to him and how they kept trying to talk to him, and then it was, I don't know, sometime after that, it was real shortly after that he started changing his narrative, and he started repeating, like he would still give some truths, but then he would give the same mainstream narrative that everyone else, like he'd start blaming China and Russia and then supporting Israel. But all of it is wanting to keep us divided, whether or not it doesn't matter which nation it is. But I think they kind of learned their lesson with with Buzz Aldrin and them, because when they came, it's like, I don't believe that they knew before they went on their so-called mission, right? I don't believe that they knew, because they were all happy, excited, and you saw the change in them when they came back. So I think maybe they took a different approach after that, and the only ones they let be involved in
They must not.
in those endeavors are already their operatives beforehand.
I mean, don't forget, NASA, they did murder a couple of other astronauts, you know. What's his name? Grissom went, didn't he, with Chappie and
the one that hung
another guy.
the guy that hung
they
the
burnt him
lemons.
Yeah, that was Gus Grissom, his name is, I think. Yeah. He they took him out, and his colleagues, David Chappie or whatever his name is, and another person, I've forgotten the guy's name now. They those three died in a fire, which was deliberately filled with, the capsule was deliberately filled with pure oxygen, and it just took one spark, and that was it. They were burnt to a cinder. So, I mean, they must have known there was some danger there. Anyone speaks out, that's what happens to you, kind of thing. So you're just going to toe the line.
Chaffee's the one I was trying to think of. That's the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan. That in the museum up there, they have a whole kind of display dedicated to him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was in that capsule and was murdered along with Grissom. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we should find out who the third one is, I guess.
Nice.
Apollo 1. It's Apollo 1, right? Isn't that Apollo 1? Grissom, Edward White, Roger Chaffee. Edward White's, that's the one we forgot. Or Edward.
Yeah.
We'll try to remember you from now on, Edward. R.I.P. That was 1. That's Apollo 1.
Okay, Apollo 1 then. All right.
Somebody trying to talk?
Yeah, that was a fraud. He's driving, you see, so he cuts in and out.
Rod, you're still roboting, man.
Yeah, he's driving himself mad in that car, in that van or truck. And then Neil Armstrong reckoned they left a camera on the moon, but they found it in his lockup, in his cupboard. It was there. The Hasselblad camera.
At the Earth base. That's what I think. Because I don't think they would have been able to recover from learning what the Earth truly is. Maybe they found out later on, but I don't.
You're roboting pretty hard, Frog.
Think in that moment.
Yeah. Mm.
put a serious RIP. A lot of times we use the RIP for a joke, but Jeffrey, Grissom, and White, I'm giving them a serious rest in peace because those guys, I think they probably were just believed that they were doing something great for their country, and they didn't know they were part of a massive deception, and they had to be murdered, to make a statement. It's very sad for them and their families.
Yeah, really sad. Grissom knew that it wasn't going to work because he knew that the equipment that was being made wasn't going to make it there. He knew that. He could see it clearly, and he wasn't going to lie about that. He was definitely appalled at the state of NASA's equipment. At one point, there was no window in the capsule, so you couldn't see out. I mean, how are you going to go somewhere and you can't see where you're going? That's mad in itself, he said, Put a lemon up there, didn't he? He said, this thing's a lemon, man. How are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between two buildings? And then suddenly, he was on fire. Fuck, please. Yeah, he said it.
So that kind of lends credence to what Frog, I think, was just saying, and what I've been saying too, that perhaps all these stories about Newton and Einstein, and we're told about them, but when you read their journals and stuff, it's really different from what the mainstream says, from their interpretation, right?
Yeah.
And I just think that with this, you saying that, a guy, having a problem with them not having windows, how do I even know that they really knew that they were going to space? Whoever was lying to them, they were trying to pull the wool over their shit. Yo, there's gonna be no windows. Come on, I already thought this shit was sus, bruh. No windows, for real. I'm supposed to believe I'm going to the moon. All right. Okay. Listen, give me my severance. I'm out of here.
Can you imagine that? No windows in the capsule, honestly. This is just too much. That was when I heard that, I laughed.
So is there any new people still in here? There was a bunch of people joined, but I don't hear them talking. Hello?
Oh, we're here, but there's no one new at the moment.
You're new, Jen. You think you live on a silly spinning magical water ball, don't you, Jen, CBR?
No, I did before, yeah.
You used to think
I was always wondering if that ever stopped, we'd all just fly off. So I was always worried about the asteroid coming in. If that hit us, bang, it's all over and we're flying off because that was fast. I knew that spin was out of control. And there's no way we could be spinning like that, can we? Ooh, I was always worried about that spin, always, in the back of my mind. Couldn't feel the spin, but I just knew it was fast. And if we suddenly stopped just like that, everybody would just fly off this earth. That's what I used to think. It was always there. As soon as I realised that the earth isn't spinning, this is a flat earth. Wow, I mean, I felt like a helium balloon, literally. After feeling like an idiot first, though. Feeling like a plonker, How did I miss all those clues? What an idiot I have been all these years.
That's a new one, a plonker. What's a plonker?
A plonker is just a dipstick. A person who's an idiot.
I'm not going to tell you what it sounds like to me. It sounds like something that... it sounds like a word that describes something that goes on in a personal restroom or something.
Yeah, what a plonker.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Or a knobhead.
A knobhead, that's it. Or a knob end even.
Yeah, or a bow end.
Yeah. After feeling like that, I then felt like a helium balloon. Yes, it's flat. Wow. No asteroids are coming in. Whoa, well, that's it. Whew. Put that to bed. That's finished. No more asteroids to worry about. They're never coming.
So what's the worst insult, Jen? A plonker or a wanker? Which one would you rather be?
I don't want to be any of them.
Okay.
But a wanker's worse though.
Yeah, we don't really say wanker, we say tosser.
Yeah, they say toss. Shut up, you tosser. or you Barclays banker. Or you shirt lifter. A shirt lifter is the guy who does it from the rear. Shirt lifter. Poo basher, dirt box technician. Likes to play in the dirt.
And now for something completely different. Somebody else.
Try to eat. Shirt lifter?
Yeah, that one got me too, Ryan. It looked a shirt. Heard that one.
That sounds creepy.
I thought I'd heard them all. Mud packer, all that, but
yeah,
never heard shirt lift.
Yeah, you just pulled like 3 or 4 I'd never heard.
Who's
You're still breaking up, Fraud, if you're trying to talk.
Poor Fraud.
Poor Fraud. I know, it sucks.
You must go offline around the Grand Canyon or wherever you're at, I guess. Damn satellites.
2, 3. What about now? Am I still breaking up?
Go ahead and talk. We can hear you now. Hit us with it. Robot, as soon as he started talking to me.
It probably won't last.
The sensors are keeping Fraud down, man. The man's keeping him down. We have a new VC verified Trippy Sheehaw. What say you? What service? Trippy. VC verified. Would you like to talk? At least say hi. Wow, that's Trippy. Trippy's not going to talk. Somebody else go.
I have a green car.
You have a green card. Thank you for that information. Appreciate it. What does it have to do with anything?
Nothing.
Yo, hello.
Hello. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? I have a couple of questions to ask about the Earth being flat.
Okay, shoot.
So, like, how does night and day work if the Earth's flat?
Well-
Where are the moon and the sun?
Well, moon and the sun are intangible to us as far as exactly what they are. From observation, we can tell that the sun and the moon move above us. How high above, we don't know. But they generally move around us in like a circular pass or ellipse pass. And it gets dark when the sun goes further away. When the sun comes back, there you have light. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean,
Next question, somebody else will answer you.
what about them solar eclipses? Like,
Can't hear you, bro.
sorry, am I a bit quiet? That's fucking, I don't know, it's my microphone.
Restate your second question. We didn't get it.
What about solar eclipses? If you're saying that the Earth and the Sun are like above us and going around in circular motion, how does one block the other and form a solar eclipse?
Somebody else take the eclipses, please. Roger, you. There's no eclipse people here. Come on, man. All we know is that stuff in the sky does whatever the stuff in the sky does. That's about the extent of my law.
I love that answer.
How solar eclipse can show the curvature?
I mean, that's an honest answer. It might have been funny, but no, I'm not. I'm not gonna. See, the problem we all got in this situation, we all believed this, and we actually checked the story, didn't check out. It don't mean we're gonna have something to replace their story with. Go ahead, son.
Okay.
Can solar eclipse make Earth spherical? Can solar or moon eclipse make Earth spherical?
Make a sphere.
Yeah.
He's asking you if the stuff in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Basically.
Oh yeah, it does.
How?
You are saying that things what is happening, that means solar eclipse made the shape of the Earth?
Well, no, a solar eclipse didn't make the shape of the Earth, but
okay. But what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Not about solar and moon eclipse.
Oh, the Earth is round. It's
really?
not perfectly
And
round, but it's a bit oblong.
Is it round like a pizza or like a quarter? Or how round is it?
Like a ball. You talk about a ball,
Oh,
but
like
it
a
has
ball.
a couple
Okay.
quirks and dents in it.
That's one of our first questions here. Do you know when anybody ever measured the Earth? When that happened?
When someone measured the Earth,
Yeah.
I could not tell you when the Earth was measured. It could be back.
I believe somebody did it. You just don't know who did it.
Wow, this guy sounds just like Drace's little brother.
No.
Icelandic, aren't you?
Are you from Iceland?
Yeah.
No, I'm not from Iceland.
Where are you from?
Okay.
Scandinavia.
No. You are so far wrong. I'm from Ireland.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Doc. Yeah, you're way off on that one, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't listening then.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to be like genuine about it now. Proper questions. That's
Oh,
why
now
the
I hear
accent
it.
ain't coming up much. Yeah.
Well, that's all we want anybody to be here. Here is honest and genuine. So go ahead. Y'all talk.
I've been in here a couple of times and asked a couple of questions. There are some genuine people in here. What about then? How would you explain other planets being circular? And
Hey, listen, man, I ask you again. You can watch in the planets, but you said that Earth is spherical.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. And that means that it's dropping somewhere. You know, is it that true?
What do you mean dropping somewhere?
That we have, you know, you have the sphere and it's dropping. If you're on one point, let's say on the top, is it dropping
you're
down?
upside down on the other one. Is
No,
that what you
no.
mean?
No,
Yeah,
you go from point A to point B, you're going to have a drop because of the curvature, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you show me that in nature, please? And I will go out from this server forever.
From nature. I mean, it's my personal belief is we can't really see the curvature of the Earth. Even if you stand on a high mountain, really probably high up, then you can maybe see the curvature. But it's the way.
Yeah, but I'm not saying about see. I'm not saying about seeing. I don't need to see. Let's try to see where it's starting to drop, and on distance should be more drop and more and more and more. Is that true?
Yeah.
Let's say we cannot see object on some distance because it will drop.
Yes.
Yes. Can you show me that in nature? I will leave that server immediately.
In nature?
Of course, because Earth is nature, not on television.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can show you that in nature.
Yeah, you can. Do you know why you can? You can do that, for example.
Okay.
Because Earth has some, how to say, my English is not good.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fucking.
It has a radius that means some kind of math, Do we have distances, circumstances of the Earth, radius?
Yeah, we do have the radius of the Earth.
What is radius of the Earth?
I couldn't tell you right now, but I'm sure if I Google
It's near to 4,000 miles. Okay, it's 4,000 miles. Yeah. That means that that means that it's 8 inch per mile square it's drop. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Everywhere from you. But listen, this in nature, we cannot find that.
I mean,
For example,
how do you think they got that radius, Mad Lad? How do you think they got that number, 3,959 miles?
Oh, geez, they couldn't tell you, honestly. I really couldn't. But all I know, it's definitely done by some equation or formula.
No, but you don't know anything. That's the thing. You don't know a damn thing.
Yeah.
You just believe. Listen, kid. You just believe because somebody told you and you read it somewhere. You don't even know how big the Earth is. You say it's a ball. How do you even fucking know if you haven't measured it? You got no answers for nothing. You just I believe it is. That's it. That's all you got. Seriously.
Yeah.
How does that? That doesn't strike you as odd. That doesn't strike you as odd.
No, but you could say that for a lot of things, realistically.
No, you can't. No.
You could say that for
religion.
You know, people believe in religion. You could say that.
Okay.
Religion and stuff. Like that.
A Zonda exists, right? I've never seen one, but Lewis Hamilton drives one, so then it's fucking real, all right?
Okay,
you see what I'm saying? But that proves it right there. So I'm saying you're saying Earth's a ball, but you got nothing of any type of evidence to prove it to be such. You just believe it, bro. I'm just saying because of pictures and stuff you've read. Pictures aren't. Go ahead.
I understand the point you're coming from. For stuff to be science and factual, you have to see it with your own eyes. But in society,
you don't need to be science
right now. Yeah,
for example,
the world we live right now, it's like most things that are being said around, you cannot prove to yourself unless you have a degree in a certain field or everything like that. Or unless, it's the case of like you have to believe what other people said, but if they have scientific backing and proving of what they are trying to suggest, you can go do it for yourself. I mean, I bet you if I left this call, went for around 3-4 hours, had a look in scientific novels and online and interviews and everything like that, and go to NASA or go to SpaceX and watch their footage or do anything, I could find proof then at the Earth.
You think so? You think you could prove it's a globe, don't you, Mad Lad? That's what we all thought. I thought so too, because when I was sure there was some evidence there, but that's the thing. We find that there is no scientific evidence of this alleged globe, that it's just a theoretical model that has no basis in reality. But yeah, by all means, just search around, see if you can find that scientific proof of curvature, because we haven't seen it yet.
I mean,
you cannot find it because it's not scientific. It's not scientific question in the first moment.
My personal belief of the curvature is that you can't really see it if you're standing, even if you're standing on a tall mountain. That's the way I view it because of the way our vision is and with the way we stand on the Earth. You know, we're not standing straight up, technically.
But see, man, the problem here is they told us how big the ball is, supposedly, so we can go out and try to verify that. We've got many observations where we see stuff way too far. So it has nothing to do with, I know what you're trying to get at, but, you know, they gave us a number. This ball has a radius of 3959. Have you seen the black swan argument that we have?
No.
Well, just take him. Somebody take him through the 3 steps because he needs to go through them.
I think he's already been through them, basically. Does somebody want to do it? Dandelion or?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mary. Or Dandy.
Okay, hold on. The black swan, is that what we're talking about?
No, the 3 steps. He hasn't. He might as well go through them because he's gonna fail. He's gonna fail. But
okay.
The 3 main globe claims. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And so, before I go through that with you, Mad Lad, because then you get a special role called the 3 points participant.
Okay.
You know, if you... don't let me forget, because you're going to look at NASA for proof of the globe. And NASA, right there on the website, we can show you where they tell you the globe image you see is made of CGI and created in Photoshop. So that's from NASA.gov. Yeah. So since you think that's a verifiable source, don't let me forget to show that to you. But I already did ask you how you thought they came up with the radius, and you said you didn't know, but that's not technically one of the 3 points. But how do you think, Mad Lad, do you know, like, at what time in history was the curvature of the Earth scientifically measured and proven to exist? The curvature, at what time was that proven? Who did it?
I would probably say back in... I mean, it was definitely discovered. I can't say I know for a fact now, but I possibly know that somewhere way, way, way back in time that some culture or civilization knew the Earth was a globe.
So that's a no. That's a no. Next one.
Okay, yep, he doesn't know. He thinks probably somebody a long time ago did it. So yeah, we can get into more details about that if you wish. But yeah, that's the first point. So you do not know, but you're sure somebody real smart did it sometime way back when. Okay, and so then the second point is at what time was the axial rotation? We're being told that we're spinning, on this globe. We're being told that's the cause of day and night cycles and so on. At what time was this rotation scientifically measured and demonstrated? And who did it?
At what time? Probably in 1800. Don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm guessing.
He's guessing 1800. Okay. All right. So you don't know that either, right? You don't have any evidence or actual information about how this was decided or determined, right?
No.
Yeah. So what we're seeing here, and you're not unusual, just so you know, most people have never been educated about this, even though everyone thinks it's, well, I'm not everyone, but many people think this is true because they saw it on TV, but they know nothing about how it was determined or proven or who came up with it or how they showed it to be true. They just accept it. Somebody smarter than them must have figured it out sometime. So anyhow, on the third one is it's the gas pressure without a container, right, guys? Is that the third one? How can you have gas pressure? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
How can you have gas pressure, as we're told we have? We have the atmosphere here. And so what we are usually taught and what we observe in the real world is that gas disperses to fill all available containers that it's in. So that is one of the things that distinguishes gas from liquids and solids, is that the particles are farther apart and move faster, and also move to disperse to fill the container that they're in. And you also need to have gas pressure. You also need a container. So the question is, how can we have this atmosphere, pressurized atmosphere, next to this alleged vacuum of space?
I would personally say gravity for that one.
Okay, well, we can go through reasons why that's a problem, but I'm going to go ahead and give you the 3 points participant role. But how do you think that gravity would act upon these gas particles?
Okay, my understanding of gravity, and this might not be correct, but as obviously we are all being pushed down by a force, I don't know. I should know this specific measurements. I do physics, but fuck, I can't remember. Like, gravity is what keeps us on the Earth, basically, from falling off. You know.
Do you have a citation or any evidence of this mass attracting mass form of gravity that's been discarded by mainstream science for over 100 years?
Masha, can you look at our solar system?
I cannot look at it. I thought we already talked about that. We can't look at it.
What do you mean we can't?
That's the old and busted gravity, man. You're stuck with bendy space-time now. I'll explain that one.
What? Wait. How
You're stuck with Einstein and his bendy space-time, where you bend the concept. Explain that to it.
Is that solar system in the space?
So I just wanted to show this guy because okay, so you had it in your mind, and you said, you admitted that you didn't really know, right? But you had it in your mind that someone, and you came to the conclusion, right, that someone a long time ago, way back when, had determined that the Earth was spherical. But if you look into the live stream voice text, I'll show you a depiction of what everybody a long time ago, way back when, the depiction of the Earth, that their understanding of the Earth. And all of them pretty much are very similar, except for one. There's only one that stands out.
True. But I mean, you can argue the case that, way back in those history times in the Greece, just, they were philosophers and they were smart people, but they can only observe so much with the technology that they had compared to what we have today. So from their point of view, all they could see was the Earth being flat. They didn't have like a third eye like what we do, satellites, and you have rockets sending people to the moon and everything like that.
Well, don't you think with today's technology we should be able to measure the curvature pretty easy with lasers and stuff? Wouldn't that be easy? How come nobody's done it?
Like what I said, my personal belief on the curvature is like there's so many factors and variables. Yes, if you were to apply the concept that they were given to a perfectly spherical ball, you could definitely see the curvature of there then, because there'd be no other variables blocking their way. You're talking about our eyesight is one. There technically really isn't fully.
Well, what's a way to eliminate a lot of the variables? What's a way to eliminate a lot
of the variables? It's almost impossible. With everything going on.
Well,
can I ask you?
If you conduct your experiment across the giant body of water, that's one way of doing it.
I mean, there are mirages and that, light reflection and everything. So even if you zoom something back in
what's reflecting? What are you reflecting?
Okay, so from light from the sun would come off and reflects the water, And
Yeah, we're not talking about the sun. We're not talking about the sun. That's not the experiment. You're not conducting a sun experiment.
No, but you were just talking about how stuff would reflect.
Right, but that's because it's from shining from above, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a vertical. We're talking about the horizontal.
Oh, jeez, I'm getting confused now.
Don't be confused. Is it horizon? Is it horizon? Listen, this is simple. Is it horizon geometrical or optical? You know what you see on the sea. You are on the beach.
Oh,
is that horizon?
That might be too advanced. That might be too advanced.
No, we can only, well, we can't really only see to a certain distance, but it's not the case of, you know, once you see the horizon, that's where the Earth should dip. I mean,
okay, that's ships going over the horizon because of curvature.
Well,
and honestly, the reflections, the reflections from the sun on the Earth and on the water actually suggest a flat and level Earth.
How so? How so?
So if you understand the horizon, what is it? Is it an actual location, or is it? No, so it's not. It's not an actual location. Okay, so if the Earth is curved, should it be a location?
No, it shouldn't be.
Why not?
I mean, define a location.
All right. So if you have a basketball, right? Isn't it around, right? So at some point you can't see all sides of the ball, right? So there is a curve. There's a visible curve. So there is a horizon. There is a physical horizon on the basketball. So if the Earth's a sphere, there should be a physical horizon.
Yeah. But
okay. Then you agree that there should be a physical horizon on this giant basketball we live on.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll go along with it. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Now you go from there. Go ahead, Johnny, I think it was.
Now we will pause the picture.
Hello.
Are we waiting for someone to post something, or?
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah,
you might as well go ahead and talk to him if you want.
No.
Yeah, what he's trying to explain to you is by being physical, right? It's being physical versus being optical is where you see the horizon, where the Earth appears to meet the sky. What they're claiming is that the horizon where the Earth appears to meet the skies is actually where the Earth is beginning to curve away from you. So what he's posting and what he's getting ready to go over with you is, I'll just let him take it from there. But that's what he means by physical, right? Where the Earth begins to curve away from you in all directions from where you're standing. If it's a sphere, like there's a point at which that must occur. And that's what he's getting ready to go over with you.
Okay. What's this?
Yeah, I wasn't taking over whoever was going through that with him. You can go ahead. I was just explaining. He seemed confused about it being physical versus optical. So
that was a good explanation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Sasha posted the black swan there. Do you see it? The image there. That was Sasha. I know you can't.
I can speak about that, but my English is not so perfect good that maybe somebody can explain better. But I can explain black swan. It's no problem.
Yeah, I keep thinking that's Johnny, so that's Sasha.
Yeah. Well, do you want to, Dandelion?
Sure. You see that image there, mad lad, of the two oil rigs where it says bye-bye ball?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so if you click on that so it gets bigger and hopefully stays on your screen. So, yeah, what we're telling you here, basically what we do around here is we, just like we explained to you about the radius of the Earth, we take the numbers that we're given in terms of what the official globe model is, and we test them in reality because if the globe were, if this model, that's all the globe is, it's a model. You've never seen it in reality. You've just seen it on TV. And as we explained to you, the NASA.gov doesn't even pretend they're going up there and taking pictures. They come right out on their website and tell anybody who's paying attention that they make those images on the computer. So we take these numbers of this theoretical place of outer space that they claim a few people have gone to, even though it defies all natural law and we have no scientific verifiable evidence that it exists at all. So for that reason, and you seem to be doubtful that we were allowed to test these things unless we had, certain letters after our names. So I do have some letters after my name, if I choose to put them there, but I'm not even going to put them there for you, Mad Lad, because I'm going to challenge your idea that you, Mad Lad, are not allowed to discuss the nature of the place where you live until you've acquired these letters, because I think that you are allowed to, have an experience in reality without having to have a degree to be allowed to discuss the place where you actually live and the experiences you actually have viewing things in this realm. So many people have done this. So this particular image is a still shot from one video of observation that was done in California. And so what we did is take that number that was being discussed earlier by Sasha of 3,959 miles radius for the globe. And if we were on a sphere of that radius, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this is just based on, the mathematics of a sphere, the geometry of a sphere. And if you are, really super interested in math and you'd like to check the math, people can show you that if you'd like to have more details. So nonetheless, but I guess the thing I really like to hammer home here, Mad Lad, is these are not our numbers. This is, if you Google what is the curvature of the Earth, which I think I made a meme called Google Earth Earth, so when I'm done explaining this, I have to go see if I really did make that. If you meme what is the curvature of the Earth, you will get the answer from your friend Google. The curvature of the Earth is approximately 8 inches per mile square, which goes right along with the calculations that we're showing you here. So anyway, then if you look at the picture, so do you see these numbers that are given for how far away those two oil rigs are, the platform habitat and the platform hills? What do you see there for the distances those are from the observer?
You're talking 6.08 miles and 10.10 miles.
Gosh, really? Where are you looking? Is there another picture? Oh no, it's fine. Oh no, it does. No, I got off the other one. Somebody just put a different version of it, which is perfectly fine. I think this was a different observer at a different time. You have the right numbers for that image that you're looking at. It's perfectly fine. We can go back to that one. The one I'm looking at says 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles, but it's all the same. It doesn't really matter. So if you want me to go to the picture you're looking at, which is fine, somebody's put a nice. Okay, well, I'll go back up to the one where I am. It has two parts. It's the one Sasha posted at 29 minutes after the hour. It says Earth is not underlined a sphere. Do you see that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are the distances you see in that one?
9.41 miles and 6.21 miles.
Yes, I think Ryan, you are hot miking. Maybe is Ryan?
Guys.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
I'm stuck on my chickens.
Oh gosh, I'm jealous that you still have chickens. All of mine are dead. Yes, I understand. I used to talk to my chickens too because they're very cute when they're like running around the yard pecking for things. The females are cute. The roosters are not cute in any way. They're pretty if you look at them from the distance. Just don't get too close.
Roosters are cute.
Well, they are cute, but they can attack you. Some of them are very mean. Anyway, I'm sorry. He got me distracted. Okay, so you got the numbers. Yes. So And then what you see down there at the bottom is the observer height in this particular observation was 1 foot. So therefore, if we put that into the formula we just discussed, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height, which the square root of 1 is 1. So 1.225 times 1 equals 1.225. So then, as you can see in the last line there, the maximum distance of the geometric horizon, if we were on a sphere, the maximum distance that horizon would be as the leading edge of the sphere, which Truth Prevails explained to you. Theoretically, that's what it would be. That's what they claim it is. It's the place where the stuff's dropping off. You know, the same old little myth fairy tale they tell you about ships going over the horizon, even though we know that's not the case. But again, we're testing the globe idea. Would be 1.22 miles. And yet, where do you see the horizon in that picture, Mad Lad?
Behind the platform habitat.
Ding, 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 ding. That's right. It is definitely behind. So that is showing. Yeah, absolutely. He knows how to answer questions honestly. You have no idea how, much we appreciate that, because a lot of people, just can't even answer a simple question about what's sitting right in front of their face because they're afraid of where it's going. But you are not afraid, Mad Lad, because you don't have to be afraid. All this is telling you is you do not live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. No big deal. Everything else about your world can be the same. You just don't live on a sphere of that measurement because math and logic show you that you're seeing these oil rigs, the furthest one at 9.41 miles, meaning the horizon's behind it, meaning the horizon is at least 10 miles, but likely much further, whereas it should be 1.22 miles, and you should not be seeing either one of those observations. And this is just one, as I said, of many, many observations. We have a whole wiki that our admin Indio put together of a whole list of observations, which I will link to for you, all of which are impossible on a sphere of the dimensions claimed.
Okay. But it's good to ask now, how many times is that more?
How many times more?
Let's say 9, at least.
Yeah. 9 times more, further than it should be. Yeah, it's a huge difference. You can't just fudge this or say, oops, well, maybe it was a little off. It is way off. It's to the point where, the globe would have to be
9
much
times
bigger than it is, which is impossible.
Only 9 times.
Do you believe, with all this, with the horizon drop off and everything like that, do you believe once it's past the horizon there's like a big drop? Is that what you're subjecting your evidence on? Is after the horizon we should not see anything? It's just a big drop.
It should to be drop, but it's flat. It's not drop.
Well, if the Earth is spherical in shape, and if it is spherical the size that they claim it is, wouldn't you agree that would have to happen?
I mean,
you will not be able to see that oil rigs, for example, but that doesn't matter even.
Yeah, but true. You're talking about the curvature of the Earth. How small we are in comparison of how much it actually curves per mile or whatever it is.
That's what they tell you, but that's not true. 1.22 is not very far. You can see things way further than that with the naked eye. That's just a story you've been told that you wouldn't be able to tell because it was too big. That's the story they use when it's convenient for their current fairy tale they're saying to you. What we're showing you is that you would be able to tell. You would be able to tell because you wouldn't see these things, and you do see them. But I've never seen something go behind the curve.
If it's not doing that, and if you can never tell because it's just, then how did they ever determine it to begin with? Because that's how they claimed they determined it. And it's not even a measurement. It was just an observation that they used. But, I mean...
Is the curvature of the Earth from...
Doesn't exist, man.
What do you measure the curvature in? Like, are you talking from, like, North Pole to South Pole? How much it curves from there to there? Or...
If the Earth is spherical, and if it is the size that they claim it is, then there's a certain amount of, if you're just 1 foot off the ground, there's, according to their own calculations, the Earth should start curving away at a specific distance from where you're standing in all directions.
Yeah, but the Earth curve's so small. Like, it ain't a big curve like you would see on a basketball or something like that. You're thinking the planet's massive.
Well, if it's beginning, at that point,
drops.
right? If it's beginning at that point, it may be small at that point, but it's going to increase exponentially as you go.
well,
And as far as you can measure, it's not. So, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point. The point is the physical obstruction based on geometry. The physical obstruction is a specified distance away based on the radius that they tell us that the Earth is. So based on the radius, based on the size, the horizon, based on what they say, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That video is showing you that that's not the case. Everything else you're talking about, so what do you think is beyond that thing? Do you think it's just like, do you think that we can see how big? None of that is relevant.
Good. Can I ask you a question? Was the photo taken at sea level?
Yeah, it's a video. Yeah, it is.
Sorry, was the video taken at sea level?
Yeah.
Is there proof that it was taken?
1 foot.
There's a. I just said there's a video.
Jen put the video in. It's up there, not that far up. It's at, well, actually, I don't know if that's the original one because that's from Mark Sargent, but I can find it for you. I know where it is. Just a minute.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to ask is like, yeah,
I know what you're trying to ask. There's a video. The guy's at the beach. He specifies where he's located. He gives the GPS coordinates. The landmarks that are there in the spot that he gave the coordinates to also have oil rigs nearby. Those oil rigs have been identified as Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. On Google, it tells him the distance between himself on like right there on the beach to the oil rigs, which is how he got the distance. He put the camera damn near in the water on the beach. That's what he found. And the thing is, the problem is, even if he was a 50-foot high man with a 50-foot height view, the horizon would still be too far.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is he could have been above sea level. Or
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, no, I understand what he said. He was at the beach.
So how could he have been above or below sea level? After what I just detailed to you.
You couldn't be above or below sea level at a beach or anything like that.
Okay.
By what margin?
It could
you know how much it fluctuates?
It could be a meter, it could be 10 meters. It depends where you are in the world.
Okay, and how high is 10 meters in feet?
I have no clue.
30 feet. So I just want to say,
I'm sorry, 30 feet.
Go ahead.
I just told you that even if you were 50, 60 feet high, so 20 meters, the horizon is still too far.
Okay.
Okay. The only thing I wanted to add is like, if you want to discuss it as it's presented, then and like whether or not you should see the curvature or how, like the fact that it's not there. But if you question it or if you dispute it, you can actually go there yourself and you can duplicate this. You can go verify this is something that's here on Earth that you can verify. Or you can do a test around where you live. You can do the same thing around where you live, but this is actually something that you could test and verify.
Yeah, it's just because my understanding of doing scientific tests and everything like that is
Well, the
item.
Earth being like whether the Earth is spherical or not. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but
It's
I
fine.
wanted to address what you said. It's not even a scientific question; it's a measurement question.
It's a measurement question. But aren't you then proposing it as a theory?
A scientific question would be something where you were wanting to determine cause and effect relationship. This is not that. This is a measurement question.
Yeah, and the point is also to show you that the globe model is not scientific in any way. They never made a natural observation. This curvature was never observed or measured. It is not like Truth Prevails said. It isn't a scientific question. It was not determined scientifically. It's just a claim, a bold-faced claim made without any evidence to back it up.
You remember, kid, how I explained to you the basketball and Earth being a giant basketball, and how you can measure curvature on a basketball. So there's an equation of how you can measure curvature on the Earth. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So when we try to use this equation to measure the Earth, it doesn't work. Do you understand? That's basically what the whole
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So that's all we're saying. So the equation doesn't match the actual observable science that we conduct. You understand?
But then, yes, can I then argue the point of, well, the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, because if that
over water it is, right? Over water it's supposed to be, because water stays level.
Sure about that.
Have you ever seen water in a bowl or in a bathtub? Is it curving somewhere?
And they claim more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. So how would you explain that? And this is the thing, like whether it's a perfect sphere or whether it's an oblate sphere, it doesn't matter what kind of spherical shape that anyone wants to claim that it is. There's not any curvature anywhere to be found.
Yeah, it's got to curve. It has to curve.
It's like pear-shaped.
It has to curve, bro. It has to curve. You understand?
It's a perfect sphere.
If it's a sphere, it's got to curve. I don't care what kind of sphere it is. I don't care if it's got bumps on it. It's got to curve, dude. So when you do the measurement and you conduct this experiment and it doesn't work, what's that tell you, bro?
I don't know. What does it tell me?
That stuff is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: they hijacked perspective. That's what they did originally in the beginning. When they started pushing this. This is a very new thing. People have always known that the Earth was flat. This has not been around that long in terms of how long the Earth has been here and people's been on the Earth. They hijacked perspective and they called it curvature in order to push this idea, this belief. And like now that we have devices that allow us to extend our field of view further, it's like, and we have devices to help in measurement and everything. People are looking for this curvature and they're not finding it. Exactly, your optical limitations is where the limitations of your vision is where they claimed curvature was.
Yeah, I just want to suggest the point that, like, you claimed back in the times the acceptance stuff, but I would argue then that actually religion suppressed people believing that the Earth was a globe just because of the Bible, and the Bible claimed that it was Catholicism. The Catholic Church, obviously, they had wealthy powers and everything like that, but they suppressed and forced the idea on people that the Earth was flat back in the 16th century, 17th, 18th century.
And do you know what Hegelian dialectic is? Hold on. Do you know what Hegelian dialectic is?
Do I know what is? Sorry, someone's talking over you.
The Hegelian dialectic?
No.
Problem, reaction, solution? You never heard of that?
No, surprisingly, I haven't.
Okay, so let's say that you own all the bullets in the bandage factories, right?
Okay.
You want to start World War III. So you cause the problem with a prepared solution, which would be, I'm causing World War III because I want to sell bullets and bandages. So I'm going to control both countries. I'm going to infiltrate their government. I'm going to have people working for me. And I'm going to start World War III so I can sell bullets and bandages. Rome has been doing that for thousands of years. So how do you know which side Rome would be on? Are they on the side of the flat earth? Right? Because they didn't just, I think they killed, what, one guy? Bruno, they allegedly burned him at the stake. But Galileo, they just gave him, like, what, house arrest? The Roman Empire would crucify your ass if they didn't like you. They just don't put you on house arrest. Come on, bro.
Well, maybe you got off lucky. Maybe, you know, it's guess or speculation, you know.
Yeah, but still, I want curvature.
Yeah, I put a GIF in there earlier, Mad Lad. I'm going to put it back up there because when you were talking about, I can't remember what it was you were talking about, but basically what we're trying to explain to you regarding the horizon and objects either being in view or out of view, there's many demonstrations, and this GIF shows you one where, do you see that one of the sailboat, and then they're zooming?
Oh, yeah, and they zoom all the way out.
Yeah. So when you zoom all the way out, it looks like it's a horizon with no boat in there at all. But then you can zoom back in, and the boat is there. So the boat, you know, is just disappearing out of your view due to perspective, which is what Truth Prevails was trying to explain to you. They try to tell you that these kinds of things happen because of curvature, but if that were the case, you wouldn't be able to zoom back in on the boat and bring it back into view with these zoom cameras and so on.
Okay,
or the island behind the boat.
Why can't I then just
About the
stand on
island
a
behind the
mountain?
boat?
Why can't I then just stand on a mountain and just zoom into New York City or something?
I was saying that the island also goes away behind the boat.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, I don't usually mention that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, good point. We should mention that too. Good point. He
So
wants to know why it can't stand up higher.
Yeah, do you think the lack of curvature,
the reason-
that it going from being flat or being spherical to being flat just means that you automatically have no limitation of vision?
I mean, what would stop me from doing that, per se?
I mean, if it's like raining in the town over, can you just all of a sudden see through rain and poor weather conditions now just because the earth is flat?
I mean, so just because it's raining in one place, I can't see it.
How
I mean,
many
why would you be able to
how many,
see through?
how many storms do you think are between, I don't know, Mount Fiji and New York City? How many you think? How many rainy days?
No clue.
Hello?
Enough to not be able to see through, buddy.
Because mind you,
So-
you're on the top of the mountain looking down to these cities, right? Through the weather they're having. Right? So
it's
you can see
just
forever,
the
right?
weather. So it's just the weather that obstructs my view from seeing a
No,
really, really far distance.
again, I mean, you can't see forever. That's not how eyes work. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
we
but I'm
have.
saying if I get a
That's why we have telescopes. Exactly. What do you think a telescope does?
You're still going to have atmospheric
It,
obstruction.
it is.
You got pollen and dust and all kinds of crap in the air.
I know, but that he gets that part.
Can you
Now,
visibly
what do
see
you
pollen?
think? What do you think a telescope does?
It magnifies it.
It has a wider aperture. It allows in more light for better viewing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So better optical device the further you can see, right? So that would have to do with the limitation of an optical device. Otherwise, you wouldn't need a telescope, something that's different from the limitations of your eye.
Okay.
I'm sorry to talk like this, but come on.
So you're still going to have, just like he explained, you're still going to have atmospheric obstructions. You're still going to have optical limitations that are going to be there regardless of whether the Earth is flat or spherical, right? So I posted a YouTube channel, Jay Tolan Media. He uses infrared, and it removes a lot of those obstructions, and it extends his field of view because he's in a plane, and check some of his videos out, dude. Check some of his videos out and see how far he is able to see.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no curvature anywhere.
I would argue though,
he's got some really cool videos. Like, I'd check him out if I were you.
From his point of view, how high do planes fly around 14,000 or something, or maybe less than that. That extends your view, or you're seeing from, since you're in a really high place. So the curvature of the Earth is completely different then, from you standing on the ground to you up in the sky.
See, what you're talking about when you increase your elevation, you're changing the angle. So when the angle from the deck and the distance is increased, meaning the floor, you can see further. Sort of like when you're laying down, like if you ever passed out, I don't know how old you are from drinking, and you're on the bathroom floor or you're hugging the toilet, like you can at least envision if you to put your head, lay it down on a chessboard or a checkerboard, you wouldn't be able to see all of the squares because of the angle until you lifted your head up, and then you can see all of the squares because you've increased the angle. It's the same thing with the Earth.
Okay.
I mean, just look at a crosswalk. I mean, if you could see forever and optics didn't play a part, then why does a crosswalk begin to converge?
So what's the point then?
The point of what?
Them claiming the Earth's a globe. What benefit did they get out of it, or who did they get out of it?
Well, there's a lot of things to it, but all of them boil down to one thing: they want control. They want control of your mind. If they can control your mind and control what you, then they can control anything. They can lead you to believe anything or do anything. It's just a matter of control. Now I can go into a lot of different speculative paths of what they're doing, like possibly hiding land. Hang on, let me shut my door. I guess they decided to mow. Is that really loud? Is it picking it up?
Nope, I can barely hear it. I don't even hear anything.
Okay, all right, cool. But I can go down a lot of different paths. I mean, they could be hiding land. Honestly, it's like I think they're leading up the way they're glamorizing this alien idea. Aliens from some far off distant galaxy. I believe that's what they're, because if you know the Earth is flat and level and that we're living in an enclosed system, there's no way you're going to buy their lies about this so-called alien invasion or whatever that they're leading up to right now. But there's a lot of reasons. They control people and keep you secluded into one slave area or whatever, to where you can't even go past. They have to give you permission everywhere you go. So I'll let someone else go down some more speculative paths, but I honestly think that the alien invasion thing is like the big one right now. They can use it for many things. They can adjust this and use it for many different reasons, whatever suits them.
Okay.
Now, now, like when people say mind control, I feel as if people check out. It's like, mind control, brainwashing. Huh, you've been watching a lot of 60s, 70s TV, huh? I don't I that shows how young I am. It's probably more like 70s, I don't know. But anyway, um so at the end of the day, the whole point of the lie in getting you to accept the lie, it breaks your ability to discern reality from fiction. Because
So
now
that's just
instead of verifying or demanding or expecting verification or validation from what is being told to you, you now instead think of it as, well, do I accept what I'm being told or do I not accept what I'm being told? Do I trust this source or do I not trust this source? Which, in all honesty, if you knew how easy it is to spot a liar, you would think, now, wait a minute. I just need to verify that for myself. So, have you ever been friends with a pathological liar? Like, I kind of figure everyone's had that close friend back in the. I did. I had a best friend who just straight up lied, said he was doing like what what's that famous dance movie? You Got Served. Said he was going out at night to do dance competitions, all types of shit. Also, on the weekends, he was doing martial arts, winning martial arts tournaments. Where's the trophies? Well, I got them at my grandma's house. We're at your grandma's house. Where are your trophies? Oh, I have my dad stored in the storage unit. Like, and for a long time, I chose to believe him. But at some point, I said, you know what, man? I'm going to need you to verify that what you're saying is actually the case. And that right there is what people don't choose to do. You didn't come in here and say, well, you know what? What are you guys talking about? And then you heard us say, oh, it's never been verified that it's a globe. And then you say, oh, wait a minute. I'll be right back. Let me go verify that it's a globe because obviously, if it's a globe, I'm going to just go verify it right now. All of this talk about I believe and most people believe and this is what we've been taught. That's very weird stuff. It's very not actual speak. Like when I say not actual speak, it's like, when you say by that tree, no one's gonna say, well, I'm standing by this rock because you said tree, but it could have meant I interpreted it this way because rocks, actually they're petrified wood anyway. And so yada 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 yada. Like, come on.
So the three biggest things for me, I don't know if anyone else has anything. The three biggest things for me when I try to, because all of it really, when you're trying to determine why they're lying, it's all speculative. Because even if they came out and told you the truth and finally admitted that the Earth is flat, and then to give you a reason why they were lying, you couldn't believe them because they're liars. So it's always going to be nothing but pure speculation, right? But the three biggest things for me is hiding land. And I also believe that part of it is energy. Like we could tap into some energy, and I think I believe that knowing how the Earth functions is definitely related to it being flat and level. And if you understand that it's flat and level and we live in a contained system, then you can start understanding how the energies flow within this system, and it would also help you to understand how to tap into that. And I truly believe that in the beginning, I honestly believe that was probably one of the biggest reasons why they began it. But that and hiding land and to keep us, secluded into one area to control us, and and now they're gonna, morph it into being able to pull off this fake alien invasion. But what you would need, Well, hey, watch it. It's coming, dude. It's on its way. They're brewing it up right now. So, but what you really need to focus on at this time before you try to figure out why they could be lying, right, is whether or not they are. You need to determine that first. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, my personal beliefs, I don't think they are, because no,
Well, you don't need to use your beliefs, Mad Lad. It's we've showed you how it's an objective measurement. That I gave you that list of observations from the wiki. You could see if any of those are near you. Do you live near a large body of water?
No, not really.
Okay. I mean, if you ever go to one, you could make some observations. You can also do it on a lake. You can also, I mean, there's many demonstrations you can do for yourself near where you live without having to put a lot of expense into it. I mean, we're telling you, you don't have to just sit here and speculate or talk about your beliefs. The belief is the globe. So we just established that you've accepted this model. We established it earlier with the 3 points. You've accepted this globe model, that you're on a ball, that it's spinning, despite the fact that you see no objective evidence of this. Your experience is that the Earth is flat and stationary, and yet, you said you were sure that you could find some way to prove this, and yet we're here to tell you that it has not been objectively proven or demonstrated. And I even told you how on NASA.gov website themselves, they tell you they are not going up to take these pictures of the globe. They're creating them with CGI and Photoshop. I mean, what do you think about just that idea? What do you think about just that concept? Even though they claim they're up there in the ISS, that they send these things to Mars and all over the place, they can't take a picture of this alleged globe. What do you think about that?
They probably have taken the picture, but the probably real reason why they Photoshop pictures and everything like that is because everyone has this ideal image of a globe, of the Earth from space. It's bright, it's blue, and everything like that. And probably the photos.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I wanted the ugly shit. Exactly what you're saying. When Eddie, sorry to cut you off, bro. But this, I got excited because exactly what you're saying is exactly what I wanted to see. What you're detailing, you're like, oh, people probably have this image. Well, I had that same image until Eddie Bravo said there's no pictures from space. And I said, hold on. And then I saw the pretty pictures, the blue and all of this. And I said, no. This is cool and all, but I want the unedited version. I want the ugly. Bring it to me. Give it to me. I want to see it, and I want to buckle under all its scary glory. And that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
That's the ball.
That's probably the reason why they Photoshop, because everyone has that ideal image in their brain. But I don't think what the man said is that there's zero photos taken in space. There definitely has been photos taken from space. I don't know if that fella is a credible source or anything like that.
Actually, there's not.
Show us.
Do you know that Universal Studios logo is of a globe, and it was before they ever did their alleged moon trip?
Mm-hmm.
So how would they know? How would they know what it looked like if they had never, which they never have been up, but when they claimed that they went up, how would they even know to even use it as logo? Maybe
well,
because
like,
it's pre-planned that that's what they were going to give us and hand us.
I mean, no, someone easily could have just gotten a map and tweaked it to fit on a globe and thought it was cool.
But why would they? Where would the idea or the concept of the globe come from if no one had ever been that high up to be able to see it? If they'd never looked at it, except from the perspective of Earth, right? If they've never done that, then how would they even know to use that as a logo?
I mean,
they just guessed and got it perfectly right.
That's the thing. It could be simple answers as that. There could be just the theory of you're just over speculating, over guessing, and stuff like that. Some things just have simple answers to them. It could be some random fella just went, hey, this is cool that this spins. Let's just get a map and try fix it what way so onto it. Like, could have been as simple as
Well,
that, or
the
could have been something else. That's the thing.
The simplest answer is that we experienced it flat and level. It's practically used as flat and level. We don't experience any movement, so that would be the simple answer.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. The simple answer: do I feel movement? No. But I've been told that the reason I don't feel movement is because justified lie number one. Okay. Well, fine. Hey, water in a liquid state maintains its rigidity within the volume of its container. Wait a minute. The outside of a sphere is not what qualifies as a container. Oh, well, there's a justification for that too. Well, what about the air that I breathe? Surely that must need containment. Nope. There's a justification for that too, even though it's the opposite of how you actually experience things in reality. I'm going to tell you that insert justification. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what about the horizon? Doesn't that stem from the word horizontal, meaning level, meaning no part being higher than another? Yeah, but you can have curved level. That's what we mean. We're talking about, equidistance from the center of the earth, even though it's uneven, so there is no equidistance going on. But all right, so yet another justification. Damn, that's insane. That's just a lot of justifying, man. And it's like, at what point does this not sound just like the liar that continues to tell the lies but not phony enough? I don't know if you're.
I think at the end of the day, though, it all just comes down to what you believe in and everything like that.
No, Mad Lad,
really.
please. That's what you're saying. You obviously really want to be on a globe, and whatever evidence we present to you, you're like, I'm sure there's a way out of that one. I'm sure I can come up with an explanation of that one. No, I'm sorry. It's not a belief. I just told you. It's a measurement, and Truth Prevails told you too. So what is your response? What is your substantive response to why we can see things in the distance way too far that the numbers and the math and the logic tell us we would not see if we were on a globe of 3,959 miles? What is your response to that fact?
I don't think it can really be. How do I put this in words?
Well, before you do respond, I didn't hear anybody tell you, but in order to get to space, do you know what they need? In order to take pictures of the Earth that you think is a globe, do you know what they need before any of that?
No, I don't understand your question, but go on, tell me.
They need the radius, which is exactly what we're debunking when we talk about the Black Swan with you.
Why would they need the radius?
Because they need to orbit around the Earth, right? They need to know the mass of the Earth. They need to know how much of the orbit it's going to be. You can't exactly do that without knowing the size. So basically, the distance between the center of the Earth and the other location, if that's not factored in, I mean, you can't do any of this stuff.
And this is not just a minute thing, right? It's not just that they can't find it where it should begin. This is for as far as you can see out. I just posted a photo in the live stream of this photo was put into the Guinness Book of World Records. It was 273 miles away. The dude wasn't a flat earther. He was just taking long distance photos, and it got entered into the Guinness Book of World Records. So it's easily verifiable, right? And it's 273 miles away. I mean, where's the curvature?
Like what I was saying, I personally don't believe we can actually see the curvature standing just on the.
Can you measure it? Can it be measured?
Probably, yeah. But
So
has
that happened already? Has it been tested?
We didn't ask about the probability.
But this is what I personally believe is obviously, like I said earlier, and I know you counteracted, like I was saying, it goes only dips so slowly, but then you did argue that
Mad Lad, can I
eventually
ask you one simple question?
Hold on,
Elijah,
Sasha. Let him finish.
only one.
Let him finish, because you're not even responding to what you're not even cutting him off to respond to what he's saying right now. You just had the right idea to ask him a new question in the middle of what he's saying.
Are you sure, Elijah?
No, go ahead. I dare you.
You're reading my mind.
I'll say sorry.
Okay, tell me. Okay, tell me my question.
Okay, let's just let the guy finish. Sasha, just let the guy finish. You can hold your thought. Mad Lad, what were you saying?
Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. So, like I said, I personally believe the curve is so minute from one instance to another. But obviously, he said that eventually it would build up, over time, like over a distance, it would eventually build up as so far and far and far. But I still think that would only work on a perfect sphere. I know even if we are a sphere, we're not a perfect sphere, it still changes. It still changes on...
It changes over water?
Back to sea level, but it still changes on what level you're at, what you can see.
It changes over water?
It does change over water.
How?
Okay.
How? At sea level, how?
Water on the Earth isn't completely flat.
Okay,
So
show
do you
us
not-
where it's not.
So do you not? So basically, you're saying you don't agree with the geometry, with the method they've used to tell us where the horizon is. If that's the case, what are you arguing about? Like, you're the one arguing against your own model.
Elijah,
Like,
Elijah, he just claimed that water isn't flat. So if he's claiming that water isn't flat, then he needs to show us where it's not.
I cannot show you where it's not. It's not a fact. I'm not basing that on a fact. It's my own personal speculation.
Okay, how is it
That's
just?
my
How is it
belief, and
just?
that's how everything works for me.
How is it just? Go ahead, Sasha. The bet is still on. I'll say sorry if it was relevant in any way. Go ahead.
Okay. It was relevant because you were speaking about explanation. I was chatting about that, and I was sarcastic. I want to tell now. I want to ask him a question. Is it this what people presented to you, that about oil rigs and the mountain, is that not enough to tell you something is wrong?
No, it's not enough.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Well, I'll still say sorry. I apologize, Sasha.
All right.
That was fair enough.
Like, I don't really care what the Earth is. Everyone believes it's different. Everyone has their own opinion. There's
Okay.
fact-based and
Can I
there's
ask another question now? Why you're here?
Why am I here?
Yeah, if you don't care.
I just came here because I've been in the server before and asked a bunch of questions just to find out what people believe in, what people are like, and the facts and the evidence that they have to prove to base it on their theories and their beliefs and everything. I came to test it and see what it's actually
But you
like.
know,
I don't think I'm ever...
we're not talking about our beliefs.
Hold on.
Wait. But you do realize that we haven't said anything about our belief system, right? All we've done is scrutinize the information that we were given as facts, factual claims about the globe that we're saying doesn't add up. That's all we've done. So,
do you have a model of the flat Earth that I can view?
And now, well, you're asking that now, but what about what I just said?
You are saying now, if I have no picture, for example, of entire flat Earth cannot be flat.
Did someone just DM you and tell you to ask that?
What?
If they did, I want to know who it is.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Well, who else would I be talking to?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No one DM'd me or anything.
Okay, well, I have a question. I want to know. Do you plan on doing your own observation?
Wait, he didn't address.
Go ahead, Tank. You was going to say
He
something a
didn't.
minute ago.
I'm sorry. He didn't address Elijah, and Elijah said exactly what I was going to say. That we're not talking about our beliefs. We're talking about verifiable facts. We're not talking about theories, hypothetical theories that exist out in the deepest, darkest part of space. We're talking about tangible dirt that you can measure, tangible water that you can measure. And when you accuse us of, sticking to our beliefs and our theories, what do you have to say about what I just said?
I mean, you could relatively say that stuff that you're given is factual or is based. So, do you believe that the Earth is flat? I sign off. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
But we haven't
Just
made
addressed
any.
how it's
But we
not a
haven't
belief.
made any claims. What
So,
claims
yeah,
have I
Elijah.
made?
okay. So,
Elijah, I want to ask Elijah one something to clear. Is he, in my understanding, he said that ocean level has more levels.
Well, yeah. I mean, because it is the mean, right, that they're getting anywhere, right? It's not like just one.
Yeah. See, somehow he said you are on that level, on sea level, and then you have not curvature because you have that level, and then somewhere maybe starting curvature, and then again maybe you have some level.
Yeah, he
that
said a lot
doesn't
of
make
things,
sense.
and he
Wherever
claimed
the
that
sea
water.
level.
He claimed that water curved, right? And that's what I was going to ask. Then he said he was just speculating. He said it was just his belief. That's why I wanted to ask him if he's wanting, like, we're presenting factual evidence, objective truths right here, and he's got beliefs, and he's admitting that he's got beliefs. That's why I wanted to know if he planned on going out and doing his own observations, because if he's going to argue his beliefs against objective reality, then it's kind of like, at this point, it's like stuck in a conversation. It can't move from here until he determines to himself what objective reality is.
I definitely will.
Yeah,
do my
because
best.
he said I don't care.
The bottom line is like Sasha said, and I'm getting him now. Whatever level the sea was at that day that he took that shot is that's the level for that day. And from where he's at that level, the distance to the horizon should have been 1.2 miles. Like that's the end of story.
Yeah, but I could still argue that there's a lot of variables and factors like
could
what?
spiraling.
Like what? Like what?
Okay.
Mad.
Okay.
Your only argument.
No. Let him tell me.
Okay.
Like what?
Okay.
Okay.
Like what?
Yeah. So variables and factors, like what I said before earlier. You can talk
Like
about
what?
reflections of the sea, and how it makes.
What
images.
about you know how you have reflections?
Yes.
Over flat surfaces first and foremost, or level surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Here's like I said, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. This is something that is Googleable. This is something that, according to the goober world, the mainstream world, who just accepts things as they're told, this is what the official narrative is. The horizon is calculable based on 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height. That'll give you the distance. The end. This is based on the radius of the Earth. Orbits are based on the Earth, or the radius of the Earth. Gravity, same thing. Because if they didn't know the radius, they wouldn't know how big it is.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know how big it is, they wouldn't be able to say how gravity is affecting it or how it's affecting other things. And I don't even know if they can really do that. I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. I don't even think the math checks out when you really look into it. I hear a lot of people talk about it, and it doesn't work.
Are you looking at live stream voice text? There's a ton of stuff being posted for you. That if you really want to know, you could like save it and look over it later. But It's really useful information that it touches on exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll come for that. By the way, I would like address what you said.
I want to ask Elijah something. Elijah, if you everything what you said, I'm respecting you a lot. If everything what you said now, and on the end, I'm having in my mind, but I don't care on the end what he's saying. It's nice to speak with him. What I'm doing here, it's really nice. Let's speak about bread. What I'm making. I don't know. If on the end, if it's that story, I don't care.
Yeah, you can't put the combo of I don't care and I want to know you guys' beliefs together, because number one, you're talking to a room of people who do care, whether or not the claim out there is based on zilch, zero, zip, while at the same time saying you want to know our beliefs, which we never purported to give you.
Yeah, I wanted to address
So
that.
so then that begs the question, why are you here? Like, if we're telling you directly, we don't have any religious assertions to give you, then I mean, I would think that you would change gears, either attempt to have a conversation by asking other questions that are relevant based on the information that we don't have a belief to give you. Not just, yeah, I want to know how things work on a flat earth. Have you ever thought about we don't know everything? Like, you were given a story and we don't have a replacement for you? Like how lunar eclipses work. Has anyone spoken to you about lunar eclipses?
No.
Okay, so here's another lie, yet again, very easy and simple to understand. They say that when a lunar eclipse is happening, it's because the moon is being eclipsed by the earth, it's blocking the light from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
But when you witness this in real life, you can see both the sun and the moon above the horizon, and then sometimes the shadow comes in from the side or the top and then goes back the same way it came. I think that's right. I'm not sure. Even if it went the other way. Anyway, the point is, it's not indicative of the obstruction being from the earth. It makes no sense when you're actually looking at it. We just had a lunar eclipse a couple of weeks ago, like maybe 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I'd like to address you saying the why I came in here and everything like that.
right.
I think I explained what I was going after wrong and addressed everything wrong. I understand that I said whatever your beliefs and all like that. Yeah, I retract that, because obviously, like what you proved the point to me, you haven't said anything like that. All you collectively agree on is that the herb is in the globe, and I'm guessing most of you probably have different opinions of what it actually is. But like, the reason I came in here was I was just interested on how he debunked the globe and everything like that. If that makes sense for you, like I was just interested in what you had to say and everything. Hopefully that clears some stuff
Well,
up.
it doesn't confuse me much. I mean, even if it doesn't matter to you, I mean, this is like one of the best communities to hang out in, and some of the greatest minds to talk to, and you'll find more honesty here than you will anywhere else. And it's like, I mean, I get that. That alone could just be your reason. But if you're going to discuss like the Earth and whether or not it's flat or spherical, like it would need to matter to you if you're going to discuss it, right? I mean, so if you haven't seen for yourself, if you haven't done an observation and you admitted that it was just a belief, then that's where you're at. You're at the point where you need to go and do your own observations and check these things out and verify them to yourself.
No, I personally do believe I will do my own research sources and come back with some actual proper facts for you. And hopefully I can be better or something.
But
in which sense?
And by the way, I just want to say that I appreciate you being here. You seem like a good guy. I apologize for being whatever way I am. I know that I'm aware. I know that. Come on.
It's fine.
not-
It's fine.
I apologize for that. I understand how different, we can be. Sometimes I can get out of touch, not realizing that, like if you were to walk into a court of law thinking you're going to use your everyday vernacular, it's just not going to fly. Like it's just certain words that we take for granted that we just use on a day-to-day basis to communicate, and we're not really held to a certain level of scrutiny. And sometimes that happens, and that's cool. Like I'm just apologizing for if I'm too out of touch, and
No,
appreciate you being here.
It's fine. And the reason why I said most of my beliefs is because if I was to claim something was a fact, I would have to have evidence towards back that claim. But I do not have the evidence, so I didn't want to objectify and say it was a fact without proving that it was a fact, if that makes sense in the science terms. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to bed because it's late. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. I hope all of you have a fantastic day. I'll definitely check out those laser videos that you sent me and come back with more research and stuff. Anyway, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
See ya.
watch them.
Yeah, for sure. Take care.
No.
I feel like Linda Hamilton in the end of the first Terminator movie.
Once again, Sergeant, my bad, yo. My bad. My bad. I'm a decent.
No, you are man. I respect you a lot. You are. I told you one time. You're okay. Even if it's sometimes I know to be, how to say, really not aggressive, but like my emotions and my language, and then I start to speak louder and blah blah blah.
High five.
But it's really interesting to me how they can accept an observation from long from long ago of the horizon. They can accept that as justification for saying it's spherical, but yet now that we have lasers and we can see it, that they can't accept that, and they think that you wouldn't be able to detect it. So that still blows my mind when I hear people go there with that.
I don't get why they don't just admit that the math is wrong. Like they could just say like it's a globe, but it's way bigger. And just say the math is wrong. Like I don't understand why they never say that. Like it's not up for discussion. Like
I don't know. I will never come like that in some server if I don't know. I'm not sure about something.
Well, and it's not the. Go ahead, Fraud. You've been trying to
No,
get
I
in,
wasn't.
okay?
No, I wasn't talking. I was gonna say something stupid, but no, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was just going to be Captain Obvious for a minute too. It's not just that the curvature is off a little bit. It's that there is no curvature anywhere.
Exactly. But the like, I don't understand why they still could just be like, yeah, we just don't see curvature because they just got the size of this globe, like super wrong. It's like the problem with saying that, like that could be their only argument. But the problem with saying that is like, so they got the size of this ball like super wrong, but all that other math about like how far away the sun is and all that other shit, all that math like checks out. But they just got the size of this ball like super wrong. Like I don't know.
Don't everyone talk at once. It's an interesting topic, right? I mean, so I understand why people would want to come in here and hang out, but there's also the aspect of when you look at it when they come in here, we know. I mean, we get it all the time, right? They come in here and they think that it's just a claim or a belief, and they think it's going to be easy to debate it, and it's going to be easy to just come in and support the globe. Because everything that NASA gives them, they think that's all they need. And then when they come in, I think they just get overwhelmed with all the information.
So crazy.
Yeah, you were really robot and fraud. I couldn't.
I've never seen so much nothing. There's freaking nothing out here. Mountains, Navajo people, mountains, and just grass, power lines. Dude, they just kicked me out of the gas station for not wearing a mask. The damn Navajo people. Believe that shit? I was like, I said to them, it's like, why y'all trusting the white man? I was like, dude, this shit was so funny.
Had you already filled up your car?
Yeah, I went to take a leak. And then
I don't know if it was just me you were roboting for there, but I couldn't hear you then, man.
Yeah, I'm always roboting. I'm so deep in the freaking desert.
I was going to say that reminded me of about a couple of weeks ago. I filled up my car and went in there, and they said you need to wear a mask, and I said, "Well, no, I don't." And they said, "Well, sorry, you're going to have to leave." And I said, "Oh, okay then." And I just went to walk out, and they're like, "Well, you have to pay for your petrol." I was like, "You told me to leave." No, come back and pay for your petrol. So, okay then, I will.
That's awesome.
Yeah, at the moment in Australia, they're making everybody QR code for everything they do. So you go to, like, even if you just quickly get some bread from the bakery, you've got a QR code in and sign in. But I just don't do it. And then someone says, "Could you please QR code or sign in, please?" I say, no, I don't want to do that. They're like, "But you have to." Like, no, you don't. They're like, "Oh, well, we're told that it's mandatory that you have to." And you go, no, it's not. That's not correct. And then they just are stunned for like about 3 or 4 seconds, and they go, "Oh, okay." That's it. Strange world.
Canada.
So I don't know if you guys has. Hang on. Sorry about that. Anyway. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. What I wanted to ask is if everyone in here had heard QE's new Numpty clip. I think it's a Numpty clip. Anyway, I don't know if everyone's listened to it or not. I thought it was pretty funny. If it's going to be quiet and a little bit of dead air here, I'll play it if y'all want to hear it. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Fullest decisions, 30 December 2019.
Okay, yeah, gas pressure. Well, so I find this kind of weird because, you know, we see examples of pressure differentials everywhere we look in the natural world.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
That wasn't the question, Professor. The question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? You started off talking about gas pressure gradients. Well, that's delta X. The question is, where'd you get X? So before you can have delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, you have to have X, gas pressure. So, again, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
The second point I'd make, you know, we can demonstrate, I can get a high pressure air hose and I can generate enough pressure to cut someone's hand off. So, and that's pressure without a container.
So you used a hose attached to a compressor, no doubt. Sounds like you have 2 containers, Professor. Do you and Hillbilly Blue Ball swap spit in the shower? He also had 2 containers, demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
And the last thing is every action needs an equal and opposite reaction. God, what do they use this? That is a law of motion, and it applies to the motion of objects. And it's based upon the fact that if you shift something's mass, there's going to be a reaction about you shifting that mass based on you, minus frictional forces, etc. involved. So there's always a reaction. That's why when you fire a gun, you feel a recoil. Done.
Thank you. Appreciate
I think that was a minute.
So how do you test that?
5 minutes too long.
Oh, that was fun.
3 shots at a simple question. Newsflash, for everyone that can't fog a mirror, you didn't answer his question, Professor. It wasn't even an obfuscation. I'm convinced with 100% certitude that you thought you answered the question comprehensively. That's the really scary part. Oh, and by the way, from Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics via Phys Libertext, Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion, and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Richard Feynman, Lecture on Quantum Electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Let me say that again for you, Professor. The laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Fatality.
Okay? Thanks.
Is this a pre-recording?
Priceless. Here, take this with you. On the house.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it.
Is anybody here?
Yeah. Oh, that was hilarious. I don't know why. That one, I thought that one was one of the
So, who's still on here?
So, is that you, Jack?
Yeah, that was me.
Hello.
Who's that guy? Is that same kid that can't figure out that he's on a flat plane? Is that you?
The one we were talking to earlier? No, this is a different one.
What happened to the Australian guy? That guy was funny.
Hey, you talking about me?
Yeah, you. Man. You make me laugh, man.
I love you too, fraud.
Yeah.
So are they making you guys QR code? Well, are they trying to make you guys QR code everywhere in the US as well?
That's just probably you. That's probably you in Canada. That would be the only other place that might implement something like that.
Hilarious.
Was someone trying to get in there?
Dude, that's fucking scary as shit. What about the Aborigines? Do they adhere to this shit?
Yeah, they're mostly just hiding in the bushes.
So they avoid it.
They're just as brainwashed as everyone else, though, really. So, the ones that you do see hanging around, they'll sign their name if they know how to sign.
Well, I was shocked, being here in Navajo country and seeing that they're fucking brainwashed. I couldn't believe this shit. I can't believe they fucking kicked me out of it. My close friend, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Oh my God, here we go. I mean, just yesterday, I had to drop my car off at the shop. And, the lady for the rental car, she's like, she had it, and all she did was lost her sense of smell. And that was it. Well, they told her that's what they had. Her husband and her daughter So I'm like, what the hell is these other people being told they're catching? I mean, most of these people have pre-existing conditions, and then they tell them they have coronavirus.
At the risk of sounding insensitive, it seems like it's kind of just like a dumbass test at this stage. If you've really fallen for this stuff, then you just got no idea what's going on with anything.
Read from the trash.
Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. People don't catch that. He said that on a talk. I can't remember which one. Maybe it was Steve Colbert. He was on I guess what, the Late Show with Steve Colbert. He fucking said that it's an exercise. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, people, take that shit to the bank.
Yes, I think I've heard of exactly what you were talking about. Basically, an exercise that, like to see who trusts science, who trusts the body of science and who doesn't.
So, Jack, did you have a question? You were trying to get in and you wanted to know if we could hear you. Did you have a question?
Hey, no question. I was just listening. I just came in.
Cool. How long have you been looking into the topic?
What you say, young man?
2015. Yeah.
Oh, so have you done any observations yourself to determine whether or not the Earth is
Maybe he was talking to
orbit
you.
or not?
Are you talking to me?
I pretty much came to the conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Oh, good job, buddy. Good job. We're proud of you, man.
Listen, but after listening to Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, yeah, that was an eye opener for me. And yeah, afterwards I started following the Globebuster channel and Journalism's channel, and then later on ODGs, but it took me about 2 or 3 weeks, yeah, to make my mind up, yeah, that come to the conclusion.
I cannot hear you, bro. You gotta turn your mic up, pal.
We cannot possibly live on a spinning ball, as the official narrative told us.
What gave you that idea?
So since 2015, it's been an interesting journey, yeah, for me, trying to understand this world we're living in and the dynamics of it, and going journey, and I'm learning.
Have you met any other flat earthers in real life?
No, unfortunately not. I've had only experiences.
Are you talking to somebody specific, or are you just talking?
Who, me? Oh, I was asking Jack, and I'm hearing him. I don't understand. I mean, he is a little low, but I am hearing him pretty clear.
Are you hot micing, bro?
Fraud, do you not hear me? Someone let Fraud know that it's that he must have me muted, or he can't hear me or something.
Truth be told, I hear you just fine.
Yeah, just tell Fraud that he can't hear me. For some reason, he must have me
Okay.
muted or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so to answer your question, my experience in talking to people or trying to talk with people about a flatter subject, all these experiences have been on the negative side. Yeah, in that their reactions were negative. Let's say. Yeah. So I decided, I realized that it's a bad idea to approach people
Yeah, they're
with
not
the
too receptive of it, are they?
yeah, with a flatter topic.
Oh.
You know, starting with a flatter topic, and maybe a better approach is to talk about the moon landings. Yeah, from the 1969 to 1972, and then after you hear their reactions or their opinion about the moon landings, maybe start from there and then move on. You know, with the let's say showing them different footage from the ISS, let's say, and then let them, let the information sink in, and maybe after a while then start talking about the flat Earth, because I jumped I jumped a few steps, and whenever I try to talk with people, and mind you, educated people and open-minded people, people who were into let's say the so-called conspiracy theories, regarding the moon landings and stuff. And
Yeah, a
although
lot of people.
they were
A lot of people
open-minded,
take that.
they
Uh,
yeah they were open-minded after about all this stuff, about different so-called conspiracy theories. But when hearing about flat Earth for the first time, that was a wall, that was that came
Yeah,
before their eyes.
a lot of people find that approach to be the most efficient approach. Like that seems to be a lot of people seem to take that approach because people do seem to be more receptive if you start out with the moon landing. And I mean, I like to just catch them outside where they can actually see an observation with me while I'm talking to them. But yeah, that's if you're not actually sharing an experience, then it does seem to be a good common approach that people like to take.
Yeah, because it's simply too much information, to start for somebody to absorb when you just bring up the flatter subject out of nowhere.
All right, well, I gotta go for a bit. I need to go mow my grass. So I'll catch you here in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we don't have more in here right now because I checked quite a few people in. So, I mean, I don't know. A few of them, a lot of them, I don't know if you guys got around to them because I was still up in the check-in room or not. But some of them, like when I get a handful that come in together, I server mute them after I give them VC verified just to make sure. So just keep your eyes open. And if you see people hopping in here with VC verified, but they're server muted, it doesn't mean that they've done anything, or it just means that I just muted them just to make sure that they can have a productive conversation before they are remained unmuted. So if you see that, maybe someone can address them and unmute them and see how their combos are going to go. But I'll catch you later. I gotta go mow my grass.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk?
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him.
He's doing good at the Rockets.
Does anyone have some good footage of the solar eclipse from the last week, from the 10th June? Or any links to some good videos of the eclipse?
I haven't seen any of the totality yet.
did a quick calculation.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Say what one more time.
Wow, really quiet in here. How long's it been so dead?
It's been a while. At least 3 or 4 minutes since I got here.
I'm updating my Call of Duty mobile. Hopefully it doesn't fuck with me again when I get down to try to play.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I played with Jose for a couple of days. Truth has been on, playing with him.
Yeah, Truth's mentioned it, and so did Jose yesterday about people wanting me to get on and play. So hopefully it doesn't. We can get 4 guys together and kick some ass.
Well, hell, I'll be home in about an hour and a half. So let me know if it works out. Also, I did a little bit of sun gazing. I'm hoping my dumb ass ain't going blind after listening to you assholes. Because, boy, oh boy, I'm freaked out that this little dot, like when I close my eyes, like that little. If that shit don't go away, bro, I'm freaking out.
Pretty sure it'll go away, but it might be damaging. I don't know.
Nah, it's going down now. I was freaking out a little. I was freaking out like 2 minutes ago.
It'll make it hard to play a video game.
Yeah. Like when I was staring at it and I closed my eyes to get like I don't know what to call it. So for lack of knowing what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm going to say like the negative image. Like I'm looking at the colors against the blackness of, my closed eyes.
I've done it. I've pretty much blinded myself. I have one of them.
Isn't it weird how it takes shape? Like it just does.
Yeah.
Like you can anyway.
I bought a like a tactical flashlight. Them little flashlights that are just super fucking bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stared into it for like a second, and I was like that spot, like you're talking about. I had it for a good 5 minutes afterwards, easily.
Oh man, I don't know what. Now see, that's the thing. It's a spot now, but it wasn't even a spot. It was almost it, bro. I can't even. I can't see. And how is that motherfucker gone unless that's a big ass cloud? Because anyway. Wow, I'm looking down the block, down the east, and in between the New York City buildings, right? There's the sun smack in the middle. I guess there's either some clouds in front of it or it's already moved to the right, which would be towards the north. But anyway, so I'm staring at it and it's giving me. It was the most brilliant thing I've ever seen before I got too scared. Like it was like going. It was like I can't explain. It must be how moths and flies feel when they're looking into the light, because it was like like when people say it's sort of spiritual. I mean, it's the next best thing to LSD, I guess, because I've never experienced it before, and anything new is like right? So I'm looking at this shit, and it's like the different colors, and it's so vibrant. It's almost like it's alive, But I know it's not. I mean, that's what light looks like when you stare at it too long. Like it's,
Yeah.
But the brilliance of the sun, that was.
Yeah, I know. Some people say it's great and spiritual, like you said, but I don't know. Maybe it is, but it might be, but I don't know if it's good for you. It could be really damaging your eyes. It could be. I don't know.
It seemed really creepy, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't be doing that again. But it was a good experience. I just figured, well, because you know what? That's another weird thing. I've seen the sunset, mind you. Oh, no. I'm thinking about
it's way less powerful at sunrise and sunset when it's
that's
up
what I'm
overhead.
saying.
Yeah.
It's sunset right now, but nah, I guess not. What time is it? Hell yeah, bro! It's sunset right now. But
yeah, pretty much for you, yeah, East Coast.
But
yeah.
that shit is blazing. Like it's not anywhere near red enough to stare at and go, huh, that's pretty cool. That shit was kind of hurting my eyes. I'm not gonna lie. No, it didn't hurt my eyes. That's not true. But it was uncomfortable to stare at.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, I can't say I would recommend it. I mean, I'm not about to devise some flat earth argument based on looking at that. I don't know what to. I wouldn't advise it.
What's going on?
I don't know how y'all can get used to that, boy.
How long have you been doing it for, Eli?
I haven't. I just did it just now because I was going down the block and I was like, damn, look at the sun. And it was like, the weirdest thing because I had my sunglasses on or my goggles on. And so the light was coming in, like sun rays. And then I took the glasses off to get a good stare at it. And I'm like, I don't know, I should be doing this. This is still right. And before I knew it, I was like Goku looking at the moon. I just couldn't stop.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think they say that you're supposed to ease yourself into it.
Yeah.
A little bit here and there. And then did you do like a full 15 or something?
Hell no. I looked at it for a good, I would say 20 seconds.
Huh.
And then I was like, I got to stop. Like my eye might be cooking right now. I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, it's scary. I remember first time doing it. I haven't done it in a while, but I used to do it for a good amount of time, and yeah, it's uncomfortable at first, but your eyes
Now,
kind
if
of
I wake up
adapt to
with like LASIK visioned eyes,
it.
like, oh my god, like that would be amazing. If
You're
I
gonna
could
be
fucking
fine.
see my girl, she wouldn't be pissed off. I can't see the subtitles.
Oh, you have bad eyes.
I do.
Yeah.
I guess I would have to call them bad. I can see no problem, but words and stuff, they're starting to get away, man. They're starting to get away.
Do you wear
Not a-
any prescription like glasses or contacts or anything?
I'm supposed to, but I don't.
You can actually like strengthen your eyes by drawing like a geometric shape with your gaze. There's like certain eye exercises you can do, and it apparently makes your eyesight a lot better.
I'm gonna look into that. Cause you know what's crazy? I've always thought that only because um I saw this karate flick back in the day with these like Buddhist monks. I think it's like 19 something 30 something chambers or something like that. Like part 2 or something. And the dude like he can't look left or right because then he'd get like stuck by these sharp pins. So he'd have to just the only way he could use his reflexes was to use his eyes, and that would strengthen, his reaction time. But anyway, thank you for that. I'm definitely gonna look into how I can exercise my eyes.
All right, I'm in the game and in the store. It's showing me that there's a free bundle, and of course I go to look, and it's a free Pride bundle. Did you pick up your free Pride bundle, Elijah?
Of course not. I don't pick up anything in that game. All of the stuff that they give and do, I just click XX Battle Royale start game. That's it. Like they have some sick skins though. They got a guy fairy and a girl fairy. It's like this battle armor. It's pretty dope actually. I won't be buying it, but just saying. So my new weapons well, it depends on how I'm feeling, but the AS Val.
Yeah, you like the Val
build? Oh my gosh, the hip not for mid range is pushing it, but for close range, hip fire. Oh, it shreds like
I know it.
neck.
I kind of remember it from other games. Like it's a kind of it's a really fast shooting, but really like kind of like small bullet, like no stopping power, right? Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like it has like the fastest killing power that I could tell. Like, but of course, if you're hitting them with all the bullets, because if you're not, then no. I mean, somebody hits you with 3 bullets, you got to hit them with 7. It's a wrap.
right.
But I use the high caliber rounds to make it a sniper. Now, you can't auto fire that single shot only, but 3 hits from mid range, they're down. Far range, I'd say about 4 and they're down. But it's pretty good. People say, why not just use the SKS? But I'm like, nah, because 3 shots for sure they're down. I like that. It's not too slow. I like that combination. So that's my mid range to short range combo right there. For long range, I just stick with my RPD and whatever sniper I can find laying around. because the only sniper build, well, it's not a sniper build, like I said, it's the AS Val with the single shot option, and I use that as a sniper, but too far out, it's not really as accurate. But it is better than the SKS though, because the SKS bullet drop is insane. It's almost like the AS Val has no bullet drop. Almost.
Or are they classifying the Val as like a marksman rifle?
No, it's just it's the ammo that basically turns it into a sniper. Basically. So it brings the damage up to like 60 something.
What the fuck are you queers talking about?
Shut up, fraud.
COD Mobile, don't be mad. Download it, bro.
COD Mobile. Oh my gosh.
It's fire. I'm telling you.
It really is a pretty good game, man. Like, it might not be, like graphically like as good as, you know, like the PC version of like full version of Call of Duty, but for a mobile game, it's pretty awesome. Like,
it's damn near.
Do you play on the screen or do you connect a controller? I saw you can connect a controller.
Yeah, you
I
can
use
do.
my controller.
I play on BlueStacks on the PC.
Because the screen's a little bit awkward. Y'all been talking about it so much, I downloaded it. And but yeah, I think I want to try the controller though.
Yeah.
Isn't the graphics damn near as good though? Like damn
I'm not
near.
hating on the graphics.
On a phone screen. On a phone screen, because it's a small resolution screen. Yeah, it looks really good.
I forgot.
What system or game are y'all talking about?
Just Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh,
Meme, you come on, don't you play games? You got to get in on this, man.
brother, I got over 400 games, and I won't touch a Call of Duty game.
You know what? I protested Call of Duty for almost 20 years, and then these guys got me to start playing Call of Duty Mobile.
What are you Battlefield meme?
Yeah, I was a Battlefield guy back.
I got FPS'd out in 1997.
Oh.
I had played so many FPSs by then. I was done with them.
Okay.
Actually, my first game that I really got into for shooters was back in the day was SOCOM, which was a third person, and I really liked third person. It pissed me off when Call of Duty came out and every other fucking shooter decided to copy it and do first person shooters. And
I just played Counter-Strike. That's what I played. I played a ton of Counter-Strike when I was really young.
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna
say what?
I played Rainbow. No, I only like
Rainbow Six. Yeah, I played Rainbow Six also. Like the 1998 Rainbow Six. What was it? Siege? Was that it? Rainbow Six Siege? Was that the game? It's the first one that came out.
Was it Black Arrow? No.
I don't remember. It's the one where you had to create your waypoints and plan your mission, and then your guys were all retarded and would get shot.
Yeah, it's probably Black Arrow.
So you guys couldn't follow a waypoint. It's like
honestly, they all were like that. They were all like that. They all sucked.
Dear God.
Wait, are you talking? Is that Tom Clancy's?
That was Tom Clancy's.
Yeah, Clancy games, especially at first, most of them, their control layouts and everything were freaking just super confusing and shit too.
It was too complicated.
You know why I didn't hate on it though? I like the fact that if you got shot once, it was a wrap.
You're dead.
Yeah, but that's why I liked it. 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 But you could not go around the corner just like willy nilly, bro.
we would play. We would just spend like days just playing GoldenEye versus mode, and we would do the split screen TVs and stuff. So have like 2 TVs going. But the